tying my hair and I can't make noises while I'm tying my hair. Goodness gracious. Q&A. Q and A. I have a question. Okay, that's the Q&A. Beatbox vids win. No. You know, when I start stream, I want to make noises. Just, it's in my blood, right? I can't control that. Recently, that's kind of manifested as like beatboxing. And so I've just, for the past couple streams, like the past like week or so, I've just been going like, like just very basic beatboxing as I'm just like setting up stream. And I've just now realized that I have beatboxed in front of thousands of people potentially. It was just a silly little thing I was doing. It was just like a noise that I was doing to occupy my mouth as my hands were busy. I have just now proceeded to realize that these VODs collectively have a couple thousand views. Anyway, let's talk chaos corruption, shall we? Like, someone said, oh, the Garden of Nurgle? No. This is about the Garden of Sin from CAIN, the TTRPG. Blom! What chaos god would you be corrupted by? Because I'm gonna be so for real with you. I see all of them in their own different way, except Nurgle. Nurgle, begone thought. Let's start like Vashtor. Very much so. I am like very direct. I am not very good with machines. I'm not very much of a mechanist. However, I am very just like, yo, here's my thoughts, here's my feelings. Take them or run. Like, you do you, dog. So like personality wise, I feel like I align with Vashtor very well. Malice, no one cares about him, so that fits very well with me. I also don't have anyone that cares about me, which I know is so wild to say on stream because it's just like, okay, tell me how not self-aware you are that people want to watch you. Actual chaos gods now. Nurgle. I shower daily. I don't like being sick. I'm fairly thin. I don't like bugs. None of these things appeal to Nurgle. In fact, I would go so far as to say Nurgle is my polar opposite, which naturally means that he would be the one that corrupts me because that's how like the Chaos Gods operate. They like irony. Tzeentch. I am a trickster. I like being silly. I like deception for the sake of humor. I like pulling tricks and japes and jabs, and I enjoy screwing with people. All according to plan. However, on the other hand, you got Khorne. Again, very direct. Face forward. I have a community built off of bloodshed and violence. I enjoy causing harm to you. Very much so. I care not from whence the blood flows, so long as the blood may flow. But like also Slaanesh. Like a tall glass of Slaanesh, like me, Slaanesh corrupted. I mean, perfection, the arts, everything with like the pride and like the being an idol and like having all this put forward before the audience. I enjoy inflicting pain on my players. I enjoy psychologically tormenting them, which is very Slaanesh. And then there's all of the other stuff that I don't really align with Slaanesh, but like, yeah, we can get there when we get there. We'll burn that bridge when we cross it. So, couple things. First off, hi, I'm Arrow. I'm a TTRPG VTuber. I talk CAIN, I talk Lancer, I talk World of Darkness, I talk 40k. And I have a Q&A channel. Hey, I have a question. If you have a question that you want me to answer, and it's not relevant to what we're talking about right now, then drop it over there. We will get to it later. Generally, it's in the last like hour of stream is just devoted to Q&A channel. So if you're watching the VOD, just check that out later. Also, I like to acknowledge you if you acknowledge me. If you're giving me your attention, I want to reciprocate. So we're gonna do the high wave. If you are a lurker, or if you're a VOD watcher, or you're an active participant in chat, please just say hi in chat right now. And I mean, I already said what Chaos God would you be corrupted by, but like, just drop also what Chaos God you'd be corrupted by. Be like, hi, I'd be corrupted by Corn. Hi, I'd be corrupted by Malice. Hi, I'd be corrupted by Zinj. On a CAIN Homebrew stream, Svelte deserves rest. Silly CAIN Homebrew can maintain their health and well-being. Yes. Initially, I was going to do Harpodos today, but unfortunately, Svelte ran into some issues and was unable to upload 3.0 yesterday. So I reached out to them and I'm like, hey, get it out when it gets out. Don't force it. People care about you. And then they're like, I died. And then I'm like, yeah, okay. And so Svelte is still pushing it, still grinding, very proud of them. So I'm going to check out Garden. Garden was the other one on my list. My two big homebrew supplements I want to check out now are Garden and Harpodos 3.0. Hey, Anya and Skeleton and Some Dude and Rasmus and Bee and Moth and Draconic and Snarf. Oh, hey, Snarfman, Devin chat. Dark and Mizzle and Greyhound and Void and Autumn and Logan and Yixris and Sable and Traveler and I think that's everyone who said hi. And Pignite, I think it's everyone who said hi right now. But yeah, so the idea of like a beatbox vid or me like actually unironically like attempting to beatbox, not just like while doing something by myself, is horrifying. In the same way that me singing is horrifying, but I've done it. Like, I will say genuinely, I have sung on this channel before, and I would like to again. Not because I want to become a V singer, not because I want this to become a singing channel, but because it was more fun than I thought it would be, and I would like to explore that some more. And people have expressed interest in a couple particular songs that they want me to sing, so I need to look into that. At first, I was like, oh man, it would be so funny if I had like the once per year song drop that I release. That might be what happens. It might be like once every year I drop a song. Slipknot by Slipknot, that's top of the list. Slipknot by Slipknot is at the top of the list because it is about Werewolf the Apocalypse. It is about World of Darkness. It is about TTRPGs. And my biggest issue with it is that it's like a 4.5 minute song of which 2.5 minutes are just instrumental. And not even instrumental, they are industrial sounds like ambiance. And so what I would probably do is I would need to record an explanation of Werewolf the Apocalypse and the connection to Slipknot and explain the stuff you're about to listen to while the industrial noises are going on. And then after that point, I would then do the second half of the song and I would cover it because it's like, Pentech sucks! Pentech sucks! And it's like really like aggressive. But that's something where if I did that, I kind of want to see what the process of like mixing it would be and like sending it to like an actual person that mixes songs. So it would be more involved than my payday cover, which was just me singing and basically taking the raw audio, adding a reverb filter on it and calling it a day. Nah, Arrow's becoming a VTuber. Arrow doing the Thanos rap beatbox? I have no idea what that means. Yeah, that does sound like a good plan. So, CAIN Homebrew. I've been excited. I like Tom Bloom talked about Garden. This is something where like this has been hyped up by basically everyone in the CAIN sphere that I can think of, really except like other content creators that I'm aware of. Although Dragon Kid, if they've not made a video on it already, are probably about to make a video on it. That said, I remembered. Does anyone remember last week where I talked about my DMs and how you should not be in them? And how this is not what we do here. And then someone spammed my DMs. And then I had to ban them. Does this ring a bell? If you were here last week, I talked about this, or a couple days ago, I talked about this. However, someone didn't do it again, but it reminded me of a story. And so instead of doing CAIN Homebrew, like all of you are here for, I'm going to tell you this story because I have a captive audience. I remember back when I was at uni, I went to this like HEMA club, not consistently, but just like, it was like this stylization of like medieval fighting that I went to. And like, they would have like big foam weapons, and you would have like, historically inspired armor that you put on. You like learn like how to walk in a shield wall, and like you would have like little duels with these foam weapons. It was basically HEMA, right? I checked it out. I think I went like once, and then I didn't go back again. But the one time I was there, met a couple people, didn't really like connect with anyone, but I chatted with some folks. And there was one time we're in a conversation. There's me, this other guy, and then this other guy, and we're all just talking. And guy X, he starts talking a lot. Okay, I'm an active listener. I'm comfortable with when someone wants to dominate the conversation, letting them do it so long as they're interesting. Not very interesting. And so I'm kind of like running through the mental gymnastics of like, do I stay? Do I leave? Like, if you were interesting at communicating points, I would be more inclined to just listen to you because that can be very interesting. However, you are not interesting, and also you're dominating conversations so no one else can talk. And like this other guy also very clearly is like, ugh. Like neither of us are really vibing with this guy. And then I tune back in when he says, "Oh yeah, I wish my mom was dead." Huh? Yeah. Like, when she dies, I'm gonna dance on her grave. Huh? Yeah, like I hate, like, she, like, really abused me growing up, like... Huh? And so he starts going into how like he had this like abusive relationship with his mom, and how like he wishes she was dead, and how he would be so happy when she died that he would get to dance on her grave, and like how jubilant that would make him. And this was not led into by anything. This was not like, we're not talking about mothers. We're not talking about trauma. We're not talking about any of that. We were talking about like swords. We were talking about like historically accurate reenactment. And then he just starts talking about that. And so this other guy just walks away. I should have had the courage to do that. I did not. So this guy turns his full attention on me and starts actually fully trauma dumping. And he starts explaining like how she like verbally mistreated him growing up, and like how that led to him having a lot of problems. And I'm just like, okay. I exit the conversation in the most normal way I can, which meant that I stayed for more minutes than I should have. I walk away. I'm in a group with another group of people, and we're like this, right? So they're all there. It's me, right? We're in a circle. The guy follows me and taps me on the shoulder, and I ignore him. And then he taps me on the shoulder harder, and I ignore him. And then he like pushes me, taps on my shoulder to the extent where like, if I like, obviously I recognize that he's tapping my shoulder and I'm ignoring him pointedly. And then he finally walks off. So like, that is just like, when I think of, oh, do I have any experiences where someone just did not get the hint and an interaction turns sour basically instantly? That's what I think of. Because that guy's mom, he wants her to die. No, like, and that's something like, remember, this is university. This is college age. This person was anywhere reasonably from like 18 to 22. Crazy, I know. Anyway, let's talk Garden of Sin. I know nothing about this. I know it deals with imagos. I know it adds severe attacks in some capacity. It adds like endings to the game that you can do. And it's only 47 pages. That's like a 1 hour stream here. I just gotta lock in. The face when we meet the mom, she's lovely and bakes cookies. I'm not gonna go that far. I'm the sort of person where if someone tells me like, oh, my parents were awful, I believe them. Because even if their parent, like, on an objective level wasn't that bad, ultimately, it was how the child perceived their parents' actions that matters, right? Like 5 more sins. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Arrow 1 hour streams 8 hours later. Okay. For the Valentine's stream, I did go into it with the mindset of like, oh, I'll spend like an hour talking about the Valentine's game. Maybe I'll go up to 2, depending on if I like really get in the details on the final arc. And then we'll like do something else for the rest of the stream. And then I spent 10 hours locked in talking nothing about it. Arrow Distracts is at it again. Yeah. Like, I have my family issues, but don't tap dance on your mother's grave. Just like separate. Bro, that ain't a trauma dump. That's a whole trauma bakery. Arrow Tangents, no. No. Hey, stop that. Quit messing around. Sorry, you just look so lost. I was trying to relax. You're so mean. You thought it was funny. I can see you smiling. Take your hand off your mouth. Ha. Okay. We should get ice cream. Don't tell me that you're the one lost now. No, it's not. That I'm just happy is all. About what? Happy to have eyes. Happy to dance. Happy for ladybugs. Hey, have you heard of ogres from below? Maybe in a book once? Aren't those big, ugly things from fairy tales? Are they anything like a nest? That's scary. You're still thinking about them? Relax. Like earlier. Do you know what happened? Was it the Shh. It's okay. Just clear your mind. Look at how fun they're having. Look at what joy they are exuberating. I imagine nothing bad will happen to them, and this has nothing to do with the fact that CAIN, being Catholic inspired, probably has the Garden of Eden vibes here. And for the record, not that it matters now, I don't know. Hey, just think about the good things, okay? Like ice cream. Would a punishing God really make a world with ice cream? Probably not. Hey, the sunset is so pretty. Right? It's beautiful, ain't it? Just imagine a world with a creator who didn't care. How different would that even be? I'm happy. I'm happy I'm here with you, watching the sunset on a world without sin. Okay, so we have like this alternate reality. We have this heaven, we have this higher plane, this Garden of Eden, in which 2 entities, which both appear to be femme presenting, because Yuri, are just kind of living their life. Also, they have ice cream. That's what I've learned here. I assume a nest is one of the sins from this book. Hello, Lee. Yeah, because for context, when I say I go into this with like no information, I'm going into this like I actually don't know anything except what I saw on the cover and that, or the itch page, and that Tom Bloom shouted out. Like the only reason I read the itch page was so that I could figure out what do I make the thumbnail, because I didn't know. Hi, Ari. Yes, this is a new Homebrew book. Oh. So heaven is above us. The garden is above us. Paradoxical entity detected. Initiating system flush. System flush failure. Booting backup procedure. Ah, so it is like... Understood. I'm getting the vibes. There's nothing of value contained within. This place is not sacred. What is here is dangerous and repulsive to us. We do not believe that you will be happy with your results. Huh. In a series of different languages. Oh. Oh, is this freaking radiation waste? Do you know what I'm saying? Is this like actually the line that is with the proposed radiation waste? All ice cream goes to heaven except mint. Okay, first off, mint chocolate chip, fantastic flavor. Mint is fine. Yeah, so but what I'm gathering here is that it's like, this is a sign for you do not speak any of these written languages. What does this mean? And then you read this, and then you look at this and you say, okay, there's a person here, there is a symbol here, and there's a thing here. If you dig into this, this leaves. And then if you continue digging, this leaves. This is saying, do not dig. These are the very symbols of just like, don't dig here. Wait. Wait. Sorry. Little stick figures of setting on fire. Oh, and as above is good, as below is bad. Understood. This is not a place of honor kind of tech. Well, so what this is, my understanding of this is the equivalent of what real life, actual like smart people have been struggling with, which is how do we communicate that a place where we store our radioactive waste is bad and should not be touched to a civilization 40,000 years in the future? Because presumably 40,000 years in the future, none of our written languages are going to survive. The memory of nuclear waste may or may not still be present. And they may not know what nuclear waste is, because if we bomb ourselves into oblivion, then crawl back out of the Stone Age, maybe in 1,000 years. Maybe we destroy the world in the next 50 years. And 1,000 years from now, some medieval peasant is digging and encounters us. How do we signal to them, do not open this, you will die? And so that's what this is trying to communicate. This is text across a bunch of different languages and a pictogram depicting, don't do this. However, what you have to consider when you consider the next 1,000 years from now, the next 10,000 years from now, the next 40,000 years from now, what if the next civilization that rises up reads from bottom up, right, left, and also doesn't draw humans like this, and instead they draw humans exclusively as a circle with a horizontal line through it? So they don't know that this symbol means human, and they read it as, okay, so there's a bunch of these things, and then if we put this in here and then we bury it, these things all go away with it. So what we want to do is we want to... So what? This is really confusing. We don't understand this because they don't have the mental framework of read right to left, or read left to right, top to bottom. And they don't know what a human looks like. So that's the sort of things you have to consider with like thinking 40,000 years in the future. Already went on a tangent. Well, yes, but it's relevant to the book. Put that egg devil back in the box. Everyone stands up. It's like the signage of radioactive material. Yeah. They just put the imago in a hole and called it a day. Okay. So, contents. We're starting right off with the sins. I kind of love that. I'm going to be so for real with you. When you make CAIN content, I would say 9 times out of 10, it's going to involve sins, and people are there for the sins. And so just jumping right into like, hey, here's what these are, here's what they need. Sister Pog! I love that. I do love that. Hey, it's sister from the Valentines, exactly. If I see a giant thing that says, hey, don't open this, you will die, I'm absolutely opening it because I think they hid something. Exactly. And even if you say like, it's cursed, you will be cursed by radioactive man. Everyone's gonna be like, nah, I'm built different. And they will be built different because they'll die of radiation poisoning many years later. Fun fact, there's almost no player side content here. Oh, awesome. Prologue. Welcome to So Below. Seems you've passed through many of the warnings, so it is assumed you are a willing member of authority. This research project is intended to cover dangerous new phenomena regarding the emergence of 6 new sins, as well as the ever-increasing danger of the imago. Why are these new sins appearing? We cannot pin down any particular new reason, but maybe the universe has just shifted in some way. All we can say is that they seem to follow a similar structure to the sins we all know and love. Here's a quick briefing on each. Okay, so the 6 sins, each of which is a as below reflection of one of the main core sins. The nest, an immense sin that forms in protection of another, venting massively destructive bursts of energy through fissures in their shell as they slumber. Cherub, trickster sins that manipulate the world around them to bring their chosen soulmates together in unison. Their sin type was documented by Vice researcher Place. Mule, boiling balls of resentment that spread their own rage to all those around them, turning the localized area into an all-out brawling mob. Worm, a greedy, sickly sin that latch onto another around them, slowly feeding on every last bit of their being until not even minor spelling error, everyone, point and laugh at the dev, point and laugh at the dead. Not even of the memory of them left, point and laugh, we gotta send it back. Garden, failure, 0 to 10. Literally unplayable. And I know you're in this community. This is a call out post on twitter.com. Snarf pissed on your wife. Anyway, Sister, extremely smart and equally naive sins that are eager to learn as much as they possibly can about a topic dear to them, to very dangerous results. River, mysterious and hard to understand, rivers have a much more in-depth knowledge of souls than any other, able to finely manipulate threads of the psychic signature that people and their belongings contain, while holding a token that allows them to do so. Not only are these new sins a problem, but so are the many drifters they brought along with them, documented by head researcher Harold D. Harold D. Sorry, Harold D. We suspect that during whatever transition was made, some of the flora of the psychic sea hitched a ride. Additionally, the already deadly imago have gotten worse, many of them beginning to properly take on prototypical abilities of the sins they're likely to become. Yeah, that's something I was wondering. Like, when, spoilers, Hattie ogred, I was wondering, like, I wonder if she gets, like, a domain, because, like, by raw, no. But I feel like an imagoing XO getting one domain of the sin they're going to turn into is very interesting, right? Because imagine you imago into an ogre and you, like, Lash calls you brother someone. Imagine you are imagoed into a hound and you annihilation of the wicked someone. Imagine you are imagoing into a toad and you swallow the earth. Domain expansion. Hattie's polycule. Smart and naive and learns a lot. This really is sounding Valentine's sister. I know! B pattern sins. Hello, Authority. This is a message from the desk of Temerity Admin Ritualist. It will be recorded and come with an attached transcript meant only for eyes of AL4 cleared administrators and above. It is up to you whether you would like any other eyes on this. As you may know, there have been a recent uptick of unregistered sin types, but I'm sure someone has already made you well aware of this. In fact, I believe it may have been CIRA05 that had reported the first river back in August if I'm correct. But back on the topic, we've made some progress on identifying more of these new sins, but maybe not as much as you'd like. Good enough news first. Tests conducted on the internal thread pattern of WO19 have revealed promising results. The psychic goop these sins are made of is different than that of our normal sins. It's somehow lighter, more luminous. It suggests one of two things. Either these sins are formed due to a different process than normal, which so far has proven false, or they are from an entirely different part of the psychic sea. That leads into the bad news. If we're dealing with the latter, that implies these sins are here from somewhere else. Where this is and how they ended up here, we still don't know. Entirely clueless on that front. We'll have to run more tests. In the meantime, figure something out, please. Maybe talk to Justice or Hope, or who knows, maybe we could just forget that these sins existed. Actually, you could really help by actually answering our requests for spindle research, but what do I know? All I can say is that whatever's causing this, it's only going to get worse. And we may have to do some things we won't want to do. In other words, to figure out the source of this light, we will have to first go further into the dark. It's going to be a cold winter. Hello? Is this thing on? Gosh darn it, stupid piece of... Okay, you're working all right. Dunk dunk. Dunk dunk. It's a manga called Brother Sister. It's a brother and a sister. Okay. That tends to be what happens when you have male and female siblings. They are brothers and sisters. The Nest. Boom, boom. B1. And so I'm assuming that it's in order. Ogre, Idol, Hound, Centipede, Toad, and Lord, right? Because they're all like B-side versions of the existing sins. And my current thought is this heaven, this garden, this place that is without sin, flushed all of its sins, like literally expelled them into our world. Right? Paradoxical entity detected, initiating system flush failure, booting backup procedure. So like, we have our normal sins that are as below. They have their B-side sins, which are as above. And then they just like pushed them somewhere else. And now it's our problem, which is very funny to me because it feels very SCP. So far, more than any other homebrew I've gotten so far, this feels very SCP. And that's not a bad thing at all. Is there a link to this? Yes, there is. The Garden of Sin is right here. If I pin this, you won't be able to ask questions. Actually, let me go reviewing this homebrew. I'll pin this. And then once we're done with this, I'll reopen the Q&A channel. You're going to say, you think you remember the SCP was just a foundation in another timeline that just dumps all of its SCPs into our timeline and calls it a day? Oh my gosh. Okay. Nests are silent and massive sins, manifesting as giant visible structures, standing firm as a defensive wall that can be seen by all. Nests are born out of the overwhelming need for protection. While their cause can be seen as noble, their destruction of the land around them and concentration of roiling psychic energy contained within their shell makes them as dangerous for others as they are safe for their host. They're often mistaken by humans for natural or man-made disasters. They commonly manifest in people being followed by a stalker or group wishing them harm, people living trapped in a cycle of abuse, victims of disaster. Their primary emotion, helplessness. Very spider code. Nests are massive, sedentary golems, almost more object than breathing creature. Taking solid roots in the land, they form as a hardened, stony being, curled in on itself and often taking the appearance of a statue, building, or massive object visible throughout the surrounding area. They seek to protect their host at all costs, using their immense size and thick armored shell to keep them safe. Occasionally, nests may protect multiple people, those that the host feels also need saving, but this often results in a near hostage situation of sorts, the nest repeating the cycle of physically trapping those within. Nests rarely, if ever, move from the spot where they were formed. While not necessarily wanting to be left alone, they won't go out of their way to invite conflict towards themselves, instead relying on their massive armor to keep themselves safe. The two most common reasons for nest move are to protect their host from harm or to direct attack at those that it may deem threatening. Even so, they travel at a near snail's pace, their movement made sluggish by their massive weight. Okay, so these are like installations, right? They just set up shop. So they have a gargoyle system. I mean, like, I guess they're not a grotesque. They're a gargoyle. They have runoff, I presume. So the Rock manifested in protection of host Blank after he locked himself in the Blank casino. The group he was running from, a small subset of the Blank Mafia, who were attempting to recoup debt the host had collected over time. Blank, over the course of many months, had made and fully believed in the promise that he would be able to win back the money he owed. Hunt ended in capture by NO11 with no exorcist KIA, only notably resulting in 3 Mafia members and 1 casino worker hospitalized. Rapunzel, Type 2 formed around the host during an extreme distress stemming from an argument with her at-the-time partner, grew from the basement of their Blank home. Subject grew to 1,200 meters before exos arrived on site. Low-flying civilian flight Blank collided with the tower, leading to 237 casualties and the loss of Exorcist Blank. Post-execution testing revealed the brick and mortar of the tower were constructed from a compact, hair-like fiber. Former host Blank in line for further questioning. So it's like all hair-themed because Rapunzel. Hellkettle. Following a catastrophic volcanic eruption on a remote island located in the Blank Ocean, Subject Blank retreated deep into the nearby water, lingering far below sea level for several months, reaching Cap 4. Detection was only made when Subject NO43 approached the coastal region of Blank, partially emerging from the sea and spewing a constant wave of molten psyche. Time to execution 3 days, 11 hours, 6 minutes, but minimal losses of CAIN assets. Offshore site Blank is to be off limits to all civilians until cleanup of hardened Blank is complete. Okay, so these are structures. These are installations. It sets up, it is really hard to destroy. It is like eulogy of a mangled god from the spider, and it just is. Interesting. What is it you need protecting from? Sure. How did you get to where you are right now? Sure. If you could leave, where would you go? I like it. You've made one sin and all I have is the mechanics and archive. I don't know how people make it cool like this, but it's very impressive. It is very good. Yes. So yeah, for reference in height for the Rapunzel, it's taller than the Dubai Tower. Oh my gosh. Palace. Its palace is its interior, hidden by the armor it layers over itself. Within is the heart of the nest, either taking the form as a smaller nest or as a fleshy interior. We love fleshy interiors! No matter what form they take, they're easier to kill than their massive counterparts, but they do not make themselves easy to reach. Nest palaces often resemble a fortified place, such as bunkers or cells. These spaces are full of weaponry, traps, and psychic walls designed to fend off invaders. Fissure. Nests always start at cat +2 size, making them nearly always visible throughout the investigation area. The nest is full of concentration of rolling psychic energy, born from its need to protect. Each time pressure increases, the destructive force lingering inside of the nest grows. When growing, some of this energy is vented through a crack in the nest shell, and a location of the admin's choice is hit by a psychic burst, causing significant environmental damage. If pressure is 6+, the nest's cat increases by 1, and the shell bursts open, releasing a wave of destruction that scales with cat area and magnitude. Its shell then reforms, pulling itself back together to keep the defense. When the shell is cracked by an XO, if not dealt with, it will release a psychic burst that deals stress equal to current pressure. Additionally, when the nest would retreat, it instead goes fully dormant and bolsters its armor. Okay, what I will say, I'm a little sad that the phrasing here is just if pressure is 6+, because like, yes, that is mechanically what's going on, but I do really like how in most, or in all of the baseline sins and a lot of homebrew, it's if once pressure hits 6+, things spiral out of control. It increases by 1 by cat, and then it describes the thing that happens. Like, I just like the idea that once like cat hits 6, things go out of control. Like that specific phrasing, I like it. This kind of reminds me of the engine. So I haven't read the engine. I know that the engine is like one of the first sins. But like, as far as I'm aware, the engine is like one of the first homebrew sins that was released, and it was added to like the CAIN extended universe. And like, I've seen references to it a couple times. I've mostly just seen it in the collection of CAIN homebrew. Cracking the shell. Exos must break the shell of the nest in order to be able to reach its palace, requiring preparation to be able to do so safely. When choosing to breach, the Exos may use analysis to find ways to prevent the destruction resulting from the breach. The shell is treated as a bulwark, which must be killed for the Exos to breach. When the shell breaks without proper preparation, it deals stress. This 1S is not bolded. The rest of this sentence is all bolded. The rest of the phrase, the end of the sentence, all bolded. This 1S. Everyone, point and laugh at this user. Point and laugh at this homebrew. Point and laugh. For they have made 2 minor spelling errors. Minor formatting error. This is unplayable. I'm gonna keep doing this. Because like, for context, I complained a lot about Harpodos. I complained a lot about Glory Unto Them. I'm gonna complain a lot about this, because when I see something that is really high quality, and I'm just loving, and I'm having a great time with, I'm gonna complain about it. Because I feel comfortable knowing that if I say all these amazing, wonderful things about it, you can recognize my complaints or criticisms that I think are constructive, not me ragging on it because I think it's bad. So I'm gonna point out every single minor spelling error. I am your editor. Snarf, give me a credit in this. Activating a nail available in front of the shell deals 1d3 slashes to its talisman, and the energy released when destroyed will be reduced by 2. The shell reforms when pressure increases. Inside of the shell resides the palace, which houses the weakest part of the nest. Executing this layer will execute the sin. Bulwarks. As the nests form, dig deeper into the land it sits upon, small monoliths begin to sprout out from the rubble left behind. These house bulwarks, bulky humanoids made of condensed brick and mortar, acting as an early security system for the nest. They are largely solitary and will not go out of their way to hunt targets down, but are very territorial if one approaches their monolith. So execution talisman +2, but no groupings. 2+ cat. So like that'd be 3 for cat 1, 7 for cat 5. Slow but heavy, hit hard if they can manage to land a hit. Actions that take advantage of this game +1d, deal +1 slash to anyone standing within arm's reach of their monolith. Okay. Oh, and they do like baby damage on a 4-up. I guess it's because they deal +1 slash. Well, I don't know if this is improper or not. CAIN heads, you tell me. Because this is an NPC, because this is a trace, should this not be deals +1 stress, not +1 slash? Because yes, it is a slash on the stress talisman of the XO, but I don't know what the wording normally is. This might be a El Bozo laugh at this dev, or it might be completely normal. I don't remember. Rapunzel is slightly shorter than Sauron's tower in Barad-dûr, which is roughly 1,500 feet or 3,000 feet. So, no. Rapunzel was 1,200 meters. meters. A meter is longer than a yard. A yard is 3 feet. 1,200 meters. For all the Americans out there, this is roughly like 1,300 yards, roughly, i.e. 3,600 feet or 3,900 feet. What's a meter sounds made up? WTF is a kilometer, raw. Down with the thickness. Ooh, plummet. A nest can only use this ability on one, target an XO. Any other XO can go to their aid. Standard severe attack stuff, roll 66. Then remove one for everyone that says yes. Is there something in your life you cannot escape? This is a little bit of a, are you a liar or a cheat from Lord? Oh yeah, CAIN, next question. This is a little bit of, are you a liar or a cheat? My assumption is that it's about free. So like, is there room for you to run? Can you see the sky from here? Those are all things about freedom. Is there something in life you cannot escape? No, I am free. I am punished for that. As opposed to, is there room for you to run? No, I am trapped. I am punished. Can you see the sky from here? No, I am trapped. So, is there something in life you cannot run, that you cannot escape from? I would change that to, can you escape the biggest problem in your life? Right? Every XO can find yes to the first one, CAIN. I mean, outside of that, I'm thinking this is a Lord, are you a liar or a cheat situation, where the phrasing of the question is inverted. As like, that's something where with a yes-no question, you have to phrase it a very specific way. And this feels to me like it's phrased backwards. And the reason I keep bringing up that example is because with the Lord, it was, are you a liar or are you a cheat? And then that was the opposite of what it was intending. And in the recent, like last month update, Tom Bloom updated it to have you lived an honest life, or like they changed it to the opposite of that. Yeah, the Lord question is fixed. Yeah, I know, which I'm very happy about, because like every time I read it, I always would be like, is this correct? He hasn't fixed it. By the way, there's a Google Forms to submit feedback, so this may be relevant. I'm gonna be so for real with you. Can someone in chat please either do that for me, or can you put the notes in video discussion over the Discord so I can remember later? Because I'm not going to remember this. Like the minor like spelling error, the change to this, like that's stuff that I'm not going to remember in 3 hours. So if you can do that right now, or you can just drop in a video discussion, I'd appreciate that. The first one feels like the nest trying to drag you down with it. Well, it is. I assume plummet. I don't know what plummet does yet. I assume it's like a drag you down with me. I assume it's like it breaks your legs. I assume it's that you can't move. I assume it's that you like start calcifying, something like that. However, you should be punished for not being able to escape. And also think about it like this. Is there something in your life you cannot escape? No. I'm free. Okay. The way my buddy helps me is they put handcuffs on me, which like, sure, canine and clapback go off, but like, you have to hurt your ally in order to avoid the question, where almost always these are situations where you need to help them. You need to spend resources to help them. You need to bring them into the light for the ogre. You need to advocate for their innocence in front of the Lord. You need to demonstrate that they are loved to the idol. Arrow term memory loss? Oh my gosh. What? Anya, it's a fair point. Is there something in life you cannot escape? Yeah, this person that just put handcuffs on me. Like that doesn't mean it's a bad thing. That doesn't mean it has to be negative, but like that's one way to do it. Wouldn't every CAIN XO fail this automatically? No, they wouldn't fail it automatically. They would succeed it automatically. Is there something in your life you cannot escape? Which like, I guess if I reverse it, yes, you would automatically fail it. But as it's like now, everyone in chat was just like CAIN. And so I feel like this question might just need to be reworked. Which again, for context, if you don't know, I am both a content creator. I'm a TTRPG dev. I have actually released some TTRPGs and as well as CAIN supplement. I am also like a bit of a reviewer. Like I've been reviewing these homebrew supplements over time. So me saying this is not to say that this sucks or that's bad or that I don't like it. It is purely to be like, from a game design perspective, does this work? I feel it doesn't. That does not mean it is bad. That does not mean that I don't like it. That just simply means I think it could be tweaked. Okay. Roll the dice one at a time. The XO and any hitting ones take 1 stress no matter what. Standard. The nest then stands or crawls to its feet and lets itself fall, using its full weight to attempt to flatten the target XO. If 1/1 comes up, the nest lands on them, causing them to take an injury, gain a small permanent crack on their body, and are forced into the palace if they're not already inside. That's funny. If 2 or more ones come up, their psychic form is damaged in a messy, glowing crack that covers the whole body, oozing psychic energy. They lose all psyche bursts and will continue to leak 1 burst at the end of every pressure. If there's no burst to lose, instead take 1 sin. The crack heals after this mission, but persists as a fracture-like scar. I was gonna say, okay, we just like reinvented like pummel. We reinvented the ogre severe attack, which makes sense if it's the B-side version of the ogre. However, the psychic crack is kind of cracked. That's kind of wicked. Arrow equals nerd emoji, yeah. Severe attack questions were the hardest when I was working on the sins. Honestly, I have a lot of fun with them. The thing is the phrasing, right? How do I phrase this in such a way that is 1, a yes or no question, 2, that communicates the idea that I want it to, 3, that is distinct from the other 2 questions that I'm writing up, and 4, is something that is actionable, right? Because it has to be something that you can like fix. So if at least 1/1 comes up, they vor you. If at least 2 1s come up, the vor is so scarring that it permanently marks your psyche. That is what I've gathered. Okay. Mortiform. Your skin becomes stony and brittle. Quick or delicate movement becomes hard. Down with the thickness. Ooh wah. Wait, ooh wah. I did this earlier. Ooh wah. Ooh wah. What the frick? Ooh wah. Oh my gosh. I lost it. I had it earlier. You heard me. Are you thick? The ground underneath you shakes when you step, always alerting mundane beings to your presence, but not sins. Which I suppose sins don't really matter because the bulwarks don't care. But I'm surprised no sins. Wait, let me. Ooh, wah. Oh my god, I just muted to try it. I got it, and then I'm done with this. Would an addiction count towards? I would say so. I'd say so. Lonely Stone. You take 1 less stress from harm, but must take 1d3 non-lethal stress when using setup, teamwork, or analyze actions. Permanently add to your agenda, retreat into yourself. Vital Tremors. Psychic energy in your body concentrates itself into your vitals, causing them to attempt to hide from others. Take 1 sin if you let someone lay their hands on you. Gee. Gee. 1 the Chastity. Watchtower. The nest and its traces always know where you are, even through walls or invisibility. That's cool. I really like that. That's probably my favorite out of all of these so far. Settle down. Stay somewhere for a while. That's nice. That's pleasant. That has no negative repercussions whatsoever. Okay. The domains. This is the sauce. This is the juice. Alone, I sit atop the world. The nest projects a constant strong wind. Oh no. 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 In its armor, blowing anything not attached to the ground through the edge of cat area. This can affect parameters of rolls. Once a hunt as a tension move, the nest can build up a master pressure wave that launches anything in short range far into the distance. This may separate exos. The reason I go no is because, have you considered 1,200 meters? You climb up throughout the inside. Naturally, the heart is at the very top. You're fighting it. You get blown out of the side of it. Well, yeah, also fart joke. Like, I don't make those jokes. I don't think they're funny, so I wasn't going to go that way. But, like, imagine fighting a nest that is, like, a couple 100 meters tall. Not even 1,000 meters tall. Like, 300 meters tall. And then you get blown out the side of it, and you're a palace user. And you're a sympathy user. Like, What do you do? Arrow, take up on the sky as a kite. Well, yes, I am tall and I am wide and I am thin. Therefore, I take across the gales of wind, flying through the sky as if I were some sort of parade float. That is established. However, you are not me, presumably. Come all and feast on my fruit. I think I've heard an e-girl say that before. The nest, when settling, sends stony roots deep into the earth, which spread throughout the entire investigation area. In the spots where these roots breach the surface, they sprout branches that grow stone fruit, an odd greenish crop. Mundane humans and animals. Sorry, just the past, like, huh? Wait, what? Clip that? Mundane humans and animals can see this fruit and feel an urge to taste it. When doing so, they enter a hypnotic state, becoming roots. Roots will roam the investigation area, attempting to find more stone fruit. If an XO eats the stone fruit, they will gain the special affliction, Returnal. You long for a safe home underneath the nest. Roll -1d on all rolls made while not in the same scene as it. You can suppress this affliction for a scene by eating another stone fruit, but doing so will add an additional -1 to all rolls after. Okay. My only thing with... I actually really like this one. I would say eating a stone fruit gives you a psyche burst, would be my first thought. Or you like recover like all stress on your current injury. Like something like minor, fairly nice, but minor, ultimately, that incentivizes you to actually eat it. Because like, yeah, if you're curious, you might want to take a bite, but it's a sin. So unless you're going to like survival of the fittest, natural selection yourself out of exorcism, you're probably not going to take a bite of it. Unless you're like on a multi-day mission that you're like starving for, which could be actually very interesting, where you're on a mission where you're in a nest that is so large, the mission takes longer than you expected, and it's been like 12 hours. You need food. And so you eat stone fruit, and while you're inside of the palace, and now you're like stuck inside the palace with Returnal eating a bunch of stone fruit just to survive. So what I'm thinking, my thought process is give some incentive to eat it. And like any XO that sees it is innately aware that doing so will strengthen their psychic powers. Any XO that consumes a stone fruit in its entirety regains a psyche burst. So it's to avoid a situation where like, okay, we have one stone fruit, I'm gonna take a bite. Okay, I get back a psyche burst. Now you take a bite, you get a psyche burst. Now you take a bite, you get a psyche burst. And then I take a bite, I get a second psyche burst. Like to avoid that, if you eat a stone fruit in its entirety, you regain a psyche burst. And then on top of that, you get roots. You get Returnal. You get that stuff. I think that would be interesting. Also, roots. Personally, and again, this is me assigning my thought process to this homebrew. This is not me saying it's bad. This is me just saying how I would do it. I would say roots. Stat line of a bulwark, but it's just execution talisman 2. You know? So they have the mechanics, like they are mechanically a bulwark that just does not add cat to their execution talisman. A mundane human that eats a stone fruit becomes a root. They are a bulwark mechanically that has execution talisman 2. But otherwise, because like, I feel like it should strengthen them slightly. Ooh, now I'm imagining an Asian style nest where the stone fruits are peaches. Like, and my first thought with this is like, what are the fruits? Because, like, call me crazy, I think a fruit would be really cool. Potatoes. Oh, there's more. While rarely, if ever, hostile, roots are unable to speak. If allowed to propagate, roots will begin to coalesce around the nest and the monoliths it creates, sitting around them or building rudimentary structures on them. This can affect the parameters of rolls, such as risky or difficult. I still would probably say give them say that they use the stat block of a bulwark, but their execution talisman is always 2. But I like the fact that it gives a little bit more context on what a root is. My first thought is like I think potatoes, because like a root vegetable, right? Yes, it's not a fruit, but it's like a fruiting body. Are you just saying potatoes because I'm from Idaho? Yes, I'm saying potatoes because you specifically in chat, Maddie, the mod of one of the mods of this community, is from Idaho. This is targeted. This is bullying. And any of you who are Irish, you're not escaping this either. The Irish pointing and laughing. Potato is already a rock fruit. That's what I'm saying. It's also known for growing in incredibly minimal conditions. Like you could have potatoes that could grow like through asphalt kind of deal. So I think it would be very fitting, particularly if it's the idea of like, I don't know, the thing that comes to mind is like this bright, like pale green, almost like green apple colored fruit. And I to me, it has a skin to it like an orange, but I get more of like, someone said peach. Like my first thought was apple, but I didn't think it would be apple. I almost get like a plum that has orange skin and it's colored green. Yeah, odd greenish. That's why an odd greenish crop. My first thought was like an oversized like green blueberry or like a plum that has like orange like skin to it. What I think would be really interesting, it's starchy and it's thick and it's like kind of has that texture of potato on the inside. Why not a pear? I'm thinking of just like, I think a pear, but I do like the idea that even the fruit on these things, you have to peel, you have to open, they are protected. So a gourd? I mean, maybe a gourd. Like is a gourd a fruit? A squash? A squash would be kind of funky. A guava? Well, I mean, what if they're just melons, right? What if it's just melon? Durian! A durian would actually be really good. What about jackfruit? Yeah, jackfruit. Actual droop stone fruits include peaches, plums, cherries, and mangoes. Oh! I didn't realize like stone fruit was an actual term. Papayas, lychee. Ooh, what about like a lychee or a rambutan? Like rambutan. Because again, I'm thinking, what are these fruits that have like shells to them? What are these fruits that have like protection to them? What are these fruits that are not immediately like you can just take a bite like an apple? You need to crack this open. And then inside is this like weirdo like flesh mound. And so if you make it so that this is all green, right? Right? So now you have like this greenish, reddish fruit that you have to crack open. It has these weird like tendrily hairs that grow out and like fuse into the stone, but almost like clay. When you pick them up, they snap and they string out like cheese as you pull them from the stony walls, and then they just kind of like flop down like wet spaghetti. And then you crack it open, and inside is this like weirdly like opalescent, just like smooth flesh. Then you can just like, and then it gives you a psyche burst, but then you become returnal. What if they're dried nuts? Dried nuts. I could see a dried nuts situation. I do think rambutan is what I would do at this point. Weird rocky looking fruit that's also green. That's just a durian. I mean, so durian is a good option. Rambutan. I like the idea of a potato. Pear. I like a pear with like an orange skin to it. I think would go kind of hard. Pecans. I mean, we were talking about lychees. Unless you mean like actual liches. Like, no, we're not talking about actual liches. Breadfruit? Or perhaps raspberries, blackberries. So, oh, that would be interesting. Because like I did think berries, right? I did think maybe berries. I prefer the idea it's like a handheld fruit. Does that make sense? I do prefer the idea it's like handheld. And I know, rambutan is very small. I've had rambutan like once. I wasn't a huge fan, but then again, I've been making an active effort recently to try more fruits and try more vegetables and try more different ones that I didn't grow up with. Because like, I grew up with like peaches, nectarines, bananas, oranges, apples, berries, I grew up with a variety, but mostly a North American variety. And so particularly East Asian, Southeast Asian fruits I have been trying, particularly recently. Like I got like a Korean melon at one point. I got what's the other melon I got? I got a different melon. I've learned, and someone told me this, I don't remember who it was, all melons taste like cantaloupe. I did not believe them. I now believe them. Every single melon I have had, whether it's honeydew or Korean melon or like sweet melon or like moon melon or like whatever like melon you have, all of them just taste like cantaloupe. I might even do bottle gourds. Oh, that would be so good. Okay, imagine this. Nest, codename Everest. It is a mountain within a mountain, right? Okay, so you have to physically climb up this mountain to get to the top. And at the top, at the top, they're dabbing, right? So to physically get out there, and along the way are these weird like growths that are bottle gourds that have this greenish liquid within them. And you've been climbing for like half an hour and you're at the halfway point. You need water. You need a drink. You need something to like reinvigorate you. The bottles are right there. Or maybe not even like bottles. Maybe it's literally like little oases, you know, that like spill out this water that run down it. And it's this like fluorescent green, like radioactive waste looking water. And then it also comes in these like gourd bottles. Okay, so Arrow, have you had bitter melon? I think I have not had bitter melon. The bulwarks could be mountain goats. Oh my gosh, you're so right. Or bulwarks. So bulwarks would be mountain goats. However, the rooted would be dead hikers from Western countries. Is that too much? Okay. So again, I've been kind of workshopping this. I've been working on it. That is an indication this is like driving my imagination. Like, oh, and atop I sit alone in the world. That would be perfect for a mountain that has winds buffeting you around as you're trying to climb it. I'm not gonna say anything else. Come on, feast upon my fruit. That flashing light in the sky. The nest can control the devastating psychic energy within itself, utilizing it to preemptively destroy those who oppose it. It takes the form of a large growth from its armor, capable of creating devastating attacks at up to extreme range. Only one of these may appear in mission. Doomsday weapon! 5 plus cat! Hidden weapon of mass destruction sprouting from its shell. Barbarossa? Nest Barbarossa? Create a complication or threat. Fill the air with smoke. Complication be once per mission. The Doomsday weapon begins to charge. Set out a 4 to 8 talisman. If this talisman fills, the weapon fires a laser that obliterates everything in its path. It's just the Barbarossa. Nest Barbarossa. I found it. I found my sin. For those of you who don't know, I have a thing about the Barbarossa. It's a joke in this community that I have a size thing for mechs, and just like, whoa, Nest Barbarossa, whoa, it's so tall. Whoa, why is it charging that execution talisman? Wait, what do you mean it has 8 slashes? I only see 7, and now I see 6, and now I see 5. Wait, why is it pointing at me? Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, you can do Pale Rider from the Strange Fake and CAIN now. Awesome. Barbarossa and you moving in together soon. I don't think Barbarossa feels the same way towards me that I feel about Barbarossa. You're moving your room today, so you'll be back later. Enjoy. You know, it's always Doomsday and never Doom's Night. I think about it being nocturnal as the play here. Yeah. Oh, only one Doomsday weapon may appear. I thought there was going to be multiple options. Got it. Reach heaven through stillness. This nest starts the hunt buried deep into the ground, no longer visible from the surface. Every time pressure increases, it grows taller and taller. At 2+ pressure, it breaches the surface, becoming visible. At 4+ pressure, it begins to reach the clouds, requiring effort to climb up to its palace. At 5+ pressure, it reaches into the upper atmosphere. Exos inside of the palace struggle to breathe. Additionally, summons the threat, summon meteors! Deals 3 stress to a group of Exos and sets them on fire! If not put out, they take 1 stress after acting. Okay, I was thinking, hey, the Everest build is here. Like, what we do is we do Alone I Sit Atop the World, plus my Come All and Feast Upon My Fruit, plus Reach Heaven Through Stillness. I didn't expect heaven's rays to beam down upon you. Although now I want someone who, like, they're in a bad situation and they feel like they're constantly being like bullied and harassed or whatever. I want this for them. I want them to have terrible things happen to them. And then they manifest a nest where their main escape, their escapism, is by tower defense games. And so they go nest with a doomsday weapon, as well as reach heaven through stillness, as well as other ones. And like the entire thing is they are building their own personal tower to defend themselves from all of like the monsters and the mobs of the real world that are coming after them. Big flesh meteor. Ugh. Ugh. Tom Bloom adjacent content not reference the sermons of Vivek challenge difficulty impossible. I don't know what that is. It's perfect for a mountain or a volcano. I know! I'm not religious, but I am a heck of your own making. How's everyone doing? Arrow, wanting someone to get bullied to make the IRL tower defense is crazy. Okay. It's we're rich! I want to hear you all say it. We're rich! We're rich! We're rich! Yes, yes, you're rich. I understand. Now put it in the mule. Snarf knows game. Snarf knows game. Once a hunt, the nest sheds unwanted items that have collected in its shell. Oh! This can be for the Everest, and we can discard all of the bodies of those Western hikers. Gold here. Found some gold. We're rich. We're rich. Taking the form of a payload that flies through the air. The payload can land on an exo with a risk roll, dealing 3 stress. How? Like, mechanically. Like, a risk roll dealing 3 stress. Does that mean, like, on a 1 to 3? Does that mean on any result it can deal 3 stress? Like, what's the risk roll here? Oh, it can land on an... Is this anytime they make a roll that has a risk, it can deal 3 damage on top of the normal results? Golden loot bug, we're rich. Hive domain, that's just a big rotting corpse. Listen, all I'm saying, Alone I Sit Atop the World, wins buffeting. Reach heaven through stillness. Pressure 5+, or pressure 4+, you have to physically climb up it. We're rich, it discards and drops all of the various bodies of like mountaineers from the Western world who want to climb Sagarmatha, Everest, the tallest mountain in the world, and are just not built for it because they did not actually prep. And it just discards all of them. And so you're making a roll and you're like, how do we get inside of the shell? And then like this like 50-something like minor millionaire just falls through the air with this top of the line like thermoconductive suit that costs more to make than you make in a month, and just bodies you and knocks you off the mountain. Reach heaven through violence is originally an excerpt from Sermons of Vivek from Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind, which is a very strange and esoteric life about a text about the life of the living god Vivek. It's referenced a lot in Kill 6 Billion Demons, and I'm pretty sure it comes up in some way in all other Tom Bloom content, either by themselves or inevitably a fan. I haven't played Morrowind. I should play Morrowind. It sounds like it'd be fun. Imagine someone making one of these on Mount Everest. They're cold, tired, freezing, hungry. All they want is protection from it all, from the cold, the pain, from their past they climbed. They just want safety. And then they build a mountain on top of the mountain. We did it. We're genius. When landing, the payload unfurls, taking the form of a mine, a chest, a jewelry box, etc. Exos who choose to open the payload find it full of gold and gain the permanent agenda item, Search for Treasure. I don't love that from the perspective of I'm an XO. This box just smacked into me, trying to brain me, dealt 3 stress damage. I open it because I'm curious. Oh, here's a bunch of money, and then also, here's a permanent agenda item. Oh, how was I supposed to know that would give me a permanent agenda item? Or like cave divers who are just keep getting stuck in. Not that name. No, we're not cave diving in the devil's urethra. The base camp keeps losing people because of the one climber who keeps making its own under mountain. That face when Mount Everest is a sin that attracts yuppies that feel empty. A real place. Devils, I don't want to look this up. I don't know. I literally typed out Devil's Urethra and then I was like, maybe I shouldn't look this up. I feel like I'm gonna get AI generated images of just like a really like buff, sexy devil man, and it's gonna be like full frontal nudity. And it's like, that's not what I was hoping for. That's not what I wanted. They then may gain 1 script, but if they choose to do so, they must immediately expend script on something from kit expansion. However, any object bot have one of the following effects before the mission. Yeah, I don't see why they gain the permanent agenda item if it already comes with a cost, right? The scalding to the touch, dealing 2 stress on use. They're gummy and cover you in a sticky substance. Well, I guess this arrives when everyone comes all and feasts on your fruit. Don't laugh at that. That's not funny. No. Ew. They create a somewhat harmless burst before use, giving you a ridiculous bruise that prevents anyone from taking you seriously until rest. That's kind of really funny. That's actually very funny. I really like that one. A curse that causes you to vomit gravel after use, making your speech scratchy and hard to understand for the scene. Yee. They're shiny and luminous, making it hard for you to focus. You must spend 1 psyche burst to use that item for the first time. They whistle annoyingly while being used or stored. Before using it, you can instead destroy it to clear 2 sin. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, I don't see the point of the permanent agenda item. So it isn't called that, but there is a cave called the Devil's Hole. Ugh. Cave divers with a loving family and great career when they see a cave titled "Do not enter, you will actually just explode." Listen, you gotta hit him with that. Yeah, you gotta hit him with that. There's no cave divers when they see there's nothing of value contained within. This place is not sacred. What is here is dangerous and repulsive to us. We do not believe that you will be happy with your results. And then it's just like. Just like, you just see their shoes popping out. Listen, something Homebrew Sins just have to have is unavoidable troll agenda items, which like, that's something where it's so minor that I don't think it's like a faux pas, but it's certainly inconvenient enough that I personally would be frustrated, you know? Dante had to be a cave diver in spare time. Oh my gosh. Strike the iron hot. The nest's armor becomes extremely dense, shrugging off all attacks with ease. Mundane weapons are completely incapable of harming the nest unless an attack is driven several meters into its armor. As a reaction, the nest can tighten its shell, breaking any object or people that are lodged inside of it. A person trapped inside will take an injury. Question. Am I misunderstanding this? I'm fighting a nest. I break into it. I make a crack in it. I dive into the devil's hole. I'm like this. I take an action. As its reaction, because I'm within its shell, it just does an injury to me. Straight up. No roll. Because I'm inside of its shell. Or is what this is saying is it saying that, like, if I somehow manage to like if I'm like, if I'm like halfway through it, it like crunches me and deals an injury. Because this seems wildly broken. This seems like if the entire point is to enter the shell and fight the sin, where you will then have a conflict scene where everyone is taking reactions every time, you would just wipe a party in like 3 actions. So I assume it's breaking and entering into it. And I guess what it means to say is like because the armor is notably dense with this domain, you have to like physically like bore a hole through it and like climb through it. And then this will like squeeze down on you. Like, I guess that's what it means. But like the phrasing is ambiguous enough. I'm just like, I'll follow you to the ends of death. The nest is no longer always sedentary, and in fact, can move very fast. As a tension move, the nest may stand up and sprint at cat speed. Okay. It doesn't fit. I understand that. The Everest nest sprinting at you. Okay, I just need to get that out there. I just needed to say that. I need to bring it into the world. I needed to like explain that, bring it forth. And now I will go back to actually reading this properly. But imagine Mount Everest standing up and yes, it grows legs and it just sprints at you. Tiny little eggs like an armadillo. No. So what it is. So you have Mount Everest, right? It actually it's on the backs of like 500. You guessed it. Corpses of Western yuppies that decided that they could climb Everest and didn't make it. So it's like just all it's this little like swarm, like ants picking it up and just scrabbling forward. Is this offensive? I feel like this might be a little bit offensive. I apologize if I've offended anyone with this. However, I don't know how offensive that might be. Anya got it instantly. You're making the Flintstones running sounds. Wait, do I have that? No, I removed it. I had it on my soundboard, like the cartoon running noises. Running directly towards the Exo's location, sounding an extremely loud horn as it moves. Brrr, just like that semi-truck just barreling towards you. If not dealt with accordingly, all mundane humans in the scene will be splattered underneath its feet. While the nest can be redirected, this often results in the protecting Exos being slammed into its charge. After the charge is complete, the nest settles in that scene. That's so funny. You're at my currently trying to catch up. You're at my fave domain for the sin. Oh my gosh. Oh gosh. The nest is so silly. Okay. Snarf, I need you to know my thought process so far. Alone, I sit atop the world. Strong winds, buffeting. We're doing like Mount Everest, a huge mountain. So naturally it's super windy. Also, reach heaven through stillness. Because at pressure 4+, it requires great effort to climb up like a mountain. And then I'll follow you to the ends of death. Just like, it just sprints at you. Like, we have the Everest lining up. We have everything about like, oh, it's sedentary, it's climbing, it's massive, it's huge. But it can also just sprint at you because I think that's hilarious. My body is a temple and my mind a pagoda. Allow us to engage in guided meditation. I want all of you in chat to go, Om. But if you don't do the proper number of O's and M's, I will ban you. Go. Go. As you can see, a lot more M's. A lot more M's. C. Glung. You added an H in there. B. You refuse. That's because you understand that I cannot force your spiritual enlightenment. Me telling you what to do will not allow you to achieve a higher plane. You cannot reach the garden of sin by following one stained by sin. You win. I prefer silent meditation. Yeah. Like unironically, when I actually do meditate, I am in silence. And usually it's at like 2 a.m. Usually I'm like in complete darkness at 2 a.m. sat there silently. Everyone else has been. Well, so the real secret is that there is no wrong way. There's only ways that are unique to you, and whichever way spoke to you is your personal path, and I am not one to get in the way of that. You're just a sheep follower. Can I introduce you to come all and feast upon my fruit? As a tension move, the nest can hatch What the frick? The nest can hatch, partially shedding its armor and letting the psychic energy inside radiate out. Deals 2 slashes to the nest's shell talisman, or its execution talisman if the shell is broken. Then set out a cat +2 complication. While the complication is active, the entire investigation area is flooded in an overwhelming shimmering light. Shadows disappear in the form of objects meld together. Attempting to move anywhere is risky, and exos are unable to determine their relative position to each other. The only way this light can be escaped is by retreating fully underground. The complication ends when its talisman is fully slashed, or the scene it was used ends. If the scene ends without the talisman completing, heal 2 slashes on the nest shell. Okay, so as a tension move, it can hatch. Doing bright light, it takes 2 slashes to the shell or to its execution talisman. And then if they don't deal with the complication by the end of the scene, it heals back what damage it dealt, but only for the shell. Only for the shell, not for the actual execution talisman. Evil Sun. I mean, that's the issue, is that, like, yes, there are some of these that lend itself towards Mount Everest, that lend itself towards a mountain. There are also domains that lend itself to the opposite of what a mountain should do, and I think that's really funny. I'm not sitting in darkness trying to fall asleep until 2 a.m. I'm meditation maxing. No. So I've literally set up shop. I'll have like a tarot deck. I'll have like this little like salt rock that I have that has like an LED in it. And I will like be in otherwise darkness, sat there meditating. And it's usually after bad stuff happens, and I haven't done it in a while, even though bad stuff has happened. So, Cherub Pog! Oh my gosh, they look so happy together. I'm so glad that this cherub is like being here for them. They're crying because they're so happy. Like, oh my gosh, they're so embarrassed. They got a nosebleed looking at their like beloved. Oh my gosh. Mount Everest, but it's also spelunking caves. We got the best of both worlds. It's the Valentines. Honestly, you should consider it a House of the Rising Sun. No. Okay. Flighty and laughing, cherubs are exuberant tricksters who have an aura of charm and humor. They dance around the edges of perception and see everyone and everything as lovely bonds yet to be made, burgeoning bliss. Cherubs are born out of the human desire to connect and to share. This devolves into obsession and infatuation of all into one connected web, a loving family or something more. The Valentine polycule is real. The Valentine polycule is real. The Valentine polycule is real. A want to be seen, to be heard, to be spoken to. It's sweet at first, but the cherub will do anything in its power for the host and their coveted persons to be joined in matrimony, compatibility, interest, or reality be darned. They commonly manifest in people who have lost in friendship or love, hermits who hide themselves from the world, people who have developed parasocial relationships and want to live as or through others. That wouldn't be any of you, right? Parasocial relationships. We don't got none of that around here, right? This needs some kind of cherub hunter. TM. Longing. Cherubs are small, infantile, and adorable by nature. They may appear as mythological creatures of aid or remedy to the host's relationship woes, a potential advisor, child, or fanatic. They're almost always capable of some free-form movement, mainly flight, sporting wings, propulsion, or an aura that enables them to do as they please. Cherubs are imp-like and sprightly, always drifting in and around what people are feeling. They are a wingman for the hosts want to connect to others. My man! They are often initially on the shoulder of the host, guiding them either subtly or overtly towards their target. Otherwise, they commonly are around local areas and difficult to pin down. They're rather infantile and mischievous, clever but never worldly. They love what they do and see it as a calling above all else. But they push their host to the brink in those pursuits. They make them change or adapt to become ideal in their eyes of their soulmate, whether they like it or not. Cherub also goes by chat. Looking back, I never caught the liar or cheatism for the severe finesse. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, so Snarf, quick clarification. I've said this a couple times, but since you're here, I want to clarify. I'm going to complain a lot. I'm going to critique a lot. I'm going to point out flaws a lot. I'm going to say what I would change a lot. That's not because this is bad. It's not because I don't like it. That's because I do like it, actually. I am someone who, if I don't like something, I'll usually only say nice things because I don't want to be rude. If I do like something, I'm going to give it and you the respect to review it honestly. So this has been fantastic thus far. I haven't even talked about like the art and the layout because that's all just solid, fantastic, amazing. And I'm just enjoying myself. Everyone told me the same thing. Yeah. And I think that is a big part of honest critique. A big part of honest review is telling someone, I really like this, but this part sucks. Or I really like this, but I would change this. I really like, I love this product as a whole. This needs tweaking. And then like it becomes a better product. And that's what you do. Oh my gosh, this is so funny. The Backstreet Boy, all right. Oh my gosh, my voice. Backstreet back, all right. I was too high for that. I can't go that high. Middle-aged pop musician blank desperately missed the band Street Kids he had worked with in the past. Over XX days. Minor formatting error. Everyone, minor formatting error. XX days, put a number if you're gonna hide it. If you're gonna hide it, you have to put an actual number. You can't just say XX. Come on. Come on. Point and laugh. Point and laugh. Subject CH012 appeared as a roadie superfan in order to reunite the band. Subject reanimated the corpse of one of the members to do this, which resulted in XO deployment. Comeback gig was broadcast on local access, leading to rapid hysteria in the investigation area. Exorcists opted for complete subjugation. Host blank returned in Castle Blank barracks. Work wife. We love a working woman. Girl boss. Type 2 manifestation fused to lonely receptionist blank. Subject CH012. Is this both? Okay, so these are both CH012. Minor spelling error. Minor spelling error. Manifested cherub after the new CEO of their company. Maybe it's the same person. That would be crazy if they manifested a cherub twice. This is also an error I know of. Y'all's inability to read Roman numerals is your problem. Oh, okay. Sorry. When was the last time you said over 20 days by saying XX? Minor spelling error, Pog! Subject was coached and psychically changed into a sultry secretary that all staffers in the branch office were enraptured by, and devised a work mixture that blended the floors and furniture of the office into the workforce. XO Team Blank P was deployed. Sin was executed before hysteria spread outside of the occupational complex. Time of execution, 4 hours, 13 minutes. Kisspatch Type 3 Cat 5, holy heck. Conjured by reclusive shut-in blank, engaging in shipping culture with 2 popular male models. I fear no man, but that thing, it scares me. Subject was actively nurtured by host, worked together during a fashion tour featuring designated soulmates. Crowd reached a lethal frenzy, alerting Heaven's eyes. Casualties measured as blank dead. Analysis of trampled corpses incomplete. XO team was unable to eliminate subject before fusion, resulting XO blank combining with the sin. Team otherwise KIA. Virtue blank was dispatched. Subject executed within minutes. Bruh. Toxic evil, yowie. Less than 0 games, so you have to manifest a cherub twice. This one was also CH012. It's the same one at 3 different parts. Oh my gosh. This still, it could all be one person. It could all be one person. This might be 4 digits. No, it's 3 digits. Okay. That's a lot. What made you realize you were broken? What would you sacrifice to be seen? Who or what will finally make you whole? Palace. The Cherub's Palace. Oh, frick. Oh, guys. Are people going to want me to Hunter's Archive these? Do people want me to Hunter's Archive? Like I stopped Hunter's Archive. I don't think I'm going to Hunter's Archive these. I just realized that. The Cherub's Palace takes the form of a set or stage, a shimmering place made for the longing of the host and the meddling of the cherub. It manifests as the perfect place for a fateful meeting, be it the soft glow of a sunset, a walk in the blossoming garden, or a movie during a perfect moment. In reality, the entrance is normally where the root of the host's obsession began. Here, conversation feels scripted, emotions run high, every moment a perfect coincidence. Spectators, real or conjured, gather here to spectate as if it were a performance, meant to be witnessed and immortalized. It can appear as a picnic date, a moment on stage, a ballroom floor. I actually really like this. I really like this, particularly if you tell the players and they run with it, like, hey, when you enter the palace, everything feels like you're in a meet-cute episode of a slice of life romance. Run with that. Like you as a character can't control that, so run with it. CHO12 made most of the sins in CAIN's entire history. CHO12 is an under heaven sin producing machine. Oh my gosh. Soulmate. A cherub's main desires to bring specific people together in matrimony of its own design. It begins a campaign to forge a bond between 2 or more soulmates. People who the host wants to be close to, resembling people as such, or people the host wants to be close separately. This can include the host, any number of chosen humans, and in some cases, exos, or the cherub itself. Processing. Idea. Manifest. Cherub. Executed. Recruited by CAIN. From Harpodos. Pararomantic. Cherub, where the host is trying to get with the cherub. Cherub gets executed, picked up by CAIN. They become pararomantic. They have this weird obsession with the supernatural. They probably bond with Charity because they a freak like that. Yeah, that's all I got. Do you ever think about who you are all the time? The cherub itself? Self-ship? Why is everyone saying self-shipping? Is that a thing? Okay, question. Is self-shipping your name shipping? I don't know self-shipping. I assume you may ship? Okay, is that what you may shipping is? I keep seeing things for you may ship. I don't know what a you may ship is. Never think about yourself, forget all you know. Alexa, manifest cherub. Execute. Executing manifested cherub. Yes, so a you may ship is a your name self-insert fanfiction. I guess it's less weird than shipping real people. So, okay, let's run this through. You may ship. Self. Fiction. Or real person. Shipping yourself with a real person. No, don't do that. Shipping yourself with a fictional character, sure. I guess that's like the closest you can get, so no harm, no foul. As opposed to shipping two real life people. Which is not cash. In case you didn't know, I don't really have a fanfic background. In case you didn't know, despite being like a writer and despite also being queer, I was never big on fanfic. So I don't really understand the various dynamics here at play. I'm scared. Garden of Sin, let's go. Well, right now we're talking about Yume shipping. Excuse you, Daniel Cartner. Give me your information on Yume shipping or you're not welcome here. Imagine I did that. Imagine every time someone came into stream, I just call them out by name. And I just say like, we're not continuing the stream until you tell me your thoughts on the current subject. And if you don't give me thoughts I agree with, I'm going to ban you. Yume shipping is actually not that big in fanfic, at least last time I checked. It's more so popular on like TikTok with fan accounts. Oh. See, I remember I knew someone who wrote fan fiction. And they would write, like at one point they wrote like 1 million words of fanfic in a summer because they didn't like do any editing. They didn't do any beta reading. They just like, they wrote it first draft, publish it. And apparently folks loved it because they actually had like a little bit of a following. And it was like a self-insert of various properties that they would hyperfixate on. They would write self-insert fanfic and post it for various fandoms they were a part of. But I think what they did is... Oh, I remember. They made it a character. They made a character that was they made a character. However, I remember them telling me that at one point they left in their name. So at one point, like, they're writing this fanfic of like this like self-insert, this like your name, whatever. And instead of writing your name, or instead of writing the character's name, or instead of writing whoever it was in third person, they wrote their own name because apparently that's what they did. I never understood that. I'm gonna be so for real with you. How dare I refer to the stream topic? Daniel. Like sipping me with a clone of myself? What the frick? Consider the following. Yume ship Cherub of Kratos? If we're talking about Yume shipping the second sin in the Garden of... No. Why do you think we're talking about it? Daniel, why do you think we're talking about it? Because Yume shipping was brought up due to the Cherub. A Cherub's main desire is to bring specific people together. Right, and then... Or the Cherub itself. If any soulmate dies, the Cherub sets sight on a new one. The Cherub warps the world around with a narrative gravity well to align with the host's wishes for their chosen soulmate. Everything and everyone becomes a backdrop for the perfect friendship, partnership, or romance. Each time pressure increases, or when two soulmates are together with the Cherub. Interesting. So not just when pressure... I assume pressure increase would be like, there's a narrative beat, right? Like, every pressure increase is a major narrative beat. Like, oh, pressure 1 is that they bump into each other and one of them drops all their papers and they have this perfect communication. And then the one says like, wow, you're beautiful. And like pressure 4 is like one of them lets down their hair and takes off their glasses and now they're super hot. Like that's what I assumed it was going to be. I figured that it was going to be the beats of the romance or the friendship or the archetype of the story that's being played out. Alternatively, I assumed that every time pressure increased, a different pair of soulmates would connect. But that seems like it would get too fast, too quick. Because particularly if it's like, oh, as the host, I want to like ship these two other people. It doesn't make sense that would happen at pressure 1, right? It makes more sense that they would be building up towards that. Each time pressure increases or when two soulmates are together, the world will churn the psychic connection engine. Choose one of these effects to affect the entire investigation area upon pressure increase or soulmate meeting. So until the next time, coincidences and causalities warp reality to make meet cutes. So what I was saying, entire markets and local industries shut down to observe the romance. Humans enter a frenzy and want the same connection as the Cherub. They become matchmakers who will help or act in a way that is ideal for the Cherub script. streets reroute traffic to make meetings impossible, or transit is halted entirely. Weather and time of day permanently change to what would be a perfect backdrop for the soulmates. Oh my god, they have like a fight, and then suddenly it's like an ogre where it's just like it starts pouring rain, and it's just like, hey, I know I said some things I shouldn't have, but that's because I was scared. I feel for you, and I never felt this way before, and I want to just push that away, but I'm ready to confront it now. And they do the dentist system. How's my favorite ADHD VTuber heading to the store, just stopping by to say hey-oh? Yeah, outside with the boombox, exactly. I just went on a tangent. Consider cherub fit perfect enemies. Target becomes more and more a character of themselves, while the cherub becomes more and more irate and hateful. Yee. I don't get to take off glasses and become hot. I look like a naked mole rat without glasses. Meanwhile, I think I look much better with them on. Okay, I said this before. I'm of the opinion, and I think this is like a novelty thing, right? In my experience, people who do not wear glasses look better wearing glasses. People who do wear glasses tend to look better not wearing glasses. And I think that's because if I see, like if I see you and I see you wearing glasses every day, every single day, every single day, every single day, and then one day I see you without glasses, I'm like, oh, that's new. It's interesting. Therefore, I'm more likely to say that's attractive than otherwise. Similarly, if I don't, like, for instance, I don't have glasses, but I think that if someone like drew art of me where I had glasses on, right? I think a lot of people would say how cute that is. I think a lot of people would say how attractive that is because it's different. It's novelty, right? That's my perception. Now, there are certainly people who I think it depends on the glasses and how it matches their face shape. I think there are some people who, when they take off their glasses, it's like, oh, maybe you should put those back on. maybe you should wear your glasses. And then there's other people who, if they don't wear glasses and they put on glasses, you're like, maybe stick to contacts. But I would say that's like a 70-30. I would say that's like an 80-20, where the vast majority of people, the novelty works. I think it's that like 20, maybe 30% of people who it doesn't work because their glasses are either really well fitted to their face, so taking it off kind of removes an aspect, or they're not well fitted to their face, so adding it to their face doesn't work. Arrow with the round lens shade. I mean, okay. Let me try this. Now, this is gonna get kind of funky. So I hope you can forgive me. What did I just add? What the frick? Image. Sunglasses. What? What the frick? What the frick? Do I already have sunglasses? I'm just gonna go, I'm gonna grab this. I'm gonna grab an image. And you tell me how I look wearing sunglasses. Like, does this do anything for you? Is this like the way to go? I feel kind of ridiculous, I ain't gonna front. I feel as though I should like... I don't think this is the play. I'm gonna be so for real with you. I feel like I could look much better if I didn't wear this. But like, hey, maybe I just gotta like, hey, how's it going? Hey. What if I have like sunglasses like on my head? Like, yeah, I'm not wearing them. I'm too cool for them. So, you tell me how that was. Hey, cooler Arrow, where did Arrow go? No. The stream intern early YouTube MLG edit. No, we didn't have any Doritos or Mountain Dew. Where did Arrow go exactly? Perfect cherub matching perfect canine, perfect clapback. That would be kind of crazy. When pressure is 6+, the cherub's cat increases by +1, and all laws of physics are dedicated to joining the soulmates. This extends to gravity, fate, and reality, as the nature of roles to impede the intent are hard no matter what. The next time the soulmates inhabit the same scene as the cherub, they become permanently fused, and the cherub chooses new soulmates to bring together. This can result in fusion with the sin itself. Ah, so that's what happened with CHO12 on the second time. No, never mind. On the third time, my apologies. Before fusion, resulting in XO combining with the sin. I'm gonna be so for real with you. Okay. I have a cherub. I just now learned about psychic phenomena. A group of people who aren't people that have psychic powers come over to slay the cherub. Do I look at that and I just go, wowie zowie, rivals to lovers, yowie? And I'm just like, cherub, I want you to kiss that one. And then like, that's what the soulmates are like, how do you get to a point where one of the XOs is one of the soulmates? That's my question. Cause like XOs being soulmates means that the person has to know about them when they manifest the cherub, or they have to pivot because someone else died. So I guess it could be that they really want their cherub to like smooch someone. And then the person that they're gonna smooch dies. And then the dead smoocher reminded them of the XO. So now the XO is like a replacement? I plan to make an update within 1 to 2 months to fix all the errors and also update a lot of the art. I'm not fully happy. I mean, I've been enjoying the art thus far, I will say. The art, I haven't seen anything issue with. There was like one minor formatting error where a single letter was not bolded, and I like made a big deal of it because it's silly, but overall, I'm very happy with it thus far. Also, for the other things you pointed out, yes, yes, for the hot iron demands is in nest. It's intended to be if you're somehow wedged inside of its shell. That's what I thought. That's what I assumed. A chance meeting with one of the XOs and the XO is just hot. Oh my gosh. Traces. Matchmakers. Matchmakers are humans pulled under the psychic suggestion of a cherub, eager to aid. They are enthralled by the narrative the cherub create. I called it chat. I called it chat. Like straight up. Like, that was not me being silly. That was me actually being... They're enthralled by the narrative the chat creates, and will do anything to make sure the union forms. We formed a union on Discord. This is just you. Do I have to be concerned that if I meet up with Rory, that chat is going to attempt to fuse us together physically? Some may be fully transformed into deific entities resembling the cherub, joining its flock to bind the soulmates at any cost. While the cherub is dealt with, any who are human return to normal, with extreme exhaustion and loose recollection of their mania. So they're sin humans. They're not even just humans. Or I guess like some of them are sins, some of them are humans. We have seized the chains of our oppressors. The host could die and the cherub decides to replace the host with one psychically adept person, one of the XOs. Maybe. Given the image of Kisspatch, it definitely looks like the initial soulmate died. I wouldn't even go that far because I assume like this is the shipper. I assume these are the two shippies. And because like this is a shipping culture with two popular male models. Unable to eliminate subject before fusion, resulting in XO blank combining with the sin, which means that unless both of the models died and one of them replaced with the cherub and one of them replaced with the XO, or actually what it may have been is that it may have been the models got fused and then new choices after pressure 6 was cherub and XO, and then XO and sin fused. Cherubic magics. A matchmaker uses its granted abilities to create a psychic siphon. If successful, they steal one's psyche burst from an XO. Not a fan of that. Because like, yeah, so it's a 1. It's a 1 on the risk die. My concern with that is psyche bursts are how you fight sins. This is not quite the same, but it's similar to a death spiral in that it is harder to fight these things if it takes your psyche bursts, which means by taking your psyche bursts, you have to fight it longer, which means it's more likely to take your psyche bursts, which means it's more likely to take your psyche bursts, which means it's more likely to take your psyche bursts. And it's like that's a death spiral that I'm concerned about. In the same way that old school D&D, most shadow magic and most shadows and shadow dragons drain your levels. Which means if I'm level 10 and I'm fighting a shadow dragon, it breathes its shadow breath on me. I lose experience and I become level 8. Now, I'm having a harder time killing the shadow dragon, which means the shadow dragon has more opportunities to breathe another shadow breath on me, which makes me even weaker, which means I'm even less likely to kill it, which means it has more opportunities. That's what I'm seeing here. It's not nearly as permanent as something like XP or advancement, but I do think that stealing a psyche burst from an XO on a risk die is a bit much. Also, I don't know if it was seen, but to clear it up, all of the art and rules for the cherub was done by my friend PlaySpace, who was accredited in the first page. I missed that. Awesome. The cherub just wants to keep adding one more person to the literally fused polykill. Oh my gosh. Arrow, you are the host and the artist is in the chat are the cherub drawing toxic Yuri het yaoi. Listen, I'm not at the point where I can like mobilize my audience to be like, chat, draw Yuri of this woman. Chat, make yaoi of this man. And obviously I wouldn't want to do that, right? Because I don't want to like be the sort of person that like weaponizes my audience in any particular way. However, I think it would be very funny to be like, chat, draw me toxic Yuri of this. And then like I just get like 3 people going like, yes, boss, you got it, boss, of course, boss. And then just like send me Yuri like 24 hours later. And I'm like, good. A stranger cultivates an audience is so pathetic that they become the cherub for the chat. Okay, new idea. Because of the chat's multitudinous nature, the narrative they have for their cherub is constantly shifting and changing. Nope, it's just Arrow again. You know what? This is cyberbullying. You sure, Arrow? You sure you're not at that level? Try it. Okay, let me try it. This is a call to Arrow Kissers. Draw cute and or hot art of me wearing glasses. That is the probe I'm sending out into the atmosphere, through the stratosphere, into the galaxy to map the stars of artists. Get me art of me in glasses. And like have it be one of those things where like the point of the art is demonstrating the difference in attractiveness of wearing glasses, not wearing glasses. Boss, I don't have very good glasses experience. Well, what matters is that you're trying. It's effort. But yeah, like if someone wants to draw something like that, drop it on the Discord. If you have someone in mind you want to draw it, mention it to them on the Discord. But yeah, just it's something where if you want to do like I don't like asking for art. I feel very uncomfortable asking for art. I feel like that's kind of like begging. I feel like that's kind of like pressuring you to make stuff as opposed to just letting you do it normally. But if you want, I can be more active about saying, draw this. I would like it if people draw this, make fan art of this. Like I could call out stuff that I have suggestions for and like allow whoever takes it up to do it. I don't know what power I hold. We did have people who like, I had multiple drawings of me eating crayons in response to a joke about that. So panorama. Can only use it on a 1, target an XO, and it can fly to their aid. You know what I'm going to say. Everyone, minor spelling error. Laugh at this user. Aid has 1 extra space next to it. How dare you, Snarf? How dare you not take every single minor spelling error, every minor formatting error, every extra space bar, or misbolded letter, and fix it before release? Dies forever. Okay, 66. Ask questions. Are you satisfied with yourself as you are? Does who you care for most care about you? Is anyone here truly worth your time? I like these. Then roll the dice. And holy heck, this is marriage all over again, which again, makes sense. The XO and any aiding them take 1 stress. The targeted XO must answer the question, who among your allies do you understand the lead? Snarf, you can't keep doing this. You can't keep getting away with this. Wait, that's not what I wanted. Whoops. Allies has a space bar. Snarf, I'm raking you over the coals on this one. Like, this is literally unplayable. No one should buy this. Spacebar sitting soon? Yeah. So, who among your allies do you understand the least? This can be from negativity or lack of knowledge. If the answer is nobody or myself, the cherub is disappointed with the answer and snaps their fingers, turning the XO partially to marble. The XO takes 1d3 plus 1 sin and delicate actions are hard. If the answer is another ally, they fire a mysterious arrow through both targets. entangling them in an attempt to understand each other. Their psyches pulled and the two extras switch bodies entirely. Huh? I can't say I was expecting that. Switch character sheets with the chosen player. You retain full faculties, memories, and knowledge of yourself while inside their body. Upon rest, the switch exorcists can return to their bodies. Actions taken during the switch still count towards experience for XOs. That confuses me a little bit. Void, you have Sorcerer. Glung, you have Beast. You swap character sheets. Void, as a character, now has the character sheet, or Void as a player now has the character sheet of Glung. Void as a player now has the Beast agenda. Void as a player takes actions using Glung's character to be violent. Who gets the XP? Because during the switch still count towards XP for exorcists. I don't know who would get it though, because would it be Void because they using the other agenda got experience for themselves, or they using the other agenda got experience for the character sheet of the agenda? So like if I control your character and I follow your agenda, do I get you experience or do I get experience from me? The switch can return its option. I think that'd be really interesting if you don't go back. Arrow exploded from cringe. Sometimes they just explode, and that's okay. I assume the XP is tied to the players, not the sheet. Yeah, so the fact it's clarified makes me think it is tied to the player. If a 1 comes up while swapped, neither XO can aid each other due to disorientation of looking at themselves. If 2 or more 1s come up, when the XOs return to their bodies, psyche usage becomes hard for the rest of the hunt, as they're no longer accustomed to their own sin seeds. That's so cool! When returning to their bodies, each takes a bullet, right? Because like marriage or entwine or whatever. I think it's marriage does that. Wait, that's such a... I was like, why does psyche get affected? Because of their sin seeds. That's so cool. I will clear that it's meant to be tied to the player, yes. See, this is what's so nice about having Dev in chat. I can ask questions, and then, like, the cherub in chat can answer me. Afflictions. Stage fright. Your skin radiates heat, and you blush intensely whenever observed. Oh, so it's just... Actually, I was going to say just like me for real. My skin possesses no warmth, as I produce no heat. I am an ice cube of a person. I'm an ice sculpture. I am simply a block of marble that is left in an underground basement that crawls forth from my cave into my streaming setup. I talk to you ad nauseum for 6 to 10 hours per day, and then I return back to my cave and go back to longing for seeing the sun despite it being only a hair's breadth away. So unfortunately, I do not have stage fright. Also, Snarf, feel free to DM me, because you're on the Discord server. If you want to DM me about stuff that's on the game or that's on the book that is relevant to stream, or like I missed something, or you want to inform me of something, feel free to let me know. That's totally chill. I feel like you should keep your agenda when swapping though, since that's your personality. Yeah, but also I do like the idea of a full character sheet swap. Oh, other XOs don't give you stage fright at least? Well, being watched by a human is hard. If multiple people watch, it's also risky. Lovesick, choose another XO. Whenever that XO splits from you or acts without your teamwork or setup, take 1 non-lethal stress. We love codependence. We love codependence. Your powers that target allies have +1 cat to a maximum of cat 7. Any powers that Thank you for adding to a maximum of cat 7. Like, I'm gonna be so for real. I have not experienced this in my game because I did not have a player who was an Ardence user. I'm kind of tired of how focused on cat maxing the game is. Not because it's like a serious issue, but because it's just kind of rote. It's like, okay, yeah, if you inner furnace and you like have someone who's a well of like font of power, and you also like do this other thing from this homebrew supplement, you can get like +7 cat and like go up to like cat 12 if you're cat 5. Sure, that's cool, but also everything in the game is like pointed towards cat 7 being the maximum. And so while yes, you can mechanically get up to cat like 12, I do feel, and I personally rule, that cat 7 is the max. I don't think it's the max for everything. I think that a sin could theoretically be like cat 8, but I do think player side, cat 7 is just there. So if you are cat 5 and have cat +2, you can go up to cat 7. I think from what I remember, it's kind of, I mean, it is kind of both. Wait, I can DM you about stuff relevant to stream? No, Rory, you're not allowed to. Any powers that target self or an enemy or cat -2 to a minimum of cat 1. This does not change effectiveness against sins. So cat -2 does not change effectiveness. If I am cat 3 and I'm fighting a cat 4 sin, I do a thing that affects a sin. My cat is now considered effectively cat 1. That is 3 or less than a cat 4 sin. It should be ineffective. This is saying I can still do that. It's just that when I do that, my cat is 1. So if I roll psyche, I only roll 1 die. If I have anything that's like cat size, I only do cat size 1 instead of cat size 3. Okay. Guess I'll keep all these Persona 5 play-by-plays to myself. Oh, no. I didn't say that. Trickster! Oh my gosh, the Trickster! We're talking about Persona 5. Your easy pickings for the Cherub's thieveries. Whenever you take out an item, roll 1d6. On a 3 or lower, the Cherub steals 1 KP from you. Antisocial Club. Okay, does anyone know what the Antisocial Social Club is? I remember seeing that a bunch a couple years ago, and I have no idea what it is. All I know is that it's like by people who were like came from money, had like merch of like the Antisocial Social Club, and I know nothing about it. I think past cat 8, you start getting world destroyers. I mean, it depends on where you like your power scaling, right? Like the growth of sins is exponential. Cat 2 is much stronger than cat 1, but cat 3 is even more strong than cat 2 was of cat 1. So like it grows and grows and grows. It's not step up. They do not grow linearly. I think it's reasonable that a cat 7 could take out the world. Assuming there was no CAIN, right? Assuming there was no virtues, assuming there was no like XOs, a cat 7 could probably take on the entire world. I think a cat 8 could reasonably take on multiple virtues. And I think a cat 9 would probably be able to like take on all of the virtues. Just by scaling, right? Hopeless Romantic. Let your obsession control you. Domains. Come on, come all. Snarf, you can't keep doing this to me. Come one, come all, or come on, come all? Or am I misreading this? Is it supposed to be come on, come all? No, it's not. I hope you don't actually feel bad. I hope you don't as someone that has made a TTRPG, as someone that has made CAIN Homebrew, as someone that has made the stuff, I have more mistakes than this, and they are more egregious. As a tension move, come one, come all, my dearest friends. As a tension move, the cherub can make its work lighter with many hands, splitting itself into multiple cells or fragments. A swarm of cherub fragments splits off to misdirect the XOs. They douse the XOs in a vicious mockery and jest, and make it nearly impossible to focus, so you are just chat. This is just chat. Chat viciously mocks and jests, mostly one another, and makes it nearly impossible for me to focus. Now, that may be my unmedicated ADHD, but I'm going to blame you, and I'm going to bring down righteous fury and judgment upon ye. Just me, I barely had time for an editing pass because I gave myself a set release date. That's what 1.1 will be for. You're so valid for that. Like, if you don't give yourself a deadline, you will just constantly find more stuff. There will always be more stuff. And I'm of the opinion that particularly for like a 1.0, particularly for a playtest, particularly for something that is not intended to be like, oh, pay me $40 for this, for what is the final product. Early access, so to speak. Minor spelling errors, no one cares. Like if someone genuinely is like, unplayable, I can't play this. It says come on, come all, instead of come one, come all. Like you don't want them playing your system anyway, because they're a loser. Until they are removed, the fragments make all investigative or social actions hard. In conflict scenes, set a cat/complication talisman. Whenever an XO attempts to harm the cherub, the admin rolls 1d6. On a 3 or lower, any successes are entirely negated, and a fragment is hit instead. Clearing the talisman permanently dispels the effect from the cherub, but attempting to slash it rolls 2 risk dice, taking it lower. Cat slash complication. Cat 3 slashes. If the complication is still active, 1d6 on a 3 or lower, it goes to that instead. So if I attack the cherub, roll a 3 or lower, I get 3 successes. It's cat 3. Do my 3 successes go towards the complication, instantly solving it? And if it does, do I then also roll 2 risk die as it was redirected? As a GM, as an admin, I would say no. I would say it gets redirected, but because I was not targeting the distraction, the fragments, I do not roll the 2 risk dice. It will always stay pay what you want, as every CAIN bro has. CAIN Homebrew has. Yeah, I was actually talking with Svelte about this, and Svelte's just like, I think I may have started a trend, because very early on, Svelte made Harpo DOS, pay what you want. And then, I can't remember who, someone approached them and was just like, hey, like asking for advice on making CAIN Homebrew, like what did you price yours as, and like that kind of stuff. And Svelte was like, I made it pay what you want. And so there's this kind of like organic culture that it grew, where most of CAIN is pay what you want, which is why I'm so happy to hop in and just do like read-throughs of these things, because if people can get it for free, I'm not replacing your work, right? I don't want to have a paid product that I read through, and then instead of buying the thing and supporting the creator, you just watch the Arrow Writes video and then you get all of the content for free. But if it's pay what you want, I can do that. I can direct you to it. I can direct them to it. And then the hope is that some people will be like, hey, I'm gonna give you $5. I'm gonna give you $10. I'm gonna pay $15 for this. That's the goal. On sacred wings we fly. The cherub can grant its locomotion to everyone for the purposes of creating a chaotic storm to make way for the union of its soulmates. It may use the following threats or complications. Cause any number of people to fly into the air, falling at a lethal height at the whim of the cherub. Pull every object of cat +1 size off the ground and cause them to rain on the entire scene. Forcibly change gravity to pull or repel any number of people or XOs, keeping them stuck. Force any number of humans or XOs to rapidly orbit around a central human, XO or object. Hey, baby girl, you're my universe. And then everyone like floats up and just starts floating around them, orbiting around them, like celestial bodies. And then the person is just like, what the frick is going on? And the cherub's like, no, it's so romantic. Just keep going, ignore them. As a tension move, the cherub can fully inhibit any roll related to movement in a space, psychic or otherwise. This may only happen once per mission. My orbit exceeds yours. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, it's because you got that mass. I love watching Arrow Writes videos and not paying. Arrow pays in exposure. Listen. I only pay in exposure those that already are willing to do it for free. I really should buy CAIN so I can get these streams more. One sec, I gotta add to my cart after I finish my PBJ. Nice, PB&J. Be made perfect, ugly thing. This is my DMs with Rory, actually. Like, we just call each other be made perfect, ugly thing. The cherub pushes the host to transform in all ways, cosmetic, behavioral, and ethical. The soulmate will expect nothing less than perfection after all. The cherub forcibly changes the host and or soulmates over time, and attempting to find or track them down becomes more difficult. The true nature of a host or soulmate will become obfuscated in memory or the public eye, but will be retained in documents or written down information. This may change how people who knew them remember them, or create lies or fallacies for investigating the hosts or soulmates. Dispelling this effect for a scene requires specific investigation to tell if humans are giving false information. This can be dispelled in its entirety if the cherub is able to be forced back to its palace at any point. Huh. I really like this. Why? It is a strictly investigative domain. So many domains are only combat oriented. I did this a little bit. When I did distortions, I did a little bit of focus on that, but that's also because that's like a mini boss you're intended to fight explicitly. CAIN is an investigative game. It's not just a combat oriented game. It's like 60% investigation, like 30% combat and then 10% being depressed. Like just crying in the shower and like everyone just being like, oh, that session. Like that's your average CAIN session. So I like that this is a strictly investigative one. The only thing I'll change is a lot of domains do this. The cherub gets event X. X can do blah, 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 blah. And then also as a tension move, it can do Y. This may only happen once per mission. What I would recommend personally, remove this from here, because this is already a fun enough ability, right? This is already something where I look at this and I'm like, yeah, I could run a cherub with On Sacred Wings We Fly. I would add a once per mission tiny little thing to be made perfect ugly thing. And I would say once per mission, the cherub can attempt to alter a exorcist on a risk roll of a 1 if they do like change their like remove one of their bulleted agenda items and replace it with a different one, like that kind of thing, right? So that's just one thing to like screw with the players, as opposed to just this, which is a very background thing. I like this, although I would add in like a once per mission thing. Through love's bloom, life anew. The cherub's psyche is overflowing and luminous, creating new life born at the want to be bonded and joined with one another. At the start of the hunt, create a putti, a crystallization at will based on features of 2 exos in the party. It is allied to them and treats them with the affection as a baby would. It cannot be destroyed and is always being on their person if they attempt to abandon it. If the 2 exorcists are split up, the putti, or I guess putty, because if it's like putty keeping them together, will move with one and be upset until it is in the same room as both of them. The putti is perceptible to humans like a doll, plush, or toy. It is always adorable or appealing to mundane humans. Gain or grant plus 1d to use this effect once, and this trait can always potentially change the parameter of a roll when utilizing it. Twice a hunt, the admin may declare, "The putti must be fed." It will cry incessantly, alerting everyone in the scene, mundane or supernatural. This can make situations instantly risky or start conflicts. Both exos must feed it a psyche burst. Gee! To prevent this, or both suffer 3 irreducible stress from the crying, and whatever consequences follow after. Personally, I would say the exos must feed it a collective 2 psyche bursts. Because then, if one of them is fully tapped, the other one can like, all right, hey, like, mom, it's your night, you gotta do it, fine, I'll do it, and like gives 2 psyche bursts kind of deal. Hey, I ship you, have a baby. Yeah, basically. Saying this next time you stream over 8 hours, the arrow must be fed. I'll have you know, I actually ate food before stream today because I woke up early. If you knew me, you'd love me. The cherub knows any perfect romance, meeting, or connection thrives on drama, and they have the perfect addition to ensure it. The cherub has access to a more dangerous trace, the Casanova. They may appear in any scene the soulmate is present in. The Casanova attempts to woo the soulmate and sweep them off their feet. Casanovas can disguise themselves as part of the investigation area and appear as human to other mundane humans. Execution Talisman 2+. Cat has a shifty, ephemeral, dreamlike form and body, always roguish, schmarmy, and devilish. They often look familiar to an exo. When harmed, deals 1 non-lethal stress to a random exo in the scene. Wait, happy accidents? It's not even that they're fighting you. It's literally that like they dodge out of the way and it just so happens that you stumble into them and like they catch you and they like dip you down and they're like, oh, how sweet. And like the psychic strain deals damage to you. Create a complication or threat, dashing escape. The Casanova clears the way for their date with their soulmate and attempts to steal them away in a huge, flashy event. Nearby humans are whipped into a crowd of hysteria. Which can hurt all exos for 2 stress. The ties that bind us. The cherub is able to make the ties that people have manifest in physical reality and use them like puppets. As a tension move, the cherub inflicts the special affliction Heartstrung. Red psychic strings connect you to the rest of your allies. There's always at least 3 strings. These strings can be targeted as threats and broken to deal 1d3 stress to afflicted XO. XOs attached to a string cannot stop a threat made towards it. If all of the strings are broken... What? This is just a wording thing. If all of the strings are broken in a scene, The afflicted exo suffers instant death due to pure loneliness. Oh my goodness gracious. I mean, like the red string of fate tagging people together. I love that. I like the tie into like the astral projection, snipping the cord that ties you there in your astral form. Yeah. I mean, listen, I'm not gonna harp on it because like I feel like the joke ran its course, so I'm not gonna continue harping on it. But I will point them out when I see them. I run away, but I'm afflicted with the thickness. No! Down with the thickness. Ooh, Gosh, I did it earlier. Me when Arrow doesn't answer call. Rory, have you ever called me and I did not instantly pick up and or tell you I'm busy, I can't pick up, I'll call you later? I don't think there's been a single time you have called me at 4 a.m. Let alone called me at 4 a.m. and I didn't pick up. I'll definitely be watching this for corrections when I decide I have the energy to pick this book back up again. So now, you take care of yourself. I don't know if people are actually doing it. It was brought up in my community that you have a Google form that can be sent in. So instead of having to watch, which is probably going to be like a 4 or 5 hour VOD on repeat trying to find all the edits, feel free to just wait on that. Take care of yourself. Mentally shift to something else first, because the best editing you're going to have is when you are mentally refreshed and you focused on something else in the meantime. But it doesn't match my narrative. Yes, Rory, and that's why you're being the cherub right now. You're trying to set us up. One true romantic declaration. As a tension move, any chosen XO begins to see glimpses of a romance, alliance, friendship with their role model, love interest, someone dear to them. This can be people they know, people in the investigation area, even people have passed or are long gone. The fantasy places them inside another setting, be it a coffee shop AU, a locker room AU, or a candlelit dinner AU. This is an isolation, as they are swept away by the cherub's magic. If the XO engages in the fantasy, they are enraptured by the idyllic scenario and are healed for 1d3 plus 1 stress, but take 1d3 sin. If the XO refuses the fantasy, they attempt to regain their clarity, gaining plus 1d on their next action. However, they still long for connection and they lose a psyche burst. When in conflict with the cherub, it may invoke this to also steal a turn from an XO once. Stealing a turn is odd, I like that. I don't know how that would work though. I assume stealing a turn is you don't get an action but I still get to roll risk, right? X-Men evaluation, the high school AU, let's go! Chiming in as the co-writer and artist who made Cherub for Guardian. Really happy to see you reviewing this as someone who already watches your content. Hope you're liking the book. I am loving it, Place. Thank you so much for making all of this. I really enjoy it. I'm really digging it. And like already I've decided that the Cherub is chat. So already we have a sin that is the nest. We are just making it Everest. Like just Mount Everest. And the Cherub we've decided is just chat. I assume we're going to continue this trend and make more sins of the other ones. But for now, till death do us part. At the beginning of a hunt, or as a tension move, the Cherub may bring back the dead to create a ghostly soulmate. This is either a facsimile or a true representation of the dead, its nature being determined by the knowledge or memories of those who know the departed. There are 3 stages of recollection. Facsimile, a weak form based off tertiary knowledge of the target, someone known in passing or only observed. Haunt, a more fully fleshed form based on secondary knowledge of the target, built from accounts, friends, family. Return, a near perfect representation of the dead from the moment they passed, reserved for first-hand memories, including the viewing of their death. This may be used to complicate the investigation of the hunt. However, the Cherub may use this in devilish ways, including on deceased XOs that are deemed to be worthy soulmates. If engaged in conflict, the facsimile has the same stats as a matchmaker, ruled as a sin. I really like that. I like that. Like that's not one that I really have anything to change. The only thing I would say is facsimile, haunt, and returned can't change. So I don't know if they're stages, maybe levels. If the Cherub or the host saw someone die firsthand, can return them. But if they didn't do that and only have heard about them, it would be a haunt. Or if they've read a book about them and they're like a historical figure, it'd be a facsimile. I like it. I dig it. X-Men Evolution. I assumed it was just like a test that they were taking, like evaluation. It's like a high school AU. the mule. Well, tag yourself. Which one are you? I know you're in this image somewhere. I think that at least one person has to be the one up here. Mule time. The mule. They're pugilistic and aggressive sins, giving off a persistent aura of anger that spreads to all those around it. A mule can often be born from almost any small circumstance. Due to their formation taking place over a prolonged period of bubbling anger, mule are significantly more likely to manifest off the backs of minor inconveniences, at least compared to their counterparts. Mules commonly manifest in people trapped in long-lasting broken relationships, people stuck in a mundane cycle of small but piling inconveniences, those who have long seen someone living their ideal life. Resentment. Mules are usually large and animalistic, imposing forms that stand out in the middle of a crowd. They are quite muscular, with rippling anatomies that of bodybuilders, often decorated in banners and other declarations of war. They constantly spread an aura of anger that puts nearby mundane beings in an amplified fight or flight response. The longer a mule lives, the larger the persistent fight around it will grow. So this is actually just me. This is my chat. Like, this is just you in Twitch. If you don't know, in Twitch chat, we have a redeem where you can shoot each other, and people love it. People love just braining each other, and I don't know why, but like I rock it. You're the one being in the air. You're the one getting your jaw knocked off. You're the guy that's impaled. Dibs, you're the mule. Okay, you're the mule. Mules aimlessly move about the investigation area, fighting anything and everything they can. While not necessarily mindless, their minds are driven by the simple goal to constantly fight or destroy anything in their way. This indiscriminate anger spreads to those around it, turning a mule's mob into a melting pot of angry muscle. While this is the case, whenever a mule comes across a previous target of the host's ire, it will do anything in its power to bring extra punishment towards it. Still, mules rarely ever have an affinity or care for their host, more often treating them as just another body in the crowd. Okay. And someone's over on Twitch right now. A mule.
Yummers.
That's a mule that's yummers. A mule that's like a heavy metal band. That like they just constantly. Ooh, oh, sorry. I thought this had like 6 fingers for a second. I was gonna be like, that's so weird. A mule that is a heavy metal band that has been screwed over by their studio. But like, they don't want revenge. They're just kind of pissed. And they all hate each other at this point. They've been playing for like 10 years and they never got like mainstream success. They've always been like a B-list, C-list band and they just hate each other. And so they form a collective, communal, Type 2 mule, where they're all physically bound together, all playing their instruments, and they have this giant, like, heavy metal rock concert that when you hear their music, it just boils your blood, and you just feel the need to tear down society, institutions, the people around you, power structures, and, like, very quickly that devolves into punching the person next to you. Griefworm vibes? I was thinking Griefworm. I literally, like, I was like, wait a second. This kind of fits Griefworm. Mule Talica? Okay, that's good. Call it the mosh pit. That's good. Go. Just gotta lower the rent a bit. Opens my window. Bang, 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 bang. The Rage Cage. The Revolution. Infernal Circus. Okay, I'm gonna be so real with you. These are just like wrestling event names. Like I can't take them seriously, and that's exactly what I need from this. Like what is this guy doing? Are you telling me they hit in the stanky leg, and I'm supposed to be intimidated by this? That's the noise it makes. The Rage Cage manifested sometime after blank supplanted host blank as premier headliner for the Wrestling Channel. Subject MO3 managed to reach the blank zoo on foot, leading to the escape of 3 African elephants, 2 Bengal tigers, and a partridge in a pear tree, alongside 6 silverback gorillas. Blank level reprogramming required. An order for a higher dosage tranquilizer sent to Temerity. You're going in the Rage Cage. Like some kind of Fight Club. WWE is just one big mule. Well, yeah, with Chris McMahon there, like, geez. 1XO versus 6 silverback gorilla. The silverback gorilla is easy. Listen, your average man, your average, like, real life human man, at least American man, believes that he can take on a bear in a fist fight. That sort of hubristic overconfidence that the gods would strike down once was relegated to Greek heroes. It is now manifest across multitudes of men. And the masses may not understand the malice that is wrought upon them. Exos are more than a mere mortal man. Many, mayhaps, may bring with them the fury of the divine. Counter-argument, 6 silverback gorillas. Bears don't have fists? Well, yeah, they'd lose the fist fight and they'd win the mauling. In a boxing match, a regular dude could definitely win against a bear posthumously. Yeah, because the bear gets disqualified. Bonesaw is ready. 100 XOs versus 1 perfected mule. Who do you think would win? Like, actual answer depends on the cat. Actual answer depends on the cat. That's a lot of gorillas. Who would win? 1,000 XOs versus the moon. I don't know. That's a lot of XOs. Notable subject MO18 manifested by. So, I just want to make something clear right now. This says MO3. This says MO18. Snarf, I don't know if you're still here. This seems appears to be another, like, editing error. This doesn't say CHO12. I don't know, like, what the issue is. I don't know, like, if you just, like, fell asleep at the keyboard, but, like, you seem to have, like, gotten, like, the nomenclature wrong. Like CHO12 manifested every single sin. So I don't know why they're called MO3, MO18. So, like, you might want to fix that. Like, might want to add that to the Google Doc. CHO12 is the only one. Yeah, so. Subject quickly spread anarchic ideas across a greater population of the blank. Manifested subject N26 in response to their bodyguards joining the brawl. N26 was quickly overwhelmed by M18. Oh, it spawned a nest. By M18, scaled and executed before XOs could arrive. Holy shoot. 3 government buildings destroyed, including CAIN facility blank. 295 post-execution casualties recorded. That's hilarious. Oh, is this the nest? Is this it climbing the nest? Meow, I'm climbing your nest. Meow. CHO12 is John Sin. Type 2 Cat 3 manifest. Host unknown. Manifest happened within the blank mega cathedral. Mob took form as crowd of burning humans performing ritualistic torture methods upon each other. Temerity records note similarities in activity to blank. Breaching the mob required multiple exorcist teams, including Blackcoats blank, with 3 recorded casualties. Time to execution 2 days, 5 hours, 18 minutes. Gee. What has been slowly making your blood boil? However small it may be, what was the straw that broke you? Why can't you just move on? What if a mule and hive fell in love? I don't know what a hive is. Do you mean a nest? Because if a nest and a mule fell in love because a cherub set them up, I think we're cooking. I think that what we're cooking is slop, but I think we're cooking. A mule's palace is most likely to form within the exact spot it had its most recent grievance. Due to this, most mule palaces do not have a consistent tie between them, but are generally within a public place such as a supermarket, job building, or highway. Parts of the mob continually spill in and out of the palace, while the mule is nearby, like waves of anger. The mule is a boiling ball of resentment and lasting anger, blaming anyone for the miserable life it's lived. At the start of the hunt, the mule will cast the first stone towards someone who's been making it miserable and blame the aggression on another. Hey, idiot! Bonk! Throws a rock at you. Hey, Trey! Isn't it crazy that Mello just threw that rock at you and Trey just goes, oh, you! And just you start fighting? That's really funny. Because I'm imagining like this like 3-story tall centaur being with like lizard scales across it and many chomping like horse mouths sticking out from it. Its head is on fire as spikes protrude from a skeletal maw, and it just picks up a little rock and like think, it bonks you on the back of the head and is like, hey, that guy called you stupid. Subtly boosting the rage within those around it, the mule causes a senseless brawl over something small, such as a bar fight, a feuding pack of animals, or a domestic dispute. Any mundane being observing the brawl will feel a burning rage in their heart and will be compelled to join in until a mob is formed. If not in its palace, the mule will also be at the center of the fray, locked in combat with the army of not near unkillable creatures. Oh. Also, I have a question. I don't know if Snarf is still here. If you are here, do you happen to be a fan of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? And does this happen to be a reference to Survivor? Because this is my first thought, and the Infernal Circus, like up on the mountain, like made me think of it. Although I don't know if this is a Survivor reference, but it makes me think Survivor. Which, for those of you who don't know, in JoJo's, there is a special ability called Survivor. And its whole thing is that it just radiates this wave of violence, and it allows you to see the weak points and the strong points on your opponent. So if I'm fighting you and you have Survivor, both of us have have increased pain tolerance. Both of us can see the weak points on each other. Both of us can see the strong points on each other, and we just start going at it. We are like punching each other so hard that our knuckles are breaking. We are like trying to knee each other in the ribs, and your shattered rib cage you are using to stab me. Like that's what Survivor does. Survivor best stand mentioned. I mean, okay. No, you're wrong. Not only does Dio say it's the weakest stand, it's also just not a very interesting fight, because the whole maximum security ward has the 4 stand users. It has Earth, Wind, Fire, Planet Waves got renamed. It has Planet Waves, it has Survivor, it has Yo-Yo Ma, and it has, I think it's Dragon's Dream. I would say of the 4 of them, the fact that Survivor was mixed with Planet Waves was really interesting. The strongest stand, my dad works at Araki. Ah, yeah, of course. He told me so, yeah. Did he also tell you that Rohan Kishibe was his favorite character? Trey, sticks and stones, but bears may break my bones. Which sin is this one? We're talking about the mule. And for anyone who has joined recently, in the pinned comment, that is the link to this homebrew supplement. It is pay what you want, so you can check it out. You can follow with me. We are currently going through page by page, and we have gone 2.5 hours, and we are at page 15 of 47. Gugh. The Notorious B.I.G. is right there, shaking my head. Okay. Notorious B.I.G. I like for 2 reasons. One, it's different, it's unique, and the way it is overcome is not by just punching it really hard. And 2, I like Notorious B.I.G. as like an artist. Like that is a situation where like the fact that I respect and have listened to like Biggie Smalls makes me like the stand named after him more, which is not always the case, but sometimes. B.I.G. is cool, but also like a really bad stand to have. Yeah, the fact that it only activates after death is the weird bit. You'd assume that it would like you could activate it beforehand. I said this would happen. Biggie or Tupac? I have not listened to much, if any, of Tupac, so I'm not going to disrespect Tupac like that, but I will say that I have listened to B.I.G., so I have like a frame of reference and appreciate the music of Notorious B.I.G. Me waiting to see more of part 7 so I can find out the secret of the balls. You just meet cool stand users and can't do nonsense about it. I mean, like, It's interesting, if nothing else. Dude, I live in Cali. Yeah? I moved here like a year ago. I'm from the East Coast. It makes more sense that I listen to New York City classic hip hop and rap than LA classic hip hop and rap. That's a coast apart. Like, I'm more inclined to listen to the Wu-Tang Clan than I am to listen to like Snoop Dogg, right? I can appreciate both. But like, if I'm going to like listen to classic hip hop, classic rap, like my preference is for my local scene, right? It has like one big mule if you think about it. So is Florida. Listen, the whole US at this point, it's one giant mule. The mule's already working. We're all just arguing about like stands and music or whatever. I like that BIG stand user just named Meat. Yeah. You prefer Biggie? See? Like, I'm not going to disrespect Tupac by saying I prefer Biggie to him because I haven't listened to Tupac, right? Like, I don't have a frame of reference. I'm not going to say I prefer it. But I do really enjoy Notorious B.I.G.'s music. And then, like, Wu-Tang Clan is another one that is, like, unrelated or same field, like, same industry, but, like, same area. Because unless I'm mistaken, Notorious B.I.G. was New York City, right? I'm not making that up. This is my friend Spaghetto, and he can spawn cards made out of malaria. What the frick? Each time pressure increases, the mule may begin to move the mob towards a new location, picking up more brawlers along with it. Upon arriving at the location, the mob grows, both in physical capability and in sheer size. While not going out of their way to do so, when the mob comes across a target of the mule's ire, be that a person, a group of people, building, they will instead turn their rage towards the target, either incorporating it into the mob or relentlessly pummeling it into a broken mess. The mob may choose to move without its mob, but the mob cannot move independently. If pressure is 6+, the mule's cat increases by 1, and the physical capabilities of everything within the mob hit apex level, with their attacks reaching the ability to punch through solid steel. After the mule has been executed, everything within the mob will slowly lose their aggression before falling incapacitated from the damage to their bodies. Brawlers, beings that are nearly impossible to kill, their rage keeps them going long after their body will have given out, and when defeated, they instead will be knocked out unconscious for about half an hour. Gee. 2, 4, 8, 12, grows to horde at pressure 3+ and an army at 5+. Jeez. Oh, geez, Rick. Consists of a massive group that only moves when the mob moves as part of the mob. Exorcists will only encounter solo brawlers outside of the mob. Gets back up after a non-combat scene is passed, fully clearing their execution talent. Jeez. That's so cool. That's so cool. Complications, crowd. The mob surrounds the exos individually, cutting them off from each other until the complication is dealt with. Exos cannot set up teamwork or defend. Yeah, makes sense. Honestly, wanna know what I do? And this is just how my brain works. I would reduce the stress on all of these to like blanketly, like it never deals more than 2 stress. However, on a 4-up, 2 stress to 1 exo. On a 2 or 3, 2 stress to 2 exos. On a 1, 2 stress to every exo, right? So it's the idea that like, it doesn't matter if you're not on your turn or not. You are being pummeled, right? I think that would be really interesting. So it's like a really, or like maybe on a 4-up, it's like 1 stress to 1 exo. And then 2 or 3 is 1 stress to every exo. And then on a 1, it's 2 stress to every exo. But the idea of like, it doesn't matter if you're not taking actions, you are taking damage. Just because like, or maybe only like a horde or a crowd can do that, right? Maybe only if it's in the same scene as the mule. Or maybe you just go 4-up is 1, 2 to 3 is 2, 1 is 3, and then it has a special feature that says, while in the same scene as a mule, it affects every single XO. Oh, the Avatar of Violence has spawned, which best way to deal with it is avoid fighting them. That's so fun. Yeah. Noting that down. Thank you, Snarf. I appreciate that my ideas are not trash enough to be discarded. So target 1, targeting XO, and he can fly to their aid, roll 66. Answer yes. Are you standing away from the mule, from the mob? Yes. Can you muster the courage to take on an army? Yes. Are you content with your allies' decisions? Yeah. I like these questions. I like these. Okay. Please tell me. Please tell me. What is it called? Thrash? Please tell me it's just mods, kill that man. Mob, kill that man. They take 1 stress for every die rolled. The mule then directs the mob to surround the exo, surrounding and beating senselessly. Bleeding and bruising all over their body. Roll on the bruise table for the rest of the hunt. Take 1 stress for every action that requires that part of the body. Mob, kill that man. And then they jump him. For every 1 that comes up, roll for another bruise on the table, adding another 1 for each additional bruised body part. If 2 or more 1s come up, actions using bruise become hard. While these bruises may fade, they never fully disappear, leaving a permanent dark mark where they once were. That's hilarious. That is so funny to me. Yeah, and like, are you standing away from the mob? So like, if the mob is already around you, you gotta get out. Like, mob, crush the skull. Mob, thrash that thing with hammers. Eat the rich. You cannot give setup or teamwork to an ally with more saved script than you. Ooh. Ooh. I like that. I like that. Burning bodies. You're drawn to fires like moth to a flame. While in the same scene as a fire, always roll -1d. You may set yourself up. You may set yourself on fire to suppress this. Literally, my only change to this. You always roll -1d unless you are trying to set yourself on fire. Because I feel like the idea of like, if I'm like bull rushing through the mob to set myself on fire, that'd be very funny. Ashes to ashes. A thick, inky smoke descends over your eyes. Seeing past short range is normally impossible. Safety numbers. Actions to hide within a crowd are never hard, but hiding makes all rolls to cause harm impossible. Hiding in a crowd is never hard, but hiding makes all rolls to cause harm impossible. So you can hide in the mob, but you can't harm the mob. Interesting. Mob mentality. Roll +1d on forceful rolls while within the mob, but -1 on non-combat rolls while outside of it. Permanently add to your agenda, join the herd. Nice. Permanently add to your agenda, feel the thrill of fighting. Like, this is just the fortitude one. Like, this entire time it's just been fortitude. Like, I want to see fortitude 1v1 a mule, or 1v like several, I suppose, a mule that has a giant mob. Fortitude. The reel does work as a big mosh pit. Big fan of eating the rich and setting myself on fire because I'm bored. I mean, listen, this is You're coming with me, mother lover. Sorry, I just read that. I'm really liking the mule. It's just Doom, yes, and I want to see that. I want to watch Fortitude tear through a mule's mob. On the first playtest for the Sin, rolled at double 1s twice, and it had 2 dice both times. Oh my gosh. Chat, shoot the raiders. Arrow using their severe attack thrash. I can't be fascinated by fire. I'm on fire. Taps temple. This is so much fun. Like, listen. I might just be burned by D&D. I might just be burned by D&D. CAIN Homebrew is so good. Like, the average D&D homebrew sucks. Let's be real. Like, it's very popular. It's a lot of people's first TTRPG. It's a lot of people who don't really understand game design trying their hand for the first time, and then it's admirable, and then it's good, and that should be encouraged. But broadly speaking, most D&D homebrew sucks. Maybe it's survival of the fittest. Maybe only the good ones get talked about. Maybe only Tom Bloom is like good at picking like ones that seem reasonable. I have yet to hear about a bad CAIN homebrew. Even ones where it's just like, oh, I just made this one random sin that I wanted. I've heard nothing but good things about them. I think Mule, Nest, and River have been the most popular ones. I really like Nest and Mule thus far. I enjoy the Cherub. I like it more as a meme with the shipping or whatever. Like the Nest, I immediately had an idea of like, oh, this is what I want to do this for. The Mule, I immediately had an idea. I want to like make an encounter about this. And that's how you know it's a good sin. If your first thought upon hearing it is, wait a sec, I have the perfect idea for this. That's how you know it's a good sin. Sister's your personal fave, but it's very much made for me. I really want to look into it because I don't know if you've kept up with my CAIN game that I've summarized. I have an XO NPC called Sister. And she recently left CAIN, like ran away, and is now a rogue binder. And she has become a bit of a fan favorite. The community loves Sister. Which also, speaking of, people mentioned like, oh, Arrow has the power to just call art. I still haven't gotten any XO Valentine art. If you want a call to arts, like a call to arms, but for art, I've pinned physical descriptions of the various characters in the Valentines. Sister's the real main character. Like, unironically, if I'm to do anything with the Valentines going forward, I would write a story from the perspective of Sister. Like Sister would be the main character, the protagonist going forward. All of that happened with the Valentines would be background for her. Because like, it's such a perfect backstory for her and setting her up to be a major player going forward. And I thought CAIN and Clapback were going to be the only ones that would feature in my supplement. I think Sister is going to be like a encounter that you can run into. Where can we submit the art? So on Twitter, Blue Sky, if you @ me, by all means, or on the Discord, which is in the link in the description, as well as on my channel page, you can submit it in Original Works or in the CAIN chat. Even bad CAIN homebrew I've seen is usually just mechanically unbalanced, but still really cool. Yeah, and like, obviously, I've complained about mechanics plenty in this. I've complained about that in Gut. I've complained about that in Harpo DOS. I complain about mechanics because I didn't write these mechanics. I would do these mechanics differently. And so, when I, for instance, ran a spider from Harpo DOS in my CAIN game, I just changed how Eulogy of a Mangled God worked. I kept it mostly the same, but like, I had it less like a giant suit of armor that it puts on and you have to like break through, and I made it more like it's a shell that you have to climb within. I basically made it a nest. If you think about it, I basically made the Underman when he metamorphosized into a spider and then in the palace fighting the Mangled God. I basically made it a nest. You had to go into it and like find it. Yes, in the arrow cord. Thank you. So Sister went rogue. You could say CAIN wants to find Sister's location. That has to be a reference. Sister's the Emporio of the Valentines? Yes, but Sister's actually likable. I'm so sorry to any Emporio stands out there. Emporio was not that good a character. He was just, oh, Nessan, like in response to everything. And he was the exposition character for like the first 15 episodes and nothing else. You have to go make CAIN homebrew that's objectively bad to smooth the curve. No. I'm already doing that. Don't worry. I already released distortions. I'm gonna already make my own supplement. I already got, like, I'm lowering the average. I got this. You had better run. The mob grows to insane proportions, their masses covering entire swaths of landscape and grappling limbs. Broken flesh begins to fuse together as they rapidly heal, dragging the fighting forms down. Brawler's Horde Talisman increased to size 12, and its army to size 20. However, when the mob would heal all slashes, it instead heals slashes equal to cat. Coward. Coward! I say, this is not balanced, but I say, you had better run. I don't give a darn. It heals fully. Every seed. I don't care if it's an army that's size 20 and that you deal enough damage to take out a perfect sin to them. They are standing back up. Also, a little bit, I know I said this before with a different one. I don't remember what it was. Little SCP-01 Red Sun. A little bit of like fusing together like that. That's scary. Snarf. I just said it's not balanced. It's not going to be like you showed restraint here. You showed more restraint than I would have. Only healing slashes equal to cat is good game design because it means that while they do heal, they can be overcome. And like the mob being the core mechanic of the mule, it needs to be able to be overcome. We need bad homebrew, and I know the best person in the job. Take it from someone who's been D&D'd for 9 years, turning it into something else and doing it well as a full rewrite. Arrow, you should write CAIN homebrew for playing Conan. Why? No, I said Conan in D&D, not TTRPGs. Conan is a fantastic framework for D&D games. That is why many old school classic D&D fans love Conan. Bad homebrew? Okay, fine. On scorched earth, wreathed in sands, the mob completely erases the landscape of wherever it's been, leaving the ground burning and ashen. Sand turns to glass, and trees petrify. Additionally, the mule gains control over earth and materials. What the frick? It's earthbending now? It is Toph, the greatest earthbender in the world? It gains the special affliction Iron Deficit. Oh, just like me for real, which it may use once a hunt. The mule has sapped iron from your bloodstream. Your legs move slowly and sluggishly, unable to keep up with your allies. Yeah, just like me for real. You may nominate an ally to carry you. We talked about this last stream. The idea of like being carried by like bridal style, like princess carry or like potato sack or fireman carry. Or instead, always roll minus 2d on actions for movement. The ally that first chooses to carry you rolls minus 1. You're killing me. You're killing me! Metallica! Oh my gosh. This is also my first homebrew for game, save a few old Lancer alt frames I did. And like Snarf, like it's incredible. I'm gonna be so for real with you. Like I think you mentioned or Svelte mentioned or someone mentioned in chat, like this is your first homebrew, and I was like, it's got a trailer. It's got a freaking trailer. The ally that first chooses to carry you gets minus 1d on physical actions made without teamwork from you, but gains plus 1 additional XP at the end of the hunt. Nice. Yeah, that's cool. The ritual dagger plunges the masses. The infectious resentment that the mule creates can now affect supernatural creatures. Hey, yo, why Bigfoot getting clocked in the jaw by a Red Sox fan? Wait, the mule's just Philly. We did it. We did it. The mule is just Philadelphia, bringing them from the other side to join the mob. 3 times a hunt, a drifter may enter the mob and join the fight. For the scene, the mob gains the traits and reactions of the chosen drifter. When rolling mob's risk, first roll a fate roll on a 4+, it will instead deal 1 slash to itself. Huh. Interesting. First cat 7 mule. You're coming with me, mother lover. The mule gains the ability to pick up a brawler and throw it. Oh my gosh. Yeet. Yo, why the poltergeist at the mosh pit? Yo, why the poltergeist breaking it down? And like the poltergeist is just like hitting the 6-step and like hitting a windmill. You're a truck. Is that the Grim Reaper? As a tension move, the mule can chuck a brawler into the scene the players are in, attempting to hit one with it. And potentially starting another fight. As part of the fight, any brawlers now in the scene will attempt to grab and drag an exo back towards the mob. As a complication, the mule will chain an exo in short range and attempt to pull them directly next to it in the center of the mob. Oh my gosh. My rage will move mountains. The mule spreads its rage into everything and everyone around it, not just the living. At the end of a combat scene, the mule dumps all of its excess rage into the world. After doing so, until pressure next increases, the world itself becomes more aggressive. Cars will steer towards X. Okay, who would win? Who would win? Sympathy. Exo with a driver kit. The drunk driver. Agenda from Harpo DOS. Amplify on their car. Versus my rage will move mountains. LA rush hour traffic. Who would win? Driving in my car right after a beer. Hey, that bump, it looks like a deer. Drunk driver being a comet ability is awesome. The mule is such a freaking troll. I love the mule. I now want to... I just wrapped up a CAIN game. I kind of want to run another CAIN game. No. Honestly? Actually. I'm considering something. I have a thought. I want to run another CAIN game with multiple players. Not to derail too hard, but that reminds me, I have a theory that balls are immensely important to Deltarune's story and mysteries, and I'm not joking, but I will not elaborate. Okay, Snarf, you can't say that. Because I have not kept up with Deltarune since chapter 1, which was like, what, 7 years ago. I played chapter 1 and then I did not keep up with it. And I've since been like, hey, are folks interested in me like playing Deltarune? And overwhelmingly people said, no, please do not play Deltarune. And I'm like, okay, I don't care. Let chat play CAIN. Okay. Do a one shot. Or what do you mean 7 years ago? It was like 7 years ago. Idea. This would go awful. Snarf. Rowan. Svelte. And potentially someone else, depending on how Homebrew goes. I run for all 3 of them. Publicly. On stream. Chat controls every single NPC, drifter, sin, and the main sin. 3 of the most prominent that I can think of homebrewers out there for CAIN trying to survive my chat. Chat controls only cherubs. I just throw y'all into a mule and I'm like, good luck. That's a terrible idea. I love it. Okay, I'm gonna hit up Svelte. Be like, hey, okay. So I asked who informs Svelte. Just a horde of cherubs. Okay. Oh my god. Charity live stream. If you donate, you screw with the players. If you donate more, it's a metamorphosis and you choose which sin it turns into. If you donate even more, I add extra sins. Can we get one for... Extra money is fortitude. And the extra money is broken pelvis. No, I'm not broken pelvis. My toad has manifest. See, that's the thing. I think that'd be hilarious. And I'm gonna be so real with you. I have not done a charity stream because I'm not in a position where I can like do that. I need to focus on me right now. I would feel kind of gross being like, hey, donate a bunch of money to me and then I'll do stuff on stream. Although that would be very funny. So that's why my first thought is a charity stream, because then I wouldn't feel that bad doing something for charity, right? If I'm like, hey, donate a bunch of money to screw with the players. That said, I think it would be very funny. Sorry, XOs, the mule is now a centipede. And then like as they're about to get bitten, the centipede becomes a cherub and ships them. That sounds like a hunt GM I know ran. 4 sins, execution talisman kept at full. Oh my gosh. Hound versus mule, who would win? Depends on cat. Assuming equivalent cat, my guess is the hound, actually. I feel like the hound solos the mule. The issue is the mob. The mob would just be bodies. The mob would get down the execution talisman. See, the thing is, the hound is like a close range fighter. and the mule wants you to get in close range to stay within the mob. I think the brawlers would like burn themselves out by like jumping and attacking the hound and get spiked to death. The horde is now just a really big polycule. Oh my gosh. No. The hound can get guns with the domain. Well, yeah. So can the brawlers. Yeah. My rage will move mountains. It can rage into everything. At the end of the scene, the mule dumps all of its excess rage in the world, becomes more aggressive. Steer towards XOs. Trees will try to fall onto them. The wind will blow more harshly. This may make actions more risky or hard depending on the situation. XOs can end this effect by purposely helping the mule destroy a target of its ire. An XO may also suppress it for a scene by choosing to take a random mule affliction. When XOs encounter the mule in its palace, it immediately begins this effect. If the effect is already active, the mule instead heals 4 slashes instantly. Nice. Beaten and bloodied, we stand high. The mule wants to continue fighting and will drag fallen XOs back to their feet. Once a scene when an XO would take an injury, the mule may instead leave them on max stress cap and enter instinct mode for a lightning fast duel. What? Enter instinct mode for a lightning fast duel. The mule may immediately take a free reaction against the XO, and the XO gets a free opportunity to attack the mule. If the XO's attack succeeds, it deals an additional slash. If an attack were to inflict instant death instead of an injury, the mule may prolong its instincts. Until the end of the scene, it may instead enter instinct mode twice on any reaction of its choice. What the frick? We're adding like terminology here. Okay, so I take an injury. The mule says, no, not today. And then we get to like swinging each other. And so if I take an injury, and this is my first injury, I take 6 stress. Instead of clearing my stress and taking the injury, I don't take the injury, but stay at 6 stress. Because the 7th stress is the one that brings me over. So then it smacks me. And now, for instance, I was at 3 slashes, I took 4, I would have gone up to 7. Instead, I go down to 6. I swing at it, it swings at me, and then maybe it deals another 4 to me, so then I actually end up going up 4 into my second injury. Okay, so the math ends up being that it does more damage to me. Okay. Essentially makes you punch it again, yeah. Through the eye of a needle. The mule and its traces... Listen, this should have been the camel. The mule and its traces inflict +1 additional slash to any barriers in the way, or on stress dealt to defending XOs. Once a hunt, the mule may enter a Trojan stance for a scene, hiding itself within a moving wall of brawlers. Okay, so I understand this is the mule, like, being blocked by a bunch of brawlers. I like to imagine all of the brawlers climb on top of each other while still punching each other. And they form into a giant wooden horse that the mule then crawls inside of as they are all still punching each other. And they are locked together by like punching and kicking and like elbowing each other as the mule is like hiding inside of them. And the XOs just look at this and they're like, man, flash mob's really gone weird. Think bigger, hound and mule versus a centipede. Okay. Cat 1 hound and a cat 3 mule versus a cat 5 centipede. How are we feeling? Drunkard Megazord. 2 big horses. Yeah, it gets to do the same to you, yeah. Horse riding a mule, hound riding a mule. The mule takes 1 less slash on its talisman until the mob talisman has been either fully slashed or slashed 6 times. It may move along to cat speed, taking its mob with it. The mob may take 1 slash to instantly plow through a barrier as part of an action. That's funny. Ivory towers falling down. Ivory towers are falling down. My fair lady. My mule lady. Fastballing a hound would be... Dude, you're coming with me, mother lover. Yeets a hound. We have just discovered Hulk and Wolverine. Hulk and Wolverine is just a mule and a hound. And they have the fastball special where Hulk, the mule, picks up Wolverine, the hound, and throws it. So Captain America would definitely be a lord. Hulk would be a mule. Wolverine would be a hound. Iron Man? Crazy enough? Idol And instead of like physical cultists, I think it's like robots. Arrow lock in. I need to lock in. I hate tension exos. And Nest is the thing. All I know is that I would hate to be sent on that execution. Yeah. What if the Trojan horse is made of petrified wood because the mule has the earthen domain? Oh my gosh. Infected drifters. Oh my gosh. The investigation area is that of a particularly rich variety, a life which the mule has a disdain for. Designate a named building at the start of the hunt, Avengers Tower, with a 4/talisman. When moving its mob, the mule may choose to target the building, declaring it's doing so. When tension increases while the mob is at the building, deal 1/ to its talisman. The mob will leave if the mule is forced back to its palace. When the talisman is fully slashed, the building is destroyed along with a significant amount of information. At the end of the hunt, deduct script from every exo's payout for each slash on the building's talisman after the first, as they're taken for repairs. If it has not taken any slashes, instead add 2 script to every payout. Nice. Oh yeah, I remembered what made me want to make the sin. I hate my job. You're so valid for that. Okay, this is a meme that I've seen a couple times. Every TTRPG dev I've seen will like make something and they'll just be like, oh, this is like the hardest thing I've ever worked on. I poured my heart into it. I poured my soul. Anyway, looking for work because I hate my day job. If anyone wants to pay me, I would love it if you would contract me because I just finished a project and now I have to go back to my day job, which is soul rending. Please. And like, that's just the average TTRPG dev. The worst kind of warfare, economical. The worm. Isn't this that one fanfic? Worms are parasitic and hungry creatures, constantly taking more and more for themselves. Born from a selfish pity that requires special care, worms ask for constant attention and gifts, seeking to devour anything they can get their hands on. They aim to collect all that they like from their chosen stock, leaving absolutely nothing left. They're associated with disease and wasting. At first, I thought this was a centipede. Then reading this, I thought it was going to be a toad. And now I'm back to centipede. Interesting. They commonly manifest in people who want sympathy from someone who withholds it, people who have trouble taking responsibility, those who want to disappear forever, pity, taking the form of long, wretched things. Is that what they said back in college? What fanfic do you mean, Harry Styles? No, so isn't there the fanfic that's like called Worm, and it's like super long, it's like the longest piece of like written literature in human history? Or at least English-speaking literature in human history, because it's like still ongoing. Because at one point it was like a Subspace Emissary fanfic. At one point it was Worm. At one point it was like this other one. Oh no, it's the web series with a lot of fanfics. Got it. Would you still love me if I manifested a worm? Okay, let me just make one thing clear. I've had people ask me this a lot. They're like, oh, would you still love me if... No, I don't love you now. I will never love you. You are a disappointment to me, this chat, this community, and this family. We need you to come in on Saturday, even though I know you call it off. And the one way I will love you is if you come in to work on Saturday. Just imagine like, not even like, oh, we need you to like help out the rest of the team. Your manager's like, I will love you. I will give you the love you seek. Arrow currently manifesting a centipede. I want to induce a centipede in my audience. Is that really a bad thing? Not a fanfic and not the longest. Until the stain is wiped away is the only answer to would you love me if I was a worm? Would you still despise me if I was a worm? I have no strong feelings towards any particular individual. Yes, this includes my friends and other content creators. Name a single person I have any degree of feeling for. You can't do it. Dang, that's brutal. Do you even have a heart? No. Like, do I look like I have a heart? Like, tell me honestly. Does this look like the kind of person who has a heart? I don't think so. I don't think it does. I think I'm the sort of person who looks at you and I say, dang, you live like this? And then I put my shades back on. And then I go back over to the other screen. Why am I exploding? What the frick? Ah! Help? think I died? Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm back. Whew. That was odd and unusual. Arrow's the neutral alien from Futurama. I have no strong feelings one way or the other. You look like you're empty inside, literally. Clipping in your model will just show an inverse line colored like the outside. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna be so free with you. I had a friend, like we were chatting yesterday, and we were talking about some stuff, and he was talking to me and saying that like, oh yeah, like I think you really discredit yourself. You say like you're one-dimensional. When in actuality, you're actually like, you have multitudes. And I didn't think of this at the time. However, I have now realized that he's correct. I'm not one-dimensional. I'm actually three-dimensional, baby! Whee! Whee! I can spin around like this. Whee! And so, yeah. That's just the thing that I wanted to share. Not really relevant to anything, just came up. It rotates. Oh, it rotates. Oh, that's so good. Hashtag awesome. Well, you feel bad for asking for art, so, oh wait, it's cooler, Arrow. Yeah, you are soulless. I also promise that after the sins, there's less density of text, so it'll speed up a bit. Snarf, please. You do me a disservice by assuming I can get through reasonably paced texts at a reasonable pace. It has been 3 hours, and I've gone through 17 pages of this. And mind you, these are 17 pages that are like this much text. They're not even novels. They're not even dictionaries. They're not even encyclopedic. They are the collector worm. My beloved. This is simply a skill issue on my part. Someone told me to lock in earlier, and like I locked in, and then I immediately got distracted. Underestimate not Arrow's capacity for tangents and derailment. I am an expert at avoiding getting railed. Is that what? I don't know if that's it. Locked in, then immediately locked out. Lock in now. Well, now if you tell me to, I'm not going to do it. Long, wretched things, worms are bloated husks of sins, ranging from diminutive size to terrifyingly long. Snarf. Was this intentional? No matter the size, they see themselves as pathetic, and their appearance is reflective of this view. They often have a gaping maw in which they'll endlessly swallow psychic energy indiscriminately. Worms are quite often difficult to find, so any trace they may leave behind are instead pulled inwards. They are especially dangerous when manifesting in type 3 symbiosis, and as such should be treated with extreme hostility. There's like a faculty radar locking in and losing lock all the time. Yeah. Ew. Just like me for real. What? Like, short and pathetic? Worms feed off a piece of a host, be it the memories, character feelings, or physical things. They feast on negativity, growing fat, but never full. When manifesting, they'll go out of their way to find a stock they hope to feed from, often people with difficult or storied lives. As they can pull more from their stock, worms can learn to utilize what they swallowed to gain sympathy for themselves. When alone, they move slowly, crawling towards their destination over some period of time. However, some worms may either physically bind themselves to their stock's back or force their stock to carry them around. The collector worm. Type 1 Cat 3 manifested after host blank was fired from their job due to mismanagement. Host sent multiple letters to company leader blank in an attempt to garner sympathy for their position, but was met with none. W07 later found having attached itself to the company leader, having drained him of multiple limbs as well as blank. Ooh. Parasocial feast. Is this what happens? Like, parasocial feast is what we have to call the Arrow noises compilation. Because I make noises. I go, oh, what? I go, those aren't like the actual noises. Like, I make noises. Yes, the failure. I see the failure. I am the failure. I am the failure. The parasocial feast, that's what I need to call the inevitable arrow noises compilation. When I'm just like, and like someone clips that, that's the parasocial feast. It's a feast for the parasocials. W23 recorded quickly after detection at the Blank streaming convention, where host Blank had attempted to strike up a romantic conversation with streamer Blank and was rejected. Blank goes on record saying hosts believe they could help cure their depression. Manifest recorded as type 3, and host is yet to be found. Blank put on active observation. Seer note Blank, case requires special management by Blank. I see those X's. I see those X's. Make a date make a name, make a date, make a place name, like a brave creature I know you are. Don't be like the failure. Type 1 was found latched to Blank while bound to a wheelchair. Manifestation traced linked back to disgraced actor Blank, who had developed W31 during their ongoing cheating scandal. Despite this, host was currently undergoing massive amounts of support and care, with special targets from the Blank. Time to execution, 21 minutes. Palace. A worm's palace is most often a dingy, dirty series of cramped and sprawled tunnels. They are extremely hard to navigate due to their maze-like layouts and lack of light. Most worm palaces require long periods of crawling to reach their central cavities, if they even have one. Worms can expertly move around these tunnels, even if there are currents carrying them along, as if there were currents carrying them along. Okay, that's mean. I'm average height. Why would you do that? What about me trying to manifest like a centipede, a hound, a mule in my audience do you not understand? We have already established that I'm kind of an idol. I've kind of manifested a cult surrounding me, and I think it would be hilarious if I had a bunch of minor sins underneath me. Metaphorically speaking, that is. Feeding. Worms wallow in constant self-pity, wailing and moaning until they're satiated, which they never are. At the start of the hunt, the worm selects a single NPC on the mission, and that NPC becomes its stock. The stock can, but does not have to be, the worm's host. It attaches its psychic signature to them, sometimes physically, and take everything they can from their stock for themselves, as a parasite would. The stock generally feels a general malaise, and will usually comply with anything the worm tells it to do. Each time pressure increases, the worm swallows 20% of their stock's being, be that bodily features, physical memories, others' relationships with them, physical assets and belongings. When swallowed, these things stolen from the stock are erased from existence. If reality needs to edit itself to fit these losses, it will, as if it had always been that way. If the stock dies, the worm will continue the feast on their soul, taking the memories of the stock from when they were still alive. The worm may utilize anything stolen from the stock to garner pity or favor from others. When the worm swallows 100% of the stock's memories, everything about them, save for their baseline physical form, is erased. If pressure 6+, the worm's cat increases by +1, and it fully swallows its stock, entirely removing them from existence forever. After the stock has been erased, the worm selects an XO as their new stock. The math is not mathing. They swallow... You already know what I'm going to say. Snarf. Point and laugh at this user. So math is not mathing. They start at pressure 0, and it ends at pressure 6. If it's 20% each time, that would mean that it hits 100% at pressure 5, not pressure 6. So it would already have fully swallowed the stock by then. Unless 20% of their stock's being is 20% of their like physical assets, not their physical person. So pressure 1, 20% of physical assets, pressure 2, 40% of physical assets, pressure 3, 60% of physical assets. And then it doesn't touch their physicality or their memories or relationships or anything. And then at pressure 6 is when they just eat them entirely. Pressure 5 erases everything except the physical form. But the issue with that, the worm swallows 20% of their stock's being, be that bodily features, memories, others' relationships, or physical assets belonging. When swallowed, these things are, or not, it doesn't say or, it says just total. So 20% pressure 1 hits. The stock loses 20% of their body and 20% of the memories and 20% of their other relationships and 20% of the physical assets and belonging. Correct? I interpret this as the worm chooses physical assets. The worm chooses memories, and at pressure 1, it is 20% of your memories. 20% of your memories. Yeah. So okay, so that's what I thought. I understand the top down. I understand the fantasy. I hate this. I don't like screwing with souls. As someone that is not particularly spiritual, I don't like messing with souls. The idea that it like consumes you and like drains from you over time, and then you're like a husk of who you were, and then you die, and then it continues to feed off of your soul until you are erased from existence. I hate that. And that's how you know it's a good sin. Right? The wretch. Ghosts of things regurgitated by the worm crystallize into visible form. Among their glassy surface dances images of memories. They bend at strange angles and suck the air out of the room. They're only partially visible, their mirror-like surface reflecting light. When they would inflict a final injury on an XO, they show them their lack of humanity, putting them in sin overflow for the scene and clearing an injury. Deal +1 stress to XOs in sin overflow. So it forces sin overflow once you reach your final injury, as opposed to once you hit your final injury, going over it by any amount of stress will induce it, and then you have the chance to resist. So if you're fighting wretches, you effectively die 1 stress sooner and don't have the choice. Right. Yeah. Just wait until you see one of the domains smiles. Oh no. Amnesia. The wretch's skin turns fully glassy, making it near invisible. Attacks that require sight roll -1d. Or incision. The wretch slashes into the XO, leaving sickly gunk in the wound. Until the XO can wash the gunk out, they take 1 stress when acting. Holy frick. That's a lot. Erasure. All right. Target 1 guy, target 1 XO, anyone can fly to their aid, 66, answer yes, no. Have you lived a good life? Do you pity the host? Do you pity the host? Because this is the B-side of the centipede, is what I've gathered. And the centipede as one is, can you forgive the host? And so, can you pity? Like, the whole thing is that it wants pity. It wants you to pity it. The issue that I see with this, I can pity someone I hate. It's really hard to forgive someone you hate, right? It's really hard to forgive someone you have negative emotions towards. It's pretty easy to pity someone they have negativity towards. So do you pity the host? Is like, obviously if someone is like unemotional, someone doesn't really experience pity, I feel like it's very easy to say yes in most XOs is the thing. Because with the yes/no questions, my interpretation of it is the answer should almost always be no unless you are special. Whether that is because someone's helping you, whether because you can respond to it, or because you are an atypical XO. And I feel like the average XO would pity the host. It's just my personal thought process. Pity the dragon, continue the count. Oh my gosh. Do you have an object to cover your face with? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No. Oh no. It's gonna smooch you, ain't it? The worm attaches itself to the stalked XO and wails loudly, drinking up pieces of their soul. For every one that comes up, it swallows a core memory of the XO, forcing them to forget something important to them and permanently reducing their sin cap by 1. If this were to cause the XO to sin overflow, they instead suffer instant death. If they give up or defy fate and fail their resistance roll, they are fully swallowed by the worm. They are soon forgotten by everyone. Gah! I had this problem with the Butcher from Harpo DOS. Permanently reducing your sin overflow cap feels like a kick to the shin on the player side. Status update, you're much less stressed, damage minimal. Oh, thank goodness. I'm glad to hear it. How would I play the worm? Like if I was running the worm? The thing that's really interesting about me, it's a bit of a false hydra. I wouldn't play it as a false hydra though, because it's more targeted than that. These, from what I'm aware, and Snarf can confirm this. I want pity. I feel pity. I feel that I want to disappear and all this. So I manifest a worm, and in all likelihood, it attaches to you. It attaches to you, the one that makes me feel inferior. It attaches to you, the one I'm jealous of. It attaches to you, the one that I had a confession of love to and you turned me down at the streaming convention. It is a parasite. I don't sick on you, but manifests for me onto you. And so what I would probably do if I was to do the worm, I would hit the ground and I would like do the gyrating motion with my body. If I was to do the worm in CAIN, I would probably have it be, honestly, the most interesting thing I could think of would be a perfect worm. Because I think a perfect worm manifesting from an XO that latches it onto a member of admin. And it's an internal affair. Because, like, yeah, a mule being in a CAIN facility would be really interesting. An idol forming a cult in a CAIN facility would be really interesting. But I feel like of all things, CAIN admin having a worm attached to it, one of the administrators, and just draining them based off of an XO would be very interesting. I called for a perfect worm. Yeah, I called for one that is a long, wretched thing, that is a bloated husk of sin, ranging from diminutive size to terrifyingly long, that no matter its size, it sees itself as pathetic. So, Rory, you here? Yeah, I do pity you, Rory. Did I finish this? Yeah, they're soon forgotten. Jeez, so I personally, in the same way that I didn't really like the butcher doing this, I wouldn't do reduced sin overflow cap. I would say probably giving sin is just the judgment thing, though. I do like the idea if it's sin overflow, they're instant death and they get consumed. Maybe it's for every one that comes up. Yeah, for every one that comes up, they lose a memory and probably gain some sin. Honestly, one would be interesting. For every one that comes up, it swallows a core memory of the XO and reduces their maximum psyche burst by 1 until the end of the hunt. And so if you roll 3 ones, you lose all of your psyche bursts for the rest of the hunt. Sucks to be you. I think that's punishing enough that, oh my gosh, I do not want that to happen. However, it's not permanent, right? I don't know if that's the right answer. Personally, I avoid permanent reduction to sin cap because that's a slippery slope, right? And that's also like I as the player feel like I'm being unfairly targeted because my sin overflow cap is 3 lower than everyone else, is 1 lower than everyone else. It got reduced, and now I can't do cool things by spending sin as easily, even though I didn't even have a sin mark. I don't know how to change it, though. Yeah, draining script or XP, make them lose bolded agenda items, that would be good. You did not read the description before making the joke. You're not forced to play Stellaris with me. You asked me to play Stellaris with you. Heavy shoulders. The worm puts its weight on you. Actions that require you to move or raise your arms. That's so oddly specific, but so applicable. Like raising your arms. This affliction can be taken from you by an ally who willingly looks at your back. This makes me think of the Doctor Who episode. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? The Doctor Who episode. It's the 11th Doctor or the 10th Doctor, and I don't remember her name. It was not the Pawns, but it was the other companion of the 10th Doctor, and it was like the bug that was on your back. Oh, it's Cheap Trick. Yeah, Cheap Trick was I forgot about Cheap Trick. I should have thought about the Cheap Trick. I literally thought, like, is there a different reference that I'm thinking of looking at someone's back? But Donna Noble, thank you. Like, there's this bug that was on her back, and it like changed her decision making, like one time in her past, and then like the entire timeline went different. And like you have to recognize that like it's the proper timeline, like look at her back and be like, there's this bug here, kill it. The most JoJo references one, yeah, like Cheap Trick, absolutely. However, the thing with Cheap Trick is that it doesn't kill you. It doesn't kill you. So that's better. Reduce sin cap for a couple of hunts? I mean, honestly. Keep this exactly the same and change and reduce their sin cap by 1 for the remainder of the hunt. Because, like, at least to me, my read of this is not, oh, reducing sin cap bad. My read of this is permanent reduction of sin cap bad. Right? Poor little me. Your risky rolls are always hard without teamwork or setup. Allies who interrupt their plans to instead help you gain +1d. Permanently add to your agenda, whine about something. Parasite. When you heal by any means, the worm reduces it by 1 and heals 1/. That's a good one. That's good. Plaguebringer. When performing a teamwork or setup for an ally, roll a fate die. On a 1 to 2, spread a random hook or affliction you have to them. I gotta say, I appreciate you remembering fate dice exist. I tried very much not to spam them in my homebrew, but I do feel like adding a fate die is a very like eloquent way to word something sometimes. And like it happens a couple times in core. I don't think it happens much in much of the homebrew. Pity party. While mundane humans are in the scene with you, they will crowd around you, showering you with unneeded affection. Oh, that sounds like so not bad. And then you think about it for like 3 seconds and you're like, that sucks. And like, not even on like the logistics angle. I am trying to kill the sin and like 3 people crowd around me and like start hyping me up. And I'm like, I'm trying to use Ardence, move out of the way. But also, I don't know if you feel this. People being nice to me makes me uncomfortable. The fact that I am perceived regularly by tens of thousands of individuals is horrifying to me. And I do it nonetheless because I'm prone to making poor decisions. It's been another half hour and we've gone through 1 page. The need. Beg. I mean, strikes me more of an idol or cherub one, but just beg. Just knowing the pity's entirely fake makes pity's party so much work. Yeah. That thing on your back, is it real? The worm is tricky and makes itself so hard to track down as hard to track down as possible. When selecting the worm stock, select an amount of NPCs equal to cat +1, designating them as bait stock. The worm then creates a copy of itself for each bait stock, which it will attach itself to. These copies are nearly harmless, but make the affected NPCs feel somewhat heavy and ill. However, they can still subtly influence the actions of that NPC, which may impede the hunt. These copies are slightly see-through and pass through objects. Their psychic signature is significantly weaker than that of a sin. They can be determined to be fake through careful observation. Attempting to harm a copy is risky, provoking a worm reaction that rolls 2 dice and keeps a lower result. Afterwards, it will disappear without a trace. I really like that. I really like that. Smell of weeping ozone. The worm's cries gain a long range, allowing them to be extremely loud and heard from very far away. As a tension move, its cries turn into gasping breaths and wails. For the rest of the scene, all sound is sucked from the area, making rolls that require hearing hard. All colors in the area gray, making hiding easier. Atmospheric pressure lowers, making the exos lightheaded. This may affect the parameter of rolls. Interesting. A grim carapace. The worm constantly secretes a sticky, oily fluid. You should check out a doctor if your worm does that. It may weaponize it to attack exos, making their movement slow. It can use this as a threat or complication and may inflict the below affliction. Undergrowth can be inflicted from a threat or a hook. Something is alive under your skin. Nope. Take 2 sin when you rest. If you sin overflow with this affliction, add 1 to the final resist roll. At the end of the hunt, a newborn Cat Zero Imago crawls out of your skin. It looks like you. Roll 1d6 on a 1 to 2. The Imago survives its birth and tries to flee. If fleeing successfully, it may grow into a full sin. Ugh. Mpreg is real. Arrow, yes, Moth? Do you have anything you'd like to say to me? Is there anything suspect that I may have said? So this is Undergrowth. Afflicts an XO. At the end, so when you rest, take 2 sin. If you sin overflow, add 1 to result. At the end of the hunt, assuming you survive, a cat 0 imago crawls out. On a 1 to 6, it survives and tries to flee. So this is multi-stage. It adds sit on rest. It makes your resist rolls harder. At the end of the hunt, it makes an imago. The imago has a 33% chance of actually being a problem. That's awful. I really like it. No, not worm preg. Not worm preg. No, this is not worm preg. Well, actually, sticky oily fluid, if that gets inside of you, yeah, you're gonna have a worm pregnancy scare. Ugh. A filthy chains around the neck. At the start of the mission, the worm chooses an exo and creates a living cage to collect the things they hold dear. The admin secretly asks the targeted exo the following question: what is one thing you could never stand to lose? The memorial then takes that thing, holding onto it and refusing to give it back. Mine! Is what was taken is mundane, it will be collected by the memorial. However, if it was taken as supernatural, the memorial instead takes the exo's fond memories of it. If the worm is defeated before the memorial has been killed, what it has will be lost forever. Oh no. A personified amalgam of lost memories, born from the urge to keep them. It will take everything. Cat plus 4. Okay. Yeah. Holds lost things hostage, only returning them if killed. Takes minus 1 slash from exos it is taken from. Deal some stress. Strangling exo, spread rust. Recollect. Ask another exo, what is the one thing you can never lose? Taking that thing and healing 1d3 slashes. Got it. I'm imagining like the pack rat from Vermintide that just takes a bunch of stuff and just runs away and you have to kill it. Like a golden loot bug or a golden glyphid or whatever from Deep Rock. If it's oily, see a doctor, yeah. This one's my crusher. I feel like maybe the affliction one once per hunt would be good, because imagine a whole group of exos being afflicted. I think that's hilarious. It can be used as a threat or complication. Honestly, like, I would say once per rest, actually, I'd probably say. Like, maybe once per hunt, but I think once per rest is sufficient. And honestly, what I would probably do, once per rest, you can use this. And then when you rest, take 2 sin. If you sin overflow from this in particular, add 1 to the result. And if you don't, a newborn cat 0 imago crawls out. On a 1 to 6, it survives its birth and tries to flee. And I would think on a 3 up, it dies after 1 full. It takes 1 reaction and then dies, right? So I think this would be very interesting if you make it so that instead of at the end of the hunt, it's every rest. That would be a different flavor, though. I like the idea at the end of the hunt, you have this thing gestating in you, and then you give birth and you become a parent, and it tries to kill you. I like that. However, I think from a accessibility perspective, having it activate during rest or at the end of the hunt might make sense, you know? Your most precious thing is your sanity? Yeah. As is for most people. Nothing more, nothing less. As the worm takes more and more from its stock, their physical form begins to mutate and their aggression heightens as they have nothing left to lose. Destitute, a starve, wiry frame, which stands still and upright. It attacks with surprising ferocity. When pressure is 3+, enemy type changes to sin and rolls a sin mark. The destitute gains the ability. Whoa. Now the question is, does every destitute have the same sin mark? Retreats to the worm's palace until pressure increasing when talisman is slashed. Heals fully. Whoa! Oh, right. The stock is a one-off, right? The stock is a 1 creature. I forgot. It becomes a little baby sin. I hate this. Yeah, specifically its stock becoming a trace. Yeah. The Ouroboros regurgitates anew. The worm grows impossibly long, its body becoming cat distance. It gains the following abilities. As a complication, it may move part of its body into the scene, creating a barrier of its flesh. As a tension move, the worm may spread floating ringworms over a location. They attempt to latch onto Exo's spine. This may affect the parameters of rolls, and ringworms deal increasing consequences for each time an Exo is hooked. 1 ring, 1 stress. 2 ring, 3 stress. 3 ring, a worm affliction. 4 rings, 4 stress. Wow. Because cocooned within stale wallpaper. The worm gains a fibrous cocoon that surrounds its body. When encountered, the cocoon, mundane, must take 3 slashes before the worm can be harmed. When pressure increases, the cocoon reforms and heals fully. Once permission, the worm may encase itself in its cocoon. After a scene is passed, it will emerge as a permanently evolved form, fully shedding its cocoon. This new form can fly stealthily up to cat speed, trap mundane humans in a stasis, probably cocoon, mimic voices and sounds. I like this going like the moth, the butterfly angle, and it being a horrifying, horrible creature. Sorry, I was looking off to the side. Plague falls upon thee. Whoa, plague upon thee. The worm brings sickness and death, catalyzing the energy. It saps the stalk into an aura of pestilence. At the start of the hunt, pick 2 or roll 2d6 twice from the following. The issue with 2d6 twice is that poison, skin, and ice are going to come up way more than any other result. So I would recommend just picking. Or maybe even rolling 1d6 and then 1d6, you know? As a tension move, the worm spreads one of its chosen pestilence in cat area, lasting until the end of the scene. While the effect is active, the worm may create up to a large amount of their pestilence as threats or complications, gain full control of their pestilence within mundane beings, disguise their stalk as a physical form of their pestilence. So like darkness, death, tower. I like tower. Like I got, at first I got like Plagues of Egypt, and then I got kind of like tarot. I like it. I rock it. Whoa, plague upon ye. Okay, sister. Oh my gosh, sister. What is going on with you? You're like an alien. What the frick? Oh, I need some water. Let me drink some water. I'm actually going to step away for a second. Sorry, Dread Queen, did you just now notice the keys, or are you new? I have had these keys here 4 months. I have had these keys here regularly. Because, like, okay, you're new, that's fine. I mean, I can remove the keys. I can remove the keys. It's not going to last long. Removing the keys forms a mule in the chat as I start getting yelled at and people start demanding the keys return. Quick, while Arrow's gone, we need to, never mind, they're back. You like the keys? I like it. Like, listen, chat seems to like the keys. See, people start yelling that I need to bring back the keys. Where are the keys? Bring back the keys, bring them back. Like, I can't remove them. I can't remove them or else I get yelled at. Fine. And you say I have ADHD. So, hey sister, sister. Sisters are curious and innocent, coming into this world with nothing but the urge to learn all about it. Born from a simple want to be a part of something, to be able to close the distance between that which the host cares about and their innate knowledge of it. What the sister seeks to learn can be anything, ranging from such varied topics as the history of trains to understanding human emotion. Sisters commonly manifest in people who are unable to learn more about the world, people shunned from a hobby or passion they care for, people who feel lacking in a purpose, curiosity. Sisters often appear almost alien in nature, usually humanoid enough, but sometimes anything but. They usually have a large cavity to store the mines of information they connect, the interior filling out as the sister grows. They float slowly, suspended a few feet off the ground, using their long arms to interact with humans or research materials. Additionally, sisters frequently appear with multiple limbs, sometimes grafted on as their work grows more complex. Does it fit, sister, from the Valentines? Kinda, not really. The ADC is pleased with this decision. How do I get in my house without the keys? Window. Brick. The mule will be released if there's no keys. The sister has an insatiable thirst for knowledge, wanting to learn as much as it can. Directly after manifesting, sisters rarely, if ever, have any understanding of the world, but will almost immediately begin to remedy that. They will hyper-focus on something that the host cares about most to learn, constantly absorbing more and more of the local knowledge through connecting those with populated to a hive mind. As the sister grows more and more in knowledge, they have a few paths they commonly end up. The more common one is that as they learn, they stay innocent of their own consequences, unable to learn that testing their hypotheses usually lead to destruction. The less common, but potentially worse option is replaced with is that they begin to understand their innocence is replaced with a lack thereof as they begin to learn all too well the horrors the human race is capable of. Sister metamorphosis to cherub? No. Sick. After host Blank's son was diagnosed with a rare terminal disease, host took up alternative medicine as a practice, but disease still progressed to Blank stages. Type 3 sister manifested by host with mutual goal to find a homeopathic cure. Executed in late stages of development, minimal casualties. Exorcist Blank KIA, unknown cause. Temerity note Blank, cause of deaths found to be blank of solar plexus chakra, which is like right in the chest. The joining 3. Oh my gosh! Archduke Sir Romeo Oswald the 42nd of Her Majesty's crown! I didn't realize that we were entertaining royalty today. My apologies. Type 2 Cat 4 manifestation. Hosts experienced, in their own words, ego death after seeing Blank. In an attempt to reconnect with human emotion, manifested subject SO39. Subject executed by XO team recorded loss of emotions blank, blank, and blank in the local population. Blank untouchable sent for evaluation of Blank. Type 1 manifested directly as a result of host Blank's failure on a school project, research on royalty of Blank. Manifestation took form of a Duke of Blank and assured host that he was her long-lost uncle in hopes of rectifying the assignment. Long-term memory loss and anarchic sentiments recorded from the 3rd grade class of Blank primary. No! We taught the 3rd graders feudalism! Feudalism! The biggest sin of all! Temerity note, under any circumstances, let a sister interact with a mother point source. I like that. I'm in a top floor flat arrow. How do I get up to my... Oh, it's a skill issue. Yeah. The note about the joining, he saw mother. That would be awful. Yeah. Now I actually know what mother is. What have you been trying to learn? What was the barrier that prevented you from learning it? What would you do with all that knowledge? A sister's palace is often a densely populated place full of assimilated humans working diligently to do research or tests. They are places of learning, meant to be collective effort in the ever-forward movement of the sisters' need for knowledge. They usually take the form of a lab or campus of sorts. As the sisters' research deepens, the palace will grow and expand to feature greater amenities and technological progress. My first thought was a library. Like Library of Alexandria, like huge sprawling bookshelves, but like a laboratory makes a lot of sense as well. Sisters start nearly clueless, having very little knowledge of the world around them. They act mostly on instinct, but are highly curious, and will seek out any knowledge they can gain. Sisters do this by finding mundane humans, those who have some knowledge the sister can learn, and make a psychic connection to them. When creating this connection, the sister adds a portion of said human mind to a collective hive mind, degrading the mind in the process. At the start of the hunt, choose a topic of interest for the sister. The sister learns more and more as time goes, their knowledge deepening and becoming equally dangerous with pressure. The more humans they add into their collective hive mind, the more important knowledge is shared between the population, but the more strained these minds become. Each time pressure increases, the sister can incorporate some of the knowledge into its collective knowledge, some of the following into its collective knowledge, and can strengthen the level in which it is able to utilize inorganic constructs. 0 to 2, baseline knowledge with simple tools, comprehension of what they're trying to learn, children's level understanding. 3 to 4 can make moderate use of what they've learned through complex tool usage, collective opinion on what they've learned, high school level understanding, can make use of what they've researched and begin to construct machines, know concepts and specialized knowledge of what they're learning, university level understanding. If pressure is 6+, the sister's cat increased by 1 is gained the ability to fully conceptualize the interplay between mechanics and concepts of what it has learned. Its knowledge begins to approach that of the top minds in its field, and its creations or constructs require minimal to no effort for it to create. When the sister is executed, all of the knowledge that has been sapped from the human population will be lost with its hive mind, setting back a high level of research on that topic. Jeez. The nameless, mundane humans that have been connected to the sister's hive mind. They act in unison through movement and voice. Looking closely shows their individuality has been fully stripped away. It sees what they see. It knows what they know. Interconnected humans, thinking as one. Alert the sister, build small machines, attack in unison. The nameless study the exo's movements, attempting to connect them throughout the hive mind. Until this complication is slashed via attacking with a different method, attacks against the sister and its traces roll -1d. Cool. Enlightenment. Roll 1 on a risk die, fly to their aid, 66, answer yes, no. Have you learned anything from me today? Are you truly passionate about your path? Do you think humanity can reach true knowledge? Okay. I rock these. The only thing I would say is, have you learned anything from the sin today, maybe? From the sister today? Yes, I understand this is a conversation. But I do think that it's just a phrasing thing, is what I would change. The exo rolls, take 1 stress. The sister touches its finger to the exo's forehead, connecting them to the hive mind. Their learned knowledge of the world and themselves is brought bare. The sister takes 2 points in any of their skills and redistributes them to another skill, but cannot affect psyche. This should be an A, non-E, minor spelling error, laugh at this user. For every 1 that comes up, an additional 2 skill points may be moved. This effect can break the limit of 2 skills at max and last until the end of the hunt. Alternatively, an exo can choose to make this effect permanent. If they do so, they gain in advance. My issue with this, surprisingly, is the can make it permanent and then also get in advance. Because if they do this, and I think it would be so funny if it is, I have like 3 in force. The sister, I don't know why they would do this, but it'd be really funny, can take 2 skill points, put it into force. Now my force is at 5. I can make that permanent. I permanently have 5. Running a sister, just talk about your own current interest. Okay, so I'm going to run a sister in CAIN for a bunch of other CAIN content creators. And then I'm going to hyperfixate and info dump them about CAIN. And I'm going to tell them all about these cool supplements that I found that they all made. That's what I'm going to do. That's going to be the one shot. So you say you can't break the 3 cap, but you said... Oh, 2 skills at max. Got it. No, too much. When gaining this affliction, you may reject it and re-roll. If accepted, choose one of your blasphemies and add a new power from it, even if you already have the max. Every time you use a power from the chosen blasphemy, take 1 sin. I would also say you lose the blasphemy, you lose the power when you lose the affliction. Dysclasia? Ability to understand numbers, math facts. You have trouble visualizing concepts. The first time you roll psyche in a scene, only roll 1 base die and reduce its cap by 1. Doing it wrong. When rolling to study or analyze, roll twice and take the lower result. Permanently add to your agenda, overthink. Spelling spree. Before using a blasphemy power, you must first spell it aloud without looking at your sheet. If you spell it wrong, take 2 stress when the power activates. I would normally not be down for this because this is like a weird intersection of like the player's skill intersecting with the gameplay mechanics in a way that is not supported by the base rules. But with like track kind of blows through all of that. Track absolutely said, nah, meta stuff is chill, go for it. And like, I personally disagree with that. I think it's cool for what it is. Bird Brain. Oh my gosh, it's Teto. You cannot target things that you cannot currently see. Just like me for real, I have no object permanence. Permanently add to your agenda, academic, learn something new. I think it can only break the cap of having more than two skills at 3. Yeah, that makes sense. Teto! I'll be faltering on the afterthought. Dang, I haven't listened to Bird Brain in like 8 months or something. I don't remember the tune. Like that. I just don't know faltering on the afterthought is part of. Arrow, there's so many supplements for CAIN. If I recall, there are over 75 homebrew sins alone. Yeah, I'm aware. Not counting Rooster and Mongo's Drifters. I know. I've made them. I've reviewed them. I've done this before. This is not my first homebrew I've reviewed. And I know that there's a doc somewhere, and I don't know where it is. It's probably on the CAIN Discord. That's like a master like Excel sheet that has like dozens of homebrew sins. The rhythm game I really like calling Unbeatable. Recently did a collab DLC with Jamie Page. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Wait, so someone recommended I play Unbeatable. Someone on the Discord said I should play Unbeatable. Jamie Page DLC live. Oh, it's like a... Interesting. Jamie paid DLC. It's so peak, please. My issue is I'm not... Oh, that... Wait. Let me actually... Let me... Like... Look at this. This actually looks super cool. Like I'm not a big fan of rhythm games. I'm not a rhythm gamer. However, this looks neato. Like it's super stylized. It's not like a rhythm heaven style like series of rhythm games. It's not like an Osu. It has rhythm game sections, but it looks like a game where you walk around and I'm not playing music for potential copyright. It looks like a game that you like go around and explore and do stuff with, and then the actual gameplay sections are rhythm game. This actually looks awesome. Wait a second, this looks really cool. I'm actually kind of super down for this. A game where music is illegal? What the hecky? No, that looks awesome. I kind of want to check it out now. Last I saw it needs a polish pass, but it may have gotten one by now. I don't have bad rhythm, but the switching notes screw you up, yeah. It's my 2025 game of the year. You suck to mush at rhythm games. The main story is a genuine masterpiece. Oh, okay. So I'll actually let me add that to my wish list right now. Because like it's something where like I'm not anti rhythm game. Rhythm games just don't agree with me. like I have tried rhythm games a couple different times. It's just not really something that I've like really connected with. I'm just not really on it, but I think it'd be fun to stream. It might be fun to stream. Add to wish list. It's 30% on sale, but that's still like $20. It's also Yuri. Listen. My channel is more than just Yuri. Not by much, but it is more than it. Mononoke mentioned, what the F is overt storytelling? The cog of industry keeps turning. The sister and its traces actively expand and construct as they study. As time passes, the investigation area grows with a bustling construction. The landscape is terraformed and skyscrapers are built ever higher, all in pursuit of greater industry. Each time pressure increases, a monument to science is built somewhere within the investigation area. The sister takes -1/ near a monument until it's destroyed. The palace always has a monument within. Nameless gain access to power tools, oh my gosh, and heavy machinery. When deploying a group of traces, choose to have them either deal +1 stress or take -1 stress. Poisoning the well. Against a special fiction connected, they may willingly take this when being harmed. You are fully linked to the sister's hive mind, able to utilize it and send information to it. You may add +1d in all rolls for either research or distraction, but doing so will make the roll risky, alerting the sister to your plans. Additionally, the sister knows the answer to CAIN's 5 questions for every XO with the connected affliction. So it's like, where's your sin seed? Do you remember the face of your mother? Is your hand your hand? Okay. Once foreseen as part of a reaction, the sister may deal one sin to a connected XO by directly targeting one of their answers. This additional effect can be ended by an XO for themselves if the verbally answered... Sorry, this additional effect can be ended by an XO for themselves if they verbally answer the question, taking 1d6 irreducible stress when doing so. If more than one XO ends the hunt when connected, they may clear 1d3 sin by either swapping one bulleted agenda item or one answer to 5 questions. If Snarf and Some Dude, Snarf has a sin seed in your heart, Some Dude has one in your brain, does it actually swap? Interesting. Let's all play God. The sister graduates from exclusively using inorganic tools and may now finally manipulate, control, and create organic matter. Additionally, at pressure 3+, it may begin to create a chimera. These take the form of speculative animals or equally intelligent machines. They may appear in a scene alongside with Nameless. Lovingly crafted abominations serving a higher purpose. They owe their life to the sister and will throw themselves away for it. So they can only go up to twins, but they do not gain sentience until pressure 5 up. Lack intelligence until pressure 5 up, usually operate on instinct, will throw themselves in the way of Nameless to protect them from harm. Gain a characteristic of their parts, create a protective barrier, commune with the sister, split into smaller forms. 1,000 heads are better than one. The sister has a think tank, Harrison Armory, within its palace that it uses to brainstorm in isolation. As a tension move, the sister may return to its think tank for a scene. While in the think tank, it's a literal think tank, the following effects are active. All currently active pressure mechanics are treated as if they're pressure +1. Nice. The sister cannot be affected by powers originating from outside the palace. Okay. Exos may attempt to draw the sister out by harming its constructs or traces. If not done so by the next time pressure increases, the sister may then use a free tension move. Nice. Thank you so much, B. I was waiting to do this as Twitch subs on Twitch to celebrate the end of the Valentine's campaign, but go Arrow, play the anime-inspired Yuri dystopic rebellious rock rhythm game. I think that's an Akasuba, so thank you so much for that. I appreciate it, B. I guess I don't have a choice. I guess I have to buy the Yuri anime-inspired dystopic rebellious rock rhythm game. Like, Moth, no one beats you to it. You can add on to that if you really want. I really like the idea of swapping parts of memory, like swapping bodies, but mixing Exo's nature and nurture. Yeah. I really think Linus's razor would be better wording here. With enough eyes, all bugs are shallow. Buy it. Fine. Add to cart. For my account. Continue payment. My credit card. Well, I just beat Signalis, and tomorrow I'm gonna be done with Stellaris. I was thinking Soma one day and 1000x Resist the other. Although now that I'm doing Garden today, I'll probably do Harpo DOS next week if it's out. 1000x Resist and Unbeaten. Don't forget the DLC, they say. Don't forget the DLC. Do I have to get the DLC? What the frick? Bundle plus the companion. Really? That's so much more money. I'll think on that. I bought the game. I don't know if I'll get the DLC. Never mind, that wouldn't make sense to non-tech bros. I'm not a tech bro, I'm sorry. The sister gains control over all forms of communication. Sent 5 gifts members. Thank you for the gift members. I appreciate it, Moth. Is it just more songs or a new chapter thing? I don't know. Get the... Okay. So, the Jamie Page content companion is separate from the Breakout Edition. Did I just get a Twitch follow? What the frick? Okay. Unbeatable Breakout Edition upgrade. Oh my gosh. All right. I'm getting the Breakout Edition upgrade and the Jamie Page content companion. I'd say I just install it now and then like start playing it on stream right now because I think that'd be funny. However, I don't think I'm going to finish Garden in the next 2 hours. I mean, to be honest, the DLCs for the arcade mode alone. Miku got a sub, it's faded. If nothing else, you get to see the magic of the new Jamie Page song. That is true. I have rocked Jamie Page songs. Like, I would not consider myself like a fan of Jamie Page, but there was a time where I was like rocking Teto for a while, and Jamie Page is like one of the most well-known Teto creators. Jamie Page DLC. Oh my gosh. You have enough money now, dog? Yes, you say that. I just got money that I can then reinvest back in the channel. That doesn't pay for rent. There's some really good ones. Okay, so I just got... You tell me if this is right. I just got Unbeatable. I got Unbeatable Breakout Upgrade. And I got the Jamie Page Companion. I believe that is everything. I think? Did I? Yes. I don't know what I just bought. I'm gonna be so for real with you. I think it's all good. I think I'm fine. Oh, the Jamie Page content companion came out like earlier this week. Got it. It's like new. I just got the notif. Thanks for whoever gifted the membership. Yeah, of course, Miku. So, gains control over all forms of communication and spreads of information within the investigation area. At the start of the mission, choose one. Widespread. It spreads its information far and wide, bringing it to people from outside the investigation area into it. Nameless begin to appear in groups of massive 7. As a tension move, it may secretly add an ally of the Exos to the hive mind, even if they're outside of the investigation area. Or Blackout. It suppresses all. Ren. Thank you, some dude. Oh, well, back to Arrow Focus. Yeah, it's got unreleased songs. I have a thing to do. I'm on page 22 of 47. I have half of this document to get through. I can't just load up Unbeatable right now. I have stuff to do. Goodness gracious. Blackout. It suppresses all knowledge of its subject, destroying documents and erasing web pages. The only knowledge of the sister and its experiments is either held within the hive mind or buried in dangerous places. During the investigation, finding clues may be difficult or risky. Subdividing by infinity. Arrow DHC. Yes, and Moth. Thank you for even more gift subs. Rub's big belly full of sins. Yes, Mizzle, Arrow Distracts is real. I appreciate it so much. Thank you so much for the subs and the super chats. I mean, listen, hey, if you got money to spend, Snarf is right there. You can buy Garden of Sin right now at the link that's in the pinned message. I think that the Badoop is the sound of members, even though the actual physical looking notice doesn't pop up. We be donating. Listen, Yuri brings about money. That's what I've learned. I got the golden Kappa train over on Twitch when I brought up Crab Yuri. Infinity, is that Gojo? Probably. Everything in CAIN is apparently a JJK reference. So the sister's research breaches the realm of reality and begins to gain theoretical properties. As its study expands, its creation begins to take on quantum mechanics. Parts of the investigation area may shift, recursively looping in on themselves or leading to spaces that they shouldn't be able to. Any being within the investigation area that die while not being directly observed will enter a state between life and death. Well, I guess there's more than one way to Schrodinger a cat. Like, effects such as blindness or darkness can trigger this. When this being is next observed, roll a fate die. On a 4-up, they're still alive. Taking another slash will kill them. However, they re-enter the state of limbo again if still not... What? What the fuck? I love this. It sounds so noodly and so weird and so, like, not applicable to the actual mechanics of the game, but I love it. Oh gosh, arrow check original works. Why am I checking original works? Why am I checking original works? Aw. Wait, and it... Okay. Earlier, I mentioned the whole, like, me with glasses kind of deal. This is so cute. This is actually really cute. That's actually really adorable. And my first thought, I don't know if this was intentional. This reminds me of the Persona 4 glasses. Yeah, cool background. It's an awesome background for a setup background for an awesome artist. That says awesome artist in the background. Back, had to go make my food. Did I miss anything? Nah, I was just sitting here waiting for you to get back. Just waiting on you to eat your food. This is actually adorable. Wait, this is so cute. I have no spare money, sadly, but whoa, arrow glasses are upon ye. Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Monty. Reminder, do not feel like you need to donate. Do not feel like you need to give money. Do not feel like you need to even give art or anything. What matters is just being a part of the community and being good vibes. This is absolutely a community where just like showing up is enough, right? Yeah, I mean, a dono train did happen, but we don't talk about that. I like this. I like subdividing by infinity. Subdividing by infinity is one of those ones where, like the spider from Harbodas, Eulogy of a Mangled God made me want to run a spider. Subdividing by infinity kind of makes me want to run a sister. And particularly, I would want to run a sister in an area where something else is happening. CAIN is fighting. Subdividing by infinity, sister hunt, while you're being attacked by black coats from Gut. Like, you are, like, doing your own thing. You're on a sister hunt. And then, like Pax Adam comes up behind you, starts fighting you. You kill Pax Adam, or you drive him off, you drop off his lackeys, then you continue forward. And then he shows up again with a 4-up fate die. Subdividing by infinity was also one of my first hunts, which was an ogre hunt framed around fractional geometry. Awesome. If I had art to give, I would all the same. Listen, if you wanna, you can. And if you make terrible, awful, no good, very bad art, I will probably still be very humbled and honored by it. I appreciate art, even if it's like, quote unquote, not very good. And if it is good, I will be like, whoa, sister looping rooms, Miku looping rooms, sister equals Miku. I mean, Miku is just the endless font of knowledge. I maintain Miku is a lord. Miku is a Cat 7 lord. We are living in her world. Her with the H being capitalized, of course. The sister gains the ability to rapidly increase the speed at which things reach their end. It gains the following abilities. As a tension move, it can quickly move mundane things towards their final place. This can include something as rapidly as aging someone, rapidly deteriorating structures, speeding up the half-life of elements, or quickly completing a task. A sister formed around nuclear waste. Because like the sign earlier primed me. And its goal is to like speed up nuclear waste and like reduce its half-life significantly. And it's trying its best to like solve the nuclear waste problem. And it's one of those sisters that realizes how horrible humanity is because humanity started this. Humanity did this. I didn't say I want to be a type 2 sister. I did not say that. As a complication, the sister may increase the speed in which attacks against it complete. This complication can be slashed by actions made to confuse or disorient the sister. Accelerate. When an exo makes an attack roll against sister, it can quickly accelerate, making the exo overshoot their attack. After the attack is concluded, but before the reaction, roll a risk die. The risk die will determine the detrimental consequences of the attack completing, such as the XO moving into a dangerous area, and then risk die for reaction. I like that. I like that. We hope you were taking notes. Oh no. Oh no, this will be on the test. Like, this will be on the exam. 3 times a hunt, the sister may appear to an XO and ask them a surprise question. This question asks the XO to recall something they've learned on the hunt, either from an NPC or environmental clue. As the sister, fill in the blanks of the question. What did blank tell you about blank? If the XO succeeds, the sister congratulates them and leaves. If they fail, the XO's grasp of their worldly knowledge slips, and they must choose to either take 1d3 sin or sister affliction. XOs that attempt to interrupt or help with the question are knocked back and take 1 sin. I don't know if I'd knock back ones that are or give sin to ones that are helping. I do love, hey, surprise test. I hope you're taking notes. Don't tell sister about coal power plants. No. The river. Is this the final one? Is this just the mark of sacrifice? Is this the brand of sacrifice? What the frick? Whew. Okay, one more. And then we only have half of the book to go. Woo! Okay. You dimmed me on Discord? Okay. Ugh. Someone randomly DMing me? Ignored. Okay. So heads up, River apparently needs some rewriting. That's fine. It's a 1.0. 1.0s are meant for rewriting. Rivers are arcane and reaping sins. Ooh. Those are 2 words that I was not expecting to have described this. Manifesting as calm, collected skeletal frames. Rivers are born out of deep disassociation with the world around them and the urge to continually ignore it. As the host grows further from addressing their responsibilities or unknowns in their life, the river seeks to help them, twisting the psyche of anything and everything it can continue the delusion. They work efficiently and quietly until discovered, spiriting away innate souls and replacing them with something more comforting. Rivers commonly manifest in people ignoring piling responsibilities and circumstances, people pretending they're unaffected by a tragedy in life, those who believe the world is out to get them. Avoidance. Rivers often appear thin, wiry sins, fairly humanoid-like in their forms, ancient and unseen. They typically hide their face under thick layers of cloak or rags. They can often be seen working with delicate intent, moving slowly and purposely. They can feature unnatural lights emanating from their layers of clothing, or bend the world around them to appear wreathed in light or darkness. Rivers drift softly in and out of the psychic sea, bringing a soft and quiet end to those that need to pass on to the next life. As it goes, it takes parts of itself with it, creating tokens that it imparts on the real world, marking the physical realm with its delusion. Poetic and unnatural, they tend towards speaking and acting in esoteric, cryptic ways, ones that only they know the reason for. As such, they either are some of the most talkative sins or some of the least, but rarely in between. They use their higher understanding to confuse or cause fear in XOs. Nice. My river sticks. Sin manifests as type 1 sometime after host blank lost their blank to a battle with cancer. Interviews with locals suggest that blank had taken to pretending their blank was still alive, calling them and leaving messages daily, all while ignoring important calls regarding the funeral processions and insurance. XOs arrived on scene, found multiple of the host's possessions had become hostile and near invincible, save for small weak points. Time to blank. Mission deemed a failure. RO6. Interesting. Sunset. Oh no, the sun is censored. The sun is censored. The sun is censored. High levels of radiation detected. Localized areas shut down until further notice. Cat unknown. Type unimportant. Temerity has advised for all XOs of Cat 3 or lower to not approach the blank strip interstate while on field. Records indicate that for blank days, that is a big number of days. The entire town of blank was stricken by a disease leading to full bodily wasting, the cause entirely unknown. Further investigation required. Temerity note, blank, do not look up in the proximity of blank. The sky was blank, heaven's eyes are closed. What the frick? Oops, sun broke. Cold and alone. Type 2, Cat 2. Host retreated to a remote cabin for 2 months, intending to flee from mounting levels of responsibility that had been inherited with his blank's business, manifested after blank was accidentally found by authorities, the host thinking he was under arrest. Area partially converted to negative temperatures despite it being late spring, warding off XO team blank. Timed execution 8 hours, 27 minutes. The sin is... No. The sin is very clearly this thing. But like... Why? Sound like radiation poisoning? Signalis reference? Cat unknown, probably 6 at minimum. I don't think 6 at minimum, but like... Cat unknown. My guess would be cat 5-ish. Because it's for a long time the entire town of blank. But if it's a small town could probably be encompassed by cat 4. The sun is a deadly laser. What have you been ignoring? For how long have you been ignoring it? What is the thing keeping you grounded to the real world? I just realized. I just had the thought. These aren't bad questions. However, with the river, I've been running from my marital problems for years now. Okay. That's 2 trauma questions right there. What I would probably say is replace one of these and probably replace it with my perception would be, how have you avoided your responsibilities? How have you avoided the answer to question 1? Because then it's if I say oh man, I've been avoiding going to work for the past week, that's 2 answers right there. That's really easy. I don't know. That's just something I would alter. I think it sounds too much like a lord in the emotion. I mean, I love the theme. So the thing with the B-sides, as I'm calling them, yes, this should be a lord. Yes, this should sound like a lord. The mule should sound like a hound. The nest should sound like an ogre. They are distinct mechanically. They have a different theme thematically. But they are they're the B-side. They are the same core that has been changed. The sister is to knowledge as the toad is to physical wealth. The cherub is to shipping as the idol is to fame. They're remixes, exactly. And that's the vibe I'm getting. And even early it says they're all lighter versions of our sins. Yeah, same number, different manifestation. I'm making XO with a memory quirk for Smother called Sepia, who I want to become a river. Why do you want them to become a river? I mean, if they would become a river, that makes sense. But you don't want them to become a river? A river's palace is a place often wet or watery, filled with a layer of liquid that can range from as shallow as the bottom of feet to fathomlessly deep. Their walls... I don't like that. I don't like the ocean. I don't like the ocean. I don't want to enter into the... I don't want to welcome myself to the jungle, right? And it's this cistern, right? And it's there's the shelf, and this is all 2 feet deep, and then this section right here where it's completely dark and you can't tell the difference, this is 200 feet deep. I don't like that. What's down there? What kind of big monster is down there? What if I fall down there and I suddenly forget how to swim? What if I'm too heavy and I can't pull myself back up? What if I run out of air? I don't like this. I am not an underwater cave diver that sees the devil's hole and that's not me. I ain't trying to be that. Me, I'm down there. Well, you're harmless, Chimera, so that should be fine. Why won't you confront it? Because it's scary. It's not a lake, it's an ocean. Their walls are etched with runes and unreadable symbols, rituals and words that only the river has the tongue to speak. They resemble ancient places of history and old knowledge, long lost to the technological world around them. A palace, a tongue, and a... Does anyone remember the Harpodos blasphemy? It's one of the 6 ones that it's hey, these are not the Four Horsemen ones, but these are like more powerful and could break the game. And it's the one about descending is an enigmata. An enigmata, a palace, and a tongue blasphemy, all either on the same person or as a team against a river. And you just play the entire game where like you only speak deep speech from Lord of the Rings. I'm so glad that the arrow kissers are so easy to draw. I mean, that's why I did it, right? Like Moth, that's why I did it, so that I could draw arrow kissers. And therefore, anyone could draw arrow kissers. You should be able to draw your own arrow kisser, your own arrow kisser Sona. You should be able to draw fan art very easily. Even if you just draw a stick figure of me, you can then draw an arrow kisser next to it. And it's pretty clear who you're drawing. I'm much more terrified of the reversed open endless ocean and one thing sticking out of the water. Okay, I don't like that, but from the idea of what happens to the thing that's sticking out of the water. Like, for instance, if on a tropical island, I'm on a tropical island, I got the one palm tree and it's got coconuts, so I survive, and I got a volleyball to die. I'm on a tropical island, I'm on a tropical island. Like, I would prefer this to this. Personally. I don't like this. This is not fun. But the reason I don't like this is because what if water go up here? What if tentacle reach out and grab me? What if shark burrow under the ground and eat me? You know? Like, it's all things about being removed from the land that is my concern. Arrow, do you just like have a drawing tablet or something, or are you just cracked with the mouse? This is all with mouse. And people have commented, actually, like, people have commented that they can hear me clicking my mouse, and like I just moved my mic there so you could hear it better. What if the thing sticking out of the ocean isn't what you're on and it's not an island? Oh, the click noises are nice. So okay. If what you're saying is, what if I'm on a boat and I've got my trusty spyglass, and off in the distance, I see a shape in the water that has a massive fin to it. I'm dying. I don't care if this thing is benign. I'm dying of fright, of shock, of fear. That's just fright again. I'm not dealing with that. I'm sorry. Like I am not built for the ocean. The idea that a massive creature down here, even if it's like, and it's just like it's friend shaped. No, I don't want this. Get out of here. I don't want to be on this ride anymore. Mr. Bones' Wild Ride took me to the middle of the ocean and I'm by Point Nemo. I don't want to be here. What if the island starts falling away bit by bit? Hey, Moth, die. Hey, Moth, just like stop. Like, have you considered like ceasing? Like, so it's like this, right? Got the coconut. And it's just like, and it's just like, and then it's like, and it's like, yeah, I think that, bashing my head in with a coconut, and I'm not dealing with that. Like, if my island is sinking and I'm on a tropical island, and like my tropical island, I have no way of egress, I think I'm just bashing my head in with a coconut. I'm going to do the Monty Python thing where I go for like horse clopping, like but like on my face, like on my brain. I'll love one of the domains. Snarf, if one of these domains is like just slow, I've had the idea. I want to run an ogre, and I want it to be an ogre that is explicitly weather themed. And it focuses on like the rain and the muck and whatever. And I want to have hostile door patterns. So I want it the one that can control the weather and teleport through the weather. I want hostile door patterns and probably the darkness one, right? Which is very similar to the one I ran for my first hunt, because I think ogres are cool. Arrow Cruise when? No, we're not doing Arrow Cruise. We're not doing a Northern Lion Cruise. I want one where with hostile door patterns, there's this winding stairwell that you have to like go all the way down, right? And you have to go all the way down. Go all the way down, all the way down, all the way. You reach the bottom. And then water slowly starts rising up from the bottom, and you start backing up and you start going up the steps, and you realize that like the 3 floors you came down to get down here, like the 2 floors you came down to get down here, you look up and it's 200 floors. And then the water goes from slowly rising to rapidly rising. And it is like, hey, you're going to drown if you stay here. And you have to start sprinting back up the way that you came. I think that would be horrifying. And I think that would be one of the most tense scenes like in a CAIN hunt. Because imagine you're running up and like there's no doors. It's just the stairwell looping on itself, looping on itself, looping on itself, looping on itself, like MC Escher as water's like rushing up behind you. And then you hear something within the water. And you see something within the water. And the water is brackish and dirty and growing and rushing. And you see something in it. And you don't know what it is, but you know it's big. And it looks like it's reaching out at you. As you're sprinting up floor 7, floor 8, floor 9, we still have 100 more to go. Floor 10, floor 11, and then you're just going and going and going. This really is like SCP-47? The stairway one. That sounds so freaky. I love ogres. I love ogres too. They're so freaky. Consider the players have to solve some important mystery during this, guess some important truth about the ogre. Like the palace is at the bottom. However, it's currently flooding, so they need to leave. Drowning gotta be the worst way to die. There are very bad ways to die, and I'm not gonna do a tier list of that. I could do a tier list about that. Anyway, a river holds a token, a piece of the world that keeps it grounded to the world. Choose an object or concept and 2 basic traits from it. At the start of the hunt, and when pressure increases, the river may appear to either one class of object, vehicles, computers, construction materials, or one specific person within the investigation area, supplanting its psychic signature with that of the token. Sunken look no different than before, but share traits of their token that can be discovered through careful observation. They are controlled by the river and can influence the investigation in harmful ways, such as an object that malfunctions strangely or a person who is vaguely difficult. The river recognizes that it may be difficult to determine a token, so it's given some token examples that the admin may choose to take inspiration. Weird phrasing. Food, a meal the host has fond memories of. Sunken may end up smelling nice, feeling warm or cold, shrugging off being bitten into. Change, an idea for change the host is held onto. Sunken may change appearance slightly when being looked away from, or may easily sway opinion. Weather, a memory of a day and the weather from it. Sunken may be frigid or wet to the touch, or may shimmer with light from certain angles. Book, a book or story the host loves. Sunken may unfurl like pages, or may speak slightly like characters from that story. Home, a comforting place. Sunken may be squishy and plush-like, or may contain hidden portals to pocket dimensions. Cosmos, the feeling of the night sky. Sunken may have knowledge of things larger than us, or may sound like crickets when they assume they are alone. The 4th wall cannot protect you from the river. Sunken can break into the innate rules of the universe to match their token, and mundane humans seeing this happen will be driven into hysterics. Additionally, Sunken will become hostile if being provoked or discovered, growing limbs and extremities to attack with. If pressure is 6, the river's cat increases by 1, and its token infects an entire location with the investigation area, turning all objects into Sunken. Oh, I forgot Sunken can be objects too. Hollowed out beings that have been discovered to be false. They grow strange limbs and rapidly shift shape, fighting back like their life depends on it, or running away and finding a new spot to hide. While they're often solitary, they can possess rather hefty sizes, such as large vehicles. Sunken humans return to normal after the river is defeated. Pressure 3+ will only appear in medium or large size. Sunken do not follow the basic rules of reality, able to easily phase through or redirect attacks. They take -1 slash from mundane forces. They count as objects, and as such can be affected by powers that target them. Roll Psyche when attempting to do so. The Sunken Flash reveal. The Sunken Flash is a token, visible only to those which it wishes to see, which it wants to see. A nearby object or person becomes a Sunken, adding 1d3 to the execution talisman. Severe attack. Fairy. A river can only use this ability on a 1, target an XO. It's been a minute. That's an extra spacebar. That can decide to fly to their aid. Is that what you want, Snarf? Is that what you want? Start the pool of a 66. Yes, no. Have you been honest to yourself? Do you have anything left to give? Do you understand the river's token? Yeah, okay. Then roll the dice one at a time. The XO and any aiding them take 1 stress for every die rolled. The river pulls the targeted XO below the surface. Snarf! Bad. Pull them below the surface, submerging into the roiling afterlife, liquid rushing past them both. The river's psychic energy overwhelms the XO's mind as it shows them an unknowable shape in the water, one they cannot unsee, causing the XO's brain to become temporarily scarred. Not yippee. Not yippee. Much but yippee, in fact. Until rest, whenever the XO follows their current primary agenda item, they take 2d3 non-lethal stress as their mind begins to fight against their own body. If 1-1 comes up, the stress becomes lethal and irreducible. If 2 or more ones come up, their brain is altered permanently. This effect lasts until the end of the hunt, and afterwards they must choose to change agendas, or instead, they cannot have their accumulated sin at the end of the hunt. If choosing to change agendas, they cannot go back to the agenda they changed from. Whatever the choice, what they saw will stick with them forever. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't want this. I would rather be apoplexed by a hound. Straight up. For real. I would rather be flensed than have to deal with this. And that's how you know it's good. Like, you know? I would rather be jumped by a mule's mob than this. I have the same kind of fear of deep water and things in the ocean this rocks. This does rock. Soul degradation. When pressure increases, the river may turn a nearby object into a sunken as if it were always there. Huh, interesting. Maze Mind. Actions to move or relocate are risky. The risk die cannot provoke reactions, however, you may end up somewhere you didn't intend to. Vessel. Your body becomes partially afflicted with a token, taking on its pattern of properties. Any roll acting against the others affected by the token is hard. Bathe. While fully submerged in liquid, you may roll for another river affliction to heal 1d3 plus 1 stress. Permanently add to your agenda, stay clean. Something unseen. Nothing changes about your form. Despite this, mundane humans find you terrifying, and exos are vaguely disturbed by you. I really like that one. Permanently add to your agenda, embody someone you are not. Okay. Nearly done with the sins. Goodness gracious. Would I rather be thrashed by a mule or suffer the severe attack of a worm? Eee, severe attack of a worm. Like have my soul be chomped on? Can I choose die? Yeah, can I choose die? I'm afraid of deep water, which is part of why I want my character to become a river. Me too. I don't like deep water. I don't like it. I don't like being exposed like that. Temporarily. So Selkie prop hunt? Yeah, kind of. Ah, yes. The dilemma. Like, if I had to choose between a worm severe attack, which is like, eat my memories, or be dragged into the depths and see something that I was unable, like I'm like scarred by, I think I would choose the fairy over the worm, because I feel as though trauma can be moved on from and healed from. Memories lost will never return. You know, it's a matter of permanence. It's like one is like taking from me and potentially consuming my soul, which is like a very big no-no for me. Versus doing like one of the worst things in my corporeal form. Ferrymen stay goated no matter the media. That is so true. And I actually, fun fact, I have not fought in Ultra Kill, the ferryman, because in my first run through, I just gave him a coin and then he let me pass. There's a lot of mental manipulation effects in this book. Yeah. A tithe for safe crossing. As tension move, the river may implant a token into one of the Exo's items as long as it is out. The item becomes a sunken one that can attempt to escape or to spread the token to other Exo's items. When it is defeated, the item returns to normal. Drink full and descend. Come on. Come on. Come on. You had such a close ability to say drink deep and descend. The river spreads a stream across every location with... Lich is your favorite Lancer mech? Okay, that checks out. That checks out. The river spreads a stream across every location within the investigation area, connecting back to its palace. It appears as a shimmering watery luminescence to anyone with grace, floating through the air. The river can travel cat speed between across the stream, able to quickly move from places with ease. The Exos may also choose to enter the river, being transported cat speed to anywhere within the investigation area. However, when doing so, they gain the flow hook. When the hook fills, the next time an affected Exo enters the stream, they instantly suffer sin overflow. As a tension move, the admin may declare the stream is overflowing. Set out a complication talisman for crossing. The Exos cannot leave the area until they fill the talisman. While crossing, they risk accidentally entering the stream. This is like probably one of my favorite domains in this entire book. Like obviously the chucking the brawler, the fastball special, has got to be up there because it's just so funny. This has got to be one of my favorites. Just because it functions so well as both threat and temptation. It functions so well as we need to get somewhere else. Let's just take the stream. Oh, we're going to take a hook. That's not that bad because we still have 3 more hooks that we can do. We're at 1 of 3. We're fine. And then, as a tension move, the stream overflows. Maybe you fall in. Okay, now you're 2 of 3. That's fine. Just don't enter it again. And then you fight the river. The river throws you in. And then what I would also say, I would rule this. If the river severe attacks you, and submerges you beneath the surface in the rolling afterlife, I would say that has to pass through this river somehow. And so maybe you use it once, and then the river overflows and you get it again, and you don't get a chance to rest, and then you get severe attacked. You instantly suffer sin overflow. Oh my gosh! Ah! Surrealism is my goat. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I did not realize how much I enjoyed absurdism. And a little bit is surrealism. I enjoyed surrealism, but like, absurdism is kind of my goat. When I played Enna Dream Barbecue, I played Yume Nikki, and then like 6 months later, or maybe like a year and a half later, I don't remember, I played Enna Dream Barbecue. And it is so surreal and crazy and stupid that it's just, what the frick, you know? It's just so out there that I loved it. And so I love me some like mind-bending, nonsensical mayhem. I really want to make a Yume Nikki Dream Barbecue inspired lord. Ah, that would be so good. Like Yume Nikki I could just rip that for a CAIN hunt. A thin filament of reality. Once per hunt, playing as the river, the admin can declare, but that is not how it happened. The domain can be used even after the river has been executed. Upon doing so, as a complication, the river immediately slots in an extra scene, splitting the current scene. All the exos are forced into the current scene, keeping their current resources. The created scene must start the same as an earlier scene of the hunt, but something inexplicably happens to put the exos on the back foot against the river. This cannot be the execution scene. The scene is played as if the river was narrating and does not have to make any sense. Fate bends to the river's whims, and whatever it desires can appear in the scene without issue. When the complication talisman is fully slashed, the exos return to the point where they had left off, with no one else in the scene noticing the change. Additionally, after the session in which this has been used, the admin after the session in which this domain has been used, as the admin, you may choose to flavor tallying XP at the end of the session in character as the river. What the frick? This is also awesome. Because this is like the scripture of narrative from the Lord, right? Like the Lord like doing a redo kind of deal. It's super meta and I love it. My only thing about this is post-execution, I kill it. I then interrupt the post-execution scene to have it be that the river is narrating, but that's not how it happens. The river then fights us, deals damage to us, and then we go back to the original timeline where it did die, but they took damage. That's so weird. I love it. It's so cool. Snarf, you put all the cool stuff at the end? No, Moth, this is halfway. It's been 5 hours, and we are at the halfway point. The fourth wall truly cannot protect you from the river. Really? Honestly. This one was inspired by Family Guy cutaway gags. Anyway, thank you so much for coming by. I am so glad I got to review The Garden in full. It really peaked with that last one there. Like, that was really the best one. I'm so glad that I didn't learn what it was because, if you don't know, but that's not how it happened. Flashback to when Snarf was writing this domain. They have on in the background a Family Guy clip, and for whatever reason, the power goes out. Snarf, well, I'm writing this digitally, but their computer is unaffected. Maybe it was just their television? Maybe it was just the lights, the cable? Anyway, so whatever show they're going to watch, Family Guy, turned off. Internet's cut out, but they have their document. So they'll keep writing and, well, how odd would it be if there was a world where their television didn't get turned off? Where their Family Guy funny moments clip didn't randomly start buffering and stop working because internet cut out. Actually, that'd be a really interesting sin domain. And so they wrote up the sin domain where the river had no inspiration from Family Guy. It was entirely the what if of what if it had been inspired by Family Guy. And now we come back to the present timeline. Realness, 90% of the mechanics of this were written on my phone at my job I hate. You are so valid for that. From my understanding, that is most TTRPG devs. You also meant coolest, not cool. All of it is awesome. Okay, I must away now. Good stream, Arrow. Awesome, Rory. You must away. Trimming the vines of the sepulchre. Sepulchre? Small room, stone vault, or monument cut into rock where a dead person is laid to rest. The river has control over life and death, storing its own soul within a vessel. Snarf, you said the Lich is your favorite, right? Oh, you. One that takes the form of a physical object closely related to the traits of the token. This vessel is somewhere within the river's palace, but more often than not is well hidden, and the river will do anything in its power to protect it. The vessel has a cat talisman, and if it has not been destroyed when the river's execution talisman it comes back healing 4. Yeah, it's just a phylactery. It's just... Yeah. I see it. I see the vision. Tipping the scale of a feather. The river can collect small pieces of things that has sunken, such as scrap metal, loose stones, severed digits, set out a scale talisman of 8 slashes. Every time the exos discover a new sunken, it will drop an item and an exo must spend 1 KP to pick it up. If not picked up, or if a scene is left with an undiscovered sunken, Ooh, an undiscovered sunken. The river will collect every item after the scene, slashing one of the scale talisman for each. Items collected by exos this way may later, and uncomfortably, be swallowed by the exo immediately before the river attacks them, creating a small binding spell that blocks one's stress. I hate that. That's awesome. When the scale talisman fills, the river tips the scales in its favor. The river may use its severe attack without expending its once per hunt usage. Oh, goodness. Oh, no. Oh my gosh. A pitiable pound of flesh. Is that what they call the long, disgusting worm? More severe attacks. Woohoo! Yippee! The river has much greater control of the souls of those it reaps. It may remove or swap souls of mundane humans and items, objects, and may attempt to target an exo's soul as part of its reaction. Stop with the soul stuff! Additionally, on a 1-2 on the risk die, the river may cleave an exo's soul in two, retreating from the scene and bringing half back to its palace. You know what? Screw you, bisex your soul. This is mine now. While it has the exo's soul, the river may use its own reactions, domains, or tension moves on any risk roll, even if the river is not on the scene. The cleaved exo can regain half of their soul by touching it. Okay. Personally, I have a real weirdness with souls. I don't know what it is. I don't like my soul being messed with. I refuse to ever have a character that sells their soul in like characters that I play, because I have this weird like superstition of like, if I say that they can do that as a character, what if that accidentally sells my real life soul? I don't know what it is. I don't know what the deal is. I just have this weird thing. I'm not even that superstitious, but like, that's just like one of my idiosyncrasies. I hate this. And that's why like, I hate how cool it is. Because I want to play this, and I want to have a character have their soul torn asunder, and to be bifurcated by a coked up Enkidu running through the astral plane on top shelf nonsense unreality, injected like heroin into it, really. That it then gnaws upon your soul like a demon that is claimed dominion over half of your personage. A fairly rational fear. This sin is like the sin designed to scare Arrow. OMG. I like with the water stuff, with the meta stuff, with the soul stuff. So Snarf, I guess we got to play a game. You got to run a river for me. I guess that's what we're doing. Arrow met a fae once in their childhood, and this was the result. I mean, I read online, like I read on stream, a short story I wrote where a young girl meets presumably a fae. Unclear what it is. And it's the same kind of deal where like she had this children's rhyme where it's just like, never speak your name and never let them see you smile. And so she's just like, it's talking to her and she's like, and like is clamping her mouth shut and is like not saying any words and just like, and just bye, and like leaves. And like that kind of mentality is just exactly what it is. I'll consider it, putting it on my list. You know what? No. We gotta bring out the big guns. I will knock on Tom Bloom's door and say, please, I know you ran for Super Eye Patch Wolf and Woolly versus, please run for me. And I'll get a bunch of other CAIN homebrew creators. You know not what you have seen. At the start of the hunt, the river may choose an exo to continually trick. 3 times the hunt, the river may choose to describe something strange the exo sees, observing behavior that may suggest a hidden sunken. Only they can see this, and as the admin, you describe it to them secretly. This hallucination disappears with a blink, and as the admin, you act as if it never happened. The hallucination can be entirely false, either describing sunken behavior in a mundane object, or by describing behavior that does not fit the pattern of the river's token. I love gaslighting my players. Raw! Don't laugh at that. My roommate just came in just to laugh at that. A photograph of Arrow selling a character's soul. Welp, it's over. No! Fear of the dark. As a tension move, the river shows an exo a flashing barrage of ways they could die before deciding on one. The river then asks the exo, this is how you will die. Do you accept or reject this end? If the XO chooses to accept, the river's designed fate comes into play. For the rest of the scene, or until the chosen XO suffers instant death, the river deals 1 additional stress on all reactions and may take an additional reaction per round. However, the river may only choose actions, threats, or complications that would cause the XO to perish in the predicted way. If the XO chooses to deny, the river lets fate pass, but the illusion of death continues. The XO's mangled corpse appears in full view. For the rest of the scene, that XO and everyone close to them are weakened by the sight of their inevitable fate, dealing -1 slash to talismans. I'm gonna be so for real with you, Snarf. I see why the river is one of the most popular sins from this. It's so, listen, I thought the nest was cool. I thought the cherub was really funny. I think the mule would be really fun. Like I like the mule's another one I really want to run. The worm is grody and nasty and like could lead to some interesting things. The sister is probably my least favorite. I still like it. I still like particularly like the Schrodinger's cat one. But I think it's the least distinct. Or it has the least like oomph behind it. This one's got sauce. Like the river's got sauce because it has multiple tie-ins to like the meta narrative of like rejecting the narrative. It has the ties to death. It has the ties to water. It has the ties to souls. It has the ties to being a psychopomp like a Grim Reaper. It has the fairy that has like ties all. It's so good. And the river's also just a little prankster. It also just gaslights you. I said it twice already, but just reading this, it feels like I'm being attacked more than any character I've been playing in Hunt the River. I'm so sorry about that. I love that. I like hurting my players. I like having them whimper and beg before me for me to stop. And then I tell them, you know you want me to continue. And then they nod weakly, and then I continue to hurt them. That is what I want from my CAIN players. I'm a big sister enjoyer, but also I'm kind of the person who relentlessly plays factory sims. Ah, understood. The sister is wonderful. Arrows. I didn't say it's not wonderful. I just said of those listed, I think it's probably my least favorite. I still enjoy it, and I like the idea of adding to the hive mind. I still do enjoy it for what it is. It's just the sister is the one that least likely has me going, oh, I need to run this, right? I can't believe Arrow's on record as sister as the least favorite. I did not say the least favorite Valentine. Arrow really taking Dungeon Master literally or something? Yes, Arrow top behavior. We know this. This is known, so mote it be. Arrow Doms is real. Oh, okay. Oh, got it. So the perfect sins, just stat lines. Just like Games for Freaks 3, super easy. I was worried I would have to run through another gut. Honestly, the gut perfect sin hunts, one of my favorite things. That being said, it was also a lot. The perfect sins art is unfinished. No worries. I was not gonna even comment. I was just gonna be like, oh yeah, cool. It looks like a marble statue. I'll be here with you for as long as it takes. Perfect defense. Exos must break through 2 shells to reach the palace. Oh, brother! Sinfall. The psychic burst from strain deals 2 to any XO at the target location. The cage that binds. After pressure increases for the first time, the nest creates a psychic cage that surrounds the entire investigation area, preventing anyone from leaving or entering. XOs take 3 stress from touching it. Oh, frick. Oh, frick. That's bad. Such brittle things. Plummet only requires 1/1 to cause an XO to leak burst. If multiple 1s come up, they instead increase sin taken when they cannot leak burst, adding 1 for every 1. Please don't say leak bursts. Like, that's such a... It's not even like it's an awkward phrasing thing. It's just like, it's unpleasant. Please don't. Oh, I love this art. Oh my goodness gracious. It's like, what is it? I'm leaking. Yeah. This is sick as heck. It reminds me of, Trevor Henderson's Long Horse. It reminds me of Mallow from SCP, like the one that it's like a stalker. It reminds me of Sister with Rancor. This is nasty. I love it. War without reason. Perfect warfare. Traces within the mob deal +1 stress on all reactions. Pillars of meat. Piles of half-alive bodies cover the floor wherever the mob moves. Navigation within an area the mob has already been in is hard or risky. Kill. The mule gains a special affliction, plus enraged. Even minor inconveniences send you into a fit of anger. You can no longer keep control. When rolling for a non-combat action, it is always hard, and you must take 1d3 non-lethal stress. If something pisses you off, gain +1d on rolls to wipe it out of the map. Perfect brutalize. Bruises from thrash deal 2 stress for the first bruise on any related action. Oh, that's so good. Cute. Okay. This is gonna be a bit of a weird one. 1 white mana, 1 colorless mana. I'm fighting against a river, but I played pacifism. I know I have a lot of Magic players in the audience. Does that make sense? I enchant your river with pacifism. It is now chill. So why is the mule the best thing I've ever seen, by the way? Oh no, he's hot! Okay. No. I was thinking about Mallow too. I forgot that Mallow's supposed to be creepy with how down bad. Yeah, everyone's really down bad for Mallow. And I think it's because it's vaguely feminine form that is really clingy, which particularly a lot of young men are very interested in. Like a woman that is clingy to them. The perfect cherub. Together, forever and ever and ever and ever. Perfect sycophancy. Ooh. 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 I wasn't expecting sycophancy. Perfect sycophancy. As a tension move, pick an XO. For the rest of the hunt, if the chosen XO is not in the same scene as the host or another soulmate, all actions against the cherub are hard for them. If the host or another soulmate dies, the XO also suffers instant death. We did it. Everyone applaud. We made it so that you can die of cringe. That's so sycophancy. Perfect harmony. Actions made without setup, teamwork, or defense deal 1 irreducible stress. Serotonin syndrome. All attempts at analysis are hard no matter what. I have a question. You have mentioned, Snarf, a few times analysis. I have not heard analysis before used in this way. Is that like a core book term that I'm aware of? Did I just like miss that? Is that like a term? Or is that just kind of like a general catch-all for investigation? Because I can't think of other terms of analysis. Okay. Mix and match. Panorama may now swap the psychic signature of 3 XOs. When doing so, all hooks and afflictions are shared between... Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Man, really making hooks and afflictions STIs in a menage a trois, ain't we? I should not have said that. Perfect worm. Frieza. Cell. Echoes Act 3. Why is the perfect worm kind of living its best life? Like that was my thought process. I was like Frieza, and then I thought Cell, and then I thought Echoes Act 3. Cunty Frieza, oh my gosh. I can't say that word. I should not say that word because that's his YouTube. You're either perfect or you're not me. Please, just give me a little bit more. I should not have said it in that tone. Memories. The worm doubles the speed in which it consumes its stock and fully erases them when at pressure 3. It then selects another NPC which will be erased at pressure 6. Perfect parasite. If a worm's stock is killed, it will instantly swallow them. Afterwards, it will find another NPC and resume its feeding, immediately consuming the amount it has taken from its last hook. That's going to be on the internet forever. Why would you moan that? I just said it. I just read it. And that happened to be read like that. Don't do that, not when I wear headphones. Fetid remnants. The worm's traces can use their special reactions on 1 to 3. incision. Right, that's gunk that you take stress, and then the memorial. Recollect on 1 to 3? Holy heck. I can't recollect not, unless I'm gonna frickin' heck. This counts for all traces, yeah. Listen, listen, listen. I make noises. You're here for noises. Arrow sus is real. Arrow tops is real. We established this. I guess that's the inverse. That's the inverse of what I said earlier. When using Erasure, the worm heals 3 slashes on its execution talisman for every memory stolen. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Goodness gracious. Inland Empire? Since when did you start going to the gym? Perfect River. Pay the toll. Pay the toll. Perfect mimicry. When pressure increases, the river may pick 2 object groups or 2 people to become sunken. Hidden behind the fleeting veil, the river may choose to give a token to everything within an area of an investigation when pressure reaches 4, and again when pressure reaches 6. The water's warm. Every XO gains a river affliction when they first enter its palace. Welcome home. Exorcists affected by fairy also take 2 sin when following their primary agenda item. That's not that bad. I mean, there's a bunch of sunken, but it doesn't sound that bad. Perfect Sister. By the way, I know everything. Oh, so drink deep and descend. That was too far. That was too much of a meme. Mob, kill that man. Mob, kill that dev. Perfect Education. The sister utilizes its hive mind to bring better and brighter minds into the investigation area. Reduce pressure needed for each stage of knowledge by 1, and at pressure 6, the sister can synthesize what it's learned to surpass current human technology. Show me where it hurts. Each time exorcists rest, the sister may appear to them to heal 1 injury from an XO. During combat, it may later use this knowledge to deal an injury on a 1 in combat, twice for every injury healed. I show up to an XO while you're resting. I heal. During combat, I deal an injury on a 1. However, I can do that twice for every injury healed. So if you rest once and I heal you once, then I can do this action twice, which is a separate action each time, each of which is procs on a 1. Got it. No, the drink full was a direct reference to a scene from Twin Peaks. He says full, not deep, I swear! True genius. The sister starts with 1 free tension move it may use at any time. That's nasty. That's kind of wicked. I love that. Perfect Renaissance. Skills reduced by enlightenment also become hard for the mission. Okay. Oh gosh, building an imago and... Okay. Okay, a lot of the imago stuff is pretty quick. Profane blasphemies. What the frick is this? Floral drifters. Because like, I'm gonna be so real with you. It's been 5 hours. It's been 5 hours, so I kind of like need to wrap up soon. So I'm wondering what I can skip. Because I think the sins are the big point. Okay, so the past couple pages are like lore and credits. Get to an arrow pain. I think I read through the section of this. I skim the imagos and the blasphemy section, and then I go from there. Second, I've considered a second stream. I want this all to be 1 stream. Why not make a part 2? I just want to get this all done now. This should be fine. This should be good to just run through it all. Unless y'all want me to, next week on Friday, do part 2, non-sin part of Garden. These you can somewhat screen. Because a lot of these are examples. Yeah, and at least folks can run through it by themselves. I can be like, whoa, look at that. But oh my gosh, whoa, look at that. Wowza. Cool. Imagos and the profane blasphemy. Building an imago. This is intended to flesh out the way imagos act separately from each other. Everything added can be applied to an imago or sin born from a player XO, or to an imago or sin born from an XO NPC. Before using this, it is encouraged to discuss with your players, as it is an addition that makes imagos, and by extension, sins that come from them, overall more difficult. If choosing to do so, feel free to discuss this section of the book with them, as they may have already have ideas for the sin type their XO would become. They may also shown the profane blasphemies. These are a list of powers that an imago may use. Oh! Determined by the blasphemies the XO had before losing control. Ah! Alternatively, a player who does not know what sin type they would imago into may instead skip the process and gain the ability to use the desperation attack for free when their execution talisman is halved. Running an imago. When running an imago, you as the admin, as well as the potential player that the imago came from, may work together. When an XO becomes an imago, their powers mutated into their profane blasphemy versions. Afterwards, instead of fleeing the investigation area, their path is now determined by their imago pressure class. All of these involve instantly fleeing to another scene with an effect when they do so and then gaining a single domain. Domains affected by pressure are treated as if pressure was at 1. Executing an imago ends their pressure and any domain effects that may have been active. XOs may opt to not hunt down a loose imago. In doing so, the hunt may be somewhat altered by the introduction of new pressure. Okay, so this is a little different than I thought. My thought for making imagos more interesting. What sin are you going to become? Slap a domain on them. Call it a day. Maybe if we're going to use like homebrew stuff, we would use like I made it. Why do I not know? The distortion stock, distorted blasphemies, the distorted powers, and giving them to an imago, because that's to represent that they function like sin domains, but are still tied to the blasphemy, and that can be like an in-between step. Giving them unique agendas and domains. And I think I saw by scrolling like a trauma question. Interesting. Using profane blasphemies. When fighting a psychically trained enemy, they may use reactions from all of their profane blasphemies. This includes a desperation attack, a tide-changing attack that can only be used once per hunt on a 1 on the risk die. When using a desperation attack, if it is a threat, dealing the... Laugh at this user! Laugh at the! There's a the here and I'm laughing at you. The threat is always a hard roll. Enemies with multiple profane blasphemies may only use a desperation attack from 1 per hunt. The admin may use profane blasphemies for an imago, rogue binders, or enemy XOs. Inflict stress. They cannot use their desperation attack until they are Cat 3+. Can only do so when their execution talisman is half or below. Cool. I like this. I haven't read it yet. I like it. Recovering an imago. Recovering an XO from losing control is a delicate process, one fraught with pitfalls. An imago must be left alone or spared during the hunt they were born on, so that they may fully flee and metastasize into a proper sin. Attempting to bring back an imago without doing this will instead kill them. XOs on the sin hunt must both activate a nailed able as well as answer every trauma question. During the execution scene, every XO must take an action to provide the redemption question provided for the sin type. This action can never be made riskless. So you have to let them turn into a sin or spare them. Activate Nail of Able. Redemption question. Optionally, when hunting the sin, if pressure reaches 6 up, Seraph will prepare to orbital strike the sin before it reaches its sin event. Set a 5/strike talisman. When a 1 is rolled on the risk die, slash talisman. When it's fully slashed, the sin and XOs have mere moments to attempt an escape. May God help them. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, it's meant to be very hard. Yeah, that sounds it. Once every XO has answered the question to their liking, the admin and player that imago came from may privately determine if the sin accepts these answers. If so, when the talisman is slashed, sparing the sin will bring the XO back. When an XO returns, they gain the bolded agenda item from the 6th affliction on the affliction table of the sin they became. Right, so all of them have one. XOs who have already recovered can no longer defy fate, as they have already defied the ultimate fate. Attempting the sin overflow will instead, messily, break their sin seed, inflicting instant death. Optional changes. As imagos are now much more difficult, you as an admin may choose to reduce their damage of their talismans or the length of their talismans to compensate. The current reactions numbers are lifted from the core book. An alternate ruling for exos. Right, so it's exos and 4 is mixed up. An alternate ruling for exos who have recovered from being an imago is they will instead instantly die the next time they were to lose control. You may use this at your table if preferred. You may choose to use profane blasphemies for perfect sins that are born from exos. You may even allow them to use desperate attacks if you're especially evil. Well, I like to consider myself quite evil. These are very cute. These are very cute little guys. What will become of them? They'll die. They'll be executed like the sin they are. Life cycle of an imago. Little baby. Exo. Horrifying monstrosity. Less horrifying monstrosity. Imago records. Imago file 01 ogre. Ogre type imagos are typically swollen and drowned, malformed to reflect their perceived inner ugliness. They often attack with brutal punches and spewing vomit. When the imago forms, it immediately gains the effects of miasma. It spreads miasma in the scene it's in, and then flees to another and spreads again. The imago then gains a single ogre domain. Redemption question. Why do you still believe in me? Idle. Idle imagos are typically beautiful and radiant. They know they are better than you. They often attack with cursed words and mutilating flesh. That's an idol attacking you. When the imago forms, it immediately gains the effects of a cult. It inducts every mundane human in the scene in its cult, and then flees to another scene. It gains a single idol domain. Have we ever been able to connect? In what way? Oh, the big deal. Dial? Odile? Huh? I think that's Odile. Poinsettia Mayor. Hound type imagos are typically blistering and quick. They will stop at nothing to kill. They often attack with raking claws and wild speed. When the imago forms, it immediately gains the effects of grudge. It flees to a scene where the exo's least favorite NPC is and attempts to kill them. The imago then gains a single hound domain. Redemption question. What is one good reason I shouldn't kill you? Yeah, fair. Can't really argue with that. The last man on Earth. Centipede type imagos are typically insectile and bitter. They absolutely despise you. They often attack with spitting venom and bubbling acid. When the imago forms, it immediately gains the effects of infestation. It infects every mundane human within the scene, then flees to another scene, gets a single domain. Can you prove to me that it gets any better? Braveheart. Toad type imagos are typically greedy and tricky. They wear a nonsense-eating grin. They often attack with long limbs and hidden traps. When the imago forms, it immediately gains the effects of Horde. It steals all the objects in the scene and takes them with it as it flees to another scene. It gains a domain. How would you help me get the thing I really need? Lord, the Sheriff. Lord type imagos are typically imposing and gothy. They tower above all around them. They often attack with flaming weapons and morphing environments. When the imago forms, it immediately gains the effects of Kingdom. It creates a minor kingdom in the scene it is in, and then flees to another scene, spreading its kingdom to it. It gains a domain. What about the real world is even worth living for? Powers Bullet and Horde Spirit, sub-transform minor section of the blank freeway into open desert, subject evaded capture via high speed. Bullet because shooting, Horde Spirit because horse, they're a sheriff, local government contractor notified of imminent security breach, CAIN post imago manifestation, yeah. The Nest. Nest type imagos are typically large and bulky, they often hiding themselves from their fated end. They often attack with huge swings and crushing slams. When the imago forms, it immediately gains the effects of fissure, the area around it suffers an earthquake, and the imago flees to another scene. After doing so, it develops a shell. I was going to ask about that. How would I be any safer if I were to come back? Home. The Cherub. Cherub type imagos are typically diminutive and impish. They love to play tricks. They often attack with tipped arrows and bursting hearts. When the imago forms, it immediately gains the effects of Soulmate, flees to another scene, and selects 2 NPCs it would like to see get together, picking one effect from its pressure. What will finally make me home? The Queen of Hearts. I do like all of them being classified documents, like data redacted by order of authority, clearance, access, processing, open within 48 business weeks. The Mule. Mule type Imagos are typically animalistic and muscular. They yearn for the thrill of fighting. They often attack with kicking, hooves, and throwing spears. When the Imago forms, it immediately gains the effects of mob. Every mundane human within the scene begins to fight, and then follows a mule as it flees to a different scene. It goes as mule domain, what should I do if not continue fighting? The worm. Worm type Imagos are typically sickly and hungry. They have an insatiable need for more. They often attack with supersonic shrieks and draining bellows. When the Imago forms, it immediately gains the effects of feeding and picks an NPC in the scene as its stock. They both flee to another scene, and the worm swallows something of its stock. Then it gains a domain. What do you hate the most about me? Why? Fish food. Sister. Sister type Imagos are typically curious and smart. They're itching to learn more. They often attack with telepathy and hand-built weapons. When the Imago forms, it immediately gains the effects of learning. It flees to another scene and collects a small bit of knowledge for the local hive mind. It then gains a single domain. What have you actually learned about my passions? Tell me about my hyperfixation. The river. Oh, this one's just redacted. River type Imagos are typically mysterious and strange. They know things they shouldn't. They often attack with mystical geometries and rushing water. When the Imago forms, it immediately takes the effects of token. It turns an unknown object, group, or person in the scene it's sunk in, and then flees into another scene. It then gains a domain. How can you prove that you are real and truthful? Nice. Cherub is a typo where it does not gain a domain, but it should. I think the worm question should be changed because it reinforces the negative feelings. That's on purpose instead of the most pitiable ones. That's to knock them out of the delusion. Yeah. And that's kind of what I assumed. Okay. Nearly there. Profane blasphemies. Tension. Oh, okay. So this is just like advice on the things they could do when it's like a tension user. What specializations can they do? That's cool. And then I'm going to look at the desperation attacks. A world breaker. Threat 1. The enemy's limbs stretch into long, sharp blades. It prepares an attack. If successful, it cleaves a length up to cat distance in 2, splitting the investigation area in twain. I love using twain. Crossing the resulting chasm is difficult and dangerous. Scorched Earth. The enemy's body fills with latent psychic energy, which is violently releases. It may do one of the following. Instantly set up to cat area on fire, which quickly begins to spread. Instantly freeze up to cat area solid. Desperation attack, time slipping by. The enemy grabs an XO and attempts to accelerate the speed of their aging. If successful, the enemy rapidly withers the chosen exorcist, aging them 66 years for the rest of the mission and possibly making actions more difficult. After the mission, the change slowly reverts. Benjamin Buttons. Tongue, scream. The enemy sucks in air, readying to cry out, if successful. Oh yeah, I bet that's a threat. It lets out a shriek that can be heard for miles, breaking through any silence. Anyone who hears this cry is deafened for the scene, making rolls requiring hearing more difficult. Jeez. Hyper launcher. The enemy's arms open into a gaping barrel full of psionic energy and it fires a cat-sized projectile at blinding speed. While this can be redirected, it will always hit something, leaving a massive crater when it does. The Minotaur weeps. That's a really good name. The enemy creates a maze up to cat distance and dimension, one which is entirely made out of a material of its choice. It knows the exact layout of the maze, while anyone else in the investigation area does not. Blot out the sky. The enemy swallows every bit of light with extreme distance, plunging the world into inky blackness. Until the complication is fully slashed, all rolls requiring line of sight or light are more difficult. One-man band, because this is track. The enemy begins to make music from an odd device and attempts to play a track from its playlist. If successful, it evolves with the music and may do one of the following. Gain abilities of a being or object in the title, gain the usage of a force in the title, fill the scene with the emotion the song conveys. Me and my shadow. The enemy fully allows its shadow in, as it enters a state of predictive awareness against oncoming attacks. Sneak attacks against it are now impossible, and attacks it has seen before are always hard against it. Facing the crowd, the enemy begins to rapidly morph and shift, trying to fully change its form. It may take any shape of its own design before creating dozens of passive copies of itself. Tracking down the imago may be more difficult than before. Our dreams. The The enemy commands its sin to evolve, calling on the 10,000 Sword King. That sounds like a Kill 6 Billion Demon reference. If successful, it is partially able to draw a single sword of its own that slashes in a wide arc. Every exo in the scene takes an injury, and all humans suffer instant death. Oh, it's Games for Freaks 4? Got it. Info hazard. Yeah, because I've heard the 10,000 Sword King a couple times now. Well, so it commands its sin to evolve, calling on the 10,000 Sword King. So I don't think it literally brings forth the 10,000 Sword King. I think it just brings on an element. Yeah. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, I have not read GFF4 because I wait till it's free, and then once it is made free, I download it and I review it on stream. Much in the same way I review this, I wait until it is accessible for free before I look into it. Info hazard. The enemy connects itself with wire to the pulsing nerves of the psychic sea in an attempt to collect information. If successful, it gains knowledge of the deepest fears of every exo on the hunt and may weaponize that knowledge. Legally distinct Maharaga? What the F is the 10,000 Sword King? Murder, I guess. Tumbling down. The enemy begins to spell to manifest its palace into reality. If successful, a cat area portal opens directly above the exos, raining massive chunks of the place onto them. Dreamscape. The enemy grabs an exo and tries to drag out their soul. More with the souls. If successful, the soul is pulled into the enemy's body, and the exo is forced to fight within its mind. Until the end of the scene, the chosen exo's body is insensate. I know what that word means, I just can't say it. And they cannot be affected by or affect allies. That's what Jaunt's about. I read Jaunt more about as the mind. It's telepathy. It is Ghostwire. It is astral projection. It is hollowing. Holy Artist. The enemy takes every service weapon that has been taken out within the scene and pulls them all into itself. While the complication is active, the enemy has access to all of the exo's weapons and may use them to make devastating ranged attacks or block attacks being made. Damaging the enemy makes it drop weapons one at a time. John's Desperation attack being straight up instigate psychic duel from Pathfinder 1. Oh my gosh. The love of your mother. The enemy prepares to crack open its body. If successful, it unfurls itself into a sloppy, pulsating mass. Listen, you can't call my mother that. Don't call my mother a sloppy, pulsating mass that covers the battlefield. Until the end of the scene, it may stretch itself up to cat distance and may hide its weak points within the blob. Floral drifters. Whew. Nearly there. I gotta drink more water. I hope you didn't hear me like guzzling down some water there. That'd be a little bit embarrassing. Goodness gracious. Okay. Post the influx of multiple new sin types appearing in our timeline. Along with them came a variety of drifters. While classified simply as past files, most, if not all of these drifters resemble fauna much more closely than flora. While most of them do not actively harmful towards a human or XO, say a walker would be, they're a massive nuisance for... Do you mean flora, not fauna? Flora is plants, fauna is creatures. Manifestations range from massive phytostructures and branched trees to minuscule bacterium, but they are all nonetheless very dangerous. Got it. No worries. Preliminary RNT shows that... Research and temerity? Is that what RNT is? Research and testing, probably. Preliminary RNT, you wrote this passage on the day of... On the day of? On the day of? Oh, on the day of release, got it. Preliminary RNT shows that while we are sure they are not from our world, they're very comfortably spread within its psychic signature. Disconcertingly, some of the drifters have come in the form of infections that have already taken root in our exo population. Descriptors and cures from them can be found on page 71. Naturally, while our drifter into drifter flora is still lacking, we have done our due diligence and listed their effects on the environment or psyche of those around them. Additionally, each drifter has a noted way of disposing of them, however difficult they might be. As such, we encourage fielding admins to be cautious of drifter flora and their effects. Drifter classification created by Animal. Also very important, the drifters were a collaboration by another major contributor, Animal. I would say, probably to make that a little bit more clear, drifter classification created by fellow CAIN content creator Animal. Something that like is kind of out of the narrative, because drifter classification created by Animal makes me think that it's made by an XO named Animal, right? So, Emir sapling. A seedling of the oldest tree, sprouts in places where it thinks it's alone, such as subterranean structures, attracts hungry drifters as well as enemies of CAIN who stand to benefit from its seeds. I'm gonna run through these and just kind of... I think I'm gonna leave these to you as the viewer, checking this out. I'm going to read their descriptors, I'm not going to read their mechanics. Carousel. Stems that end in a soft, flat plateau around 0.5 meters thick and 2 meters in diameter. Sprout from moss or sand, usually in warm areas. The plateau is marked by a specialized ridge banding that breaks the phytostructure into layers. It can be seen ejecting spores that occasionally coalesce into vaguely human shapes. Interesting. Mother's home. Also notated in official documents as Mother's Point sources, these clusters of her body have the property to infect and camouflage themselves within non-flesh material. They can easily become especially dangerous within populated environments, as detection is more difficult than her normal breaches. Live tests on her point sources have shown that once prey has been captured, she drags them into clusters for storage, only allowing them to emerge when more live subjects are introduced. Don't love that. Don't love that. Bad son. Is that what your father calls you? These pods of an unknown entity are characterized by a unique psychochemical reaction that makes their surface appear as if it were a miniature star. While they, similar to their tangible counterpart, are unable to be directly observed without specialized equipment, their presence can be deduced by the recognizable concentric rings within nearby penumbra. Light cast by a bad sun is extremely hazardous to any beings with even the slightest trace of grace, causing rapid internal evaporation of the substance. Interesting. Special shade. Abnormal shadows that locally attach themselves to real-world objects. They mimic the shape of the object itself, but never move with the sun. Instead, always pointing eastwards at a length calculated to be equivalent to 6:41 p.m. during the month of May. While known to be completely harmless, supernatural beings that have witnessed a special shade often find themselves compelled to return. Nice. Oops, sun broke again. It keeps breaking. Really? Come on. Dandelions. A colonial organism which superficially resembles a field of Taraxacum? I'm thinking of the Taxacum alt frame for the Lancaster from Lancer. I'm totally thrown off. Identified by its congruent flowers which move in perfect unison, the final stage of dandelion growth has never been observed, as there are temporal quantities causing them to reset, making further research impossible. The dandelions are blooming. The dandelions are blooming. The dandelions are blooming. The dandelions are blooming. Beryl Palace. And after improper destruction of sin and its body, the phenomena of its palace is still lingering unseen, has occasionally been recorded. While most often only partial, if at all, manifested, changes in the psychic sea are said to drag these palaces back to the surface. Monument. They build a tower to the heavens, yet we cannot climb them. They shape themselves like us, yet we cannot speak to them. They show us the worlds yet to be seen, yet we cannot join them. Frames named after the plant. Karakin's frames are just like that. Yeah. Infections. You suggest looking at more of the art for the monument? We must build our towers just for them to fall. Hollowed person. Monuments. Behavior. Did you really draw them T-posing? Did you draw them T-posing? On purpose? That's hilarious. Filament. Brick of heaven. Castle in the mist. Ramblings of a madman! Do not listen. Unintentional. Why is the map for dandelions just the map of Poland? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I heard Taxicon? No. Infections are special afflictions that persist between hunts unless cured by drinking unspoken water. They may be applied through risk, tension, or threats. Water harvested in silence beneath an uncrossable bridge. Drink to clear an infection. Poland has been lost to the swarm. Yeah, great. Ugh. Ew. It's like the thing from the Matrix. Grey worm. Parasites that bury themselves inside the gyri of Exo, often found positioning themselves parallel with the sin seed. Exos infected with the grey worm display symptoms of memory loss as well as pica. Blot. Reports of psychic beings afflicted with blot show that almost immediately after inhalation, they begin to show clear signs of confusion and disorientation. While in this state, they lack the ability to perform functions as intended and may act erratically or violently. Cursed weapon. A particular annoyance for Castle, cursed weapons frequently find their way into untouchable armory stock. Psychoanalytical studies show that infested pieces of cursed weapon display signs of attachment and protection for their wielders. Egg pouch located inside. Subsurface infection noted. That is wild to have a katana that has egg patches in it. Mother's secret. During our research into Mother's continual efforts to counteract containment procedure, we've isolated a specialized strain she uses to propagate. This strain may lie dormant for weeks before activating, at which time it will quickly jump to any new host that it comes in contact with. We recommend reinforcing acquired PPE for Mother cleanup crews. Whew! Nearly there. Lost constructs. Structures left behind by the handiwork of a particular sin. While CAIN has attempted to locate and remove as many of them as we can, through unknown circumstance, they continue to be rebuilt. That sounds like a sister to me. Skycatcher. Strange wooden machines of immense proportions, while mundane, display the ability to grab and move stars across the sky. As if they were floating lights, most often show up in rural areas. Subalternator. Hefty machine resembling tables on skis. Physical feature a shifting display that can detect both physical and psychic caverns, no matter how far down, are known to replace older model fax machines when no one's looking. The surface display of the subaltern uses a not-before-seen network of interlocking ashwood pieces that rotate in place and lock together to form a 3D topographical map. Attempts to recreate this method of display have only produced fairly poor results. And then that's it. Very amazing work done by Snarferman, as well as Place Space and Animal, and all of the other CAIN content creators that contributed to this. Hey Arrow, I just returned from watching the new episode of Hunter the Parenting. How's the book going? We just wrapped up. May I ask that you look at the last 3 pages? I am absolutely going to look at the last 3 pages. Gosh. Oh, right. I saw on the H page, you have like 3 crossed out 2 potential ends. CAIN has succeeded in their goals. Their future of rigidity and silenced emotion has come to pass, as it has countless times before. Be it through extreme diligence, research into the mechanism of sin, or the slaying of an extremely powerful entity, sins themselves have stopped manifesting, the few still left alive having been driven into hiding. Due to your efforts, or lack thereof, the stain truly has been wiped away. All around you, towers bloom and sprout from the ground, forming stairwells out of their rugged surface. The sky cracks open, revealing a heavenly light from above. Humanity is reaching a new era, one of bleak tranquility, and the enemies of CAIN have been cast in the depths of unknown. You and your own stand teetering on a shrinking pillar of existence. Will you choose to climb or fall? So that, like you said earlier, towers are really important for the lore of this. Heaven bound, home racing Mount Pleasant. As above, you're at the end of your road. You've left behind all your emotions, all your sin. The tower to heaven has been built for you, its gates waiting with open arms. You are ready to transcend. Will you take it? Have you taken it? By transcending, you shed your body, taking on a new form of your choosing, and leaving behind a hollow person. You cannot take stress. You cannot take sin. You cannot be affected by psychic effects. You cannot die or sin overflow. You cannot use blasphemies. All of your agenda abilities and agenda items are removed. You cannot spend advancements. You cannot make new connections. You lose all need to fight. Create a new character. So below, you see the emptiness above, and below, a whirlwind sinking ever deeper. Stepping in entails letting emotion and sin overtake you, letting your humanity within blossom. The pit of hell awaits you. Will you take it? Have you taken it? You fall into a new world, an unknown world. It may be the same as the one you were in before, or far different. All that is certain is that all the dredges of humanity, all the mistakes, all the slip-ups, all the things that make you human will follow. A new setting is created with those who fell at the center. They cannot remember their past life outside of brief moments of clarity. You reset back to Cat 1. You lose all agenda abilities, blasphemies, skill increases, and kit items. Your stress and sin caps are set to default. You do not lose your sin marks. You start with 3 advances, adding an additional 3 for every time you've chosen to fall. Additionally, the cat of your powers is increased by 1 for every fall. However, the world is harder, darker, more brutal. All enemies gain +2 on their execution talismans. All enemies deal +1 stress on any risk roll of 2+. All complication talismans are 1/ longer. Every time the world falls, these increases stack. We made CAIN New Game Plus. We invented CAIN New Game Plus. You made New Game Plus for a TTRPG. I can't feel you anymore. I know. It's okay. Staring down from the tower. So what I'm hearing is I take Cell and I'm like, hey Cell, like, want to hop on call? Like, oh yeah, maybe we can stream it. Who knows? Like, we'll just have a chat. But like, you know what? Bring your dice just in case. Just like, we might talk CAIN. Who knows? I get them primed for a CAIN mood. And then I'm like, you just got picked up by CAIN. Hattie, you've been brought to somewhere called Site Epsilon. Everyone around you, they seem to call themselves the Valentines. They've been ignoring you. After you comes a new girl who everyone just passively refers to as Raphael because one of the guys was reading a Teenage Mutant Ninja comic book and she was really aggressive. And then another one who's really quiet and kind of shifts back and forth, sways. And so one of the older girls says, that snake looking one over there. You are being sent on your first assignment, waning recourse. Good luck. Do it to Cell, I dare you. That would be really funny. That would be very funny. However, they did Imago, so they don't deserve that. Awesome. So it's been 6 hours. I do kind of want to dystopic final end or evil New Game Plus. Interesting. Oh, the song helped inspire to make this book. Awesome. Yeah, artwork was done by Snarferman, Play Space, Miss Knight, Rowan, Hollis, proofread and playtest. I'm so sorry. Animal, Sniper Toast. I saw like a double-digit number of minor spelling errors. That means that this is your fault. Animal, Sniper Toast, woe upon ye. Death, death upon ye. End your cow. There's also a secret of the as above, so below page. Unless. Oh no. Oh no. JK, unless. Okay, let me open this up in another tab. I have a way to get us out of here. Please wait for me. I see nothing else. So now what I'm going to do, I mean, like, I can just ask Snarferman. My first thought is to inspect elements list. See if there's anything there. Whoa, thrash upon ye. I want to inspect the source code. That's not what I wanted. I thought it was F12. Ah! I'm pressing buttons I should not be pressing. Oh yeah, it's F12. There's nothing else there yet, I promise. I can debug with AI. Oh my gosh, I can like ruin your little like setting up for an ARG by adding AI to it. That would be such a cool and base thing for me to do as a content creator, right? Wow, that's the most empty HTML I've seen. Yeah, there really isn't anything there. Wow, crazy. Okay, so thank you so much for being here, Snarf. I appreciate it. I love shouting out Homebrew. I love getting the thoughts of the creators. And like, I'm like 3 for 3 now of just like the dev showing up and being like, hey, what's good? I considered adding you, but I didn't want to be inappropriate. So we have a Q&A channel. I'm going to leave the drifters and the infection notes to you as the reader. You can check that out in your own time. There was not a man there. What's my question? Don't worry about it. What's my question? Don't worry about it. Hypothetical scenario. Would I rather have $1 or $2? I think I'd say $2. Now, that call me crazy, but I'd rather have $2. If the warp has chaos gods, does the emperor count as a lawful god? Okay, so this is brought up all the time. Basically, it is accepted in fanon. It is pretty much accepted in fanon that in 40k, the emperor of mankind is a chaos god, or is on his way to be a chaos god, and the fact that he is not one is purely because he has not been allowed to die yet. And a lot of people say that he's the chaos god of order, the chaos god of war, the chaos god of conquest, all that stuff. I could see it being chaos god of like faith, zealotry, authoritarianism. I'm glad you liked it enough to give it this much of a look. Very hyped. Listen, Snarf, I heard it was good, and then I saw Tom, like Svelte reached out to me about it. Tom Bloom shouted it out. I heard good things about it, so I'm like, I'm gonna check it out. Very happy with it. Multiple sins I want to steal. Multiple sins I want to include in my games, which I'm not currently running a game, but if I do run a game going forward, I will probably include like a mule. I will probably include like a river. Such good ideas. The drifters, I always love more drifters. I feel like drifters are one of those things where like, it's not flashy. It's not crazy. Not many people consider them. We need more drifters. We need more chaff that you can have on hunts. Layout, art, all that, amazing, wonderful, fantastic. I didn't talk about it because there wasn't anything to say except it's great. Yeah, Svelte reached out to me and just like, hey, you need to see this, and like showed me the garden, and I was like, it's more CAIN homebrew, whatever. And then I heard like more good things about it, and then I saw Tom Bloom shout it out, and then I reached out to Svelte and I'm just like, hey, apparently this is kind of cracked. And then Svelte's like, I'm telling you it's cracked. Did I already cover Harpocrates? I covered Harpocrates 10 months ago, or like 8 months ago, like very end of last year. And it was a week, like actually literally a week before 2.0. I covered Harpo-DOS right before 2.0 dropped. So it's been a minute. And I plan to, once Harpo-DOS is dropped, do a Harpo-DOS read through. And I'm going to skim it, and I'm not going to like, listen, I've already looked at the agendas. I'm not going to look at the agendas again. I've already looked at blasphemies. I'm not going to look at the blasphemies again. I'll probably look over the virtues. I'll probably look over again. I'll probably look over the sins again. I know there's a new sin. I'll probably look over some of the lore again. Yeah, 3.0 is ideally going to happen next week. Arrow, I just finished the glasses sketch, My Majesty. May you enjoy an AU where you wore glasses. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, so real quick. Artistic depiction of stream events by Moth. Wait, awesome stream setup. Darn Yuri fanatics. What do we want? Anime-inspired Yuri dystopic rebellious rock rhythm game. When do we want it? Within a reasonable time frame. Is it? Oh, these are the Yuri characters from it. This is so silly. Okay. And then, in addition to this... Hello? Hello? It's not working. I think it broke. Oh! Oh, it's a massive file, that's why. So this is me without glasses. And this is me with RTX on. Oh no, those aren't the Yuri characters, just the main characters? Oh, okay. I did ask for fan art. Like, I did say, hey, like, I want to see how my power works. Can I get art of me in glasses and without glasses? Sorry for the file size, just took it from my phone. It's still loading. I don't know if it's working. Yeah, there it is. This is me with RTX on. This is my true power. Me with glasses. I need you to look at Pugile again, at least. Okay, I'll look at Pugile. I'll look at... Basically, I'm going to be looking at Harpo-DOS 3. Sins, virtues, and greatest hits. Like, stuff that wasn't there before. Stuff that people want to see. Stuff where like, oh, you need to check this out. I will check it out. This is actually very cute. Thank you so much for this. This is very sweet. Isn't Guilt also getting a minor rework because Fizzle? I don't know. Fun fact, a new largest organism was found in a 5-patch wide of seagrass finally connected by its roots. Happy Fun Fact Friday. Oh, really? I just assumed that it was like that mycelium array that is like very famous as like the largest organism. Nice. Cat 3 Ogre against a Barbarossa. So the thing about that is the thing everyone's going to bring up is they're going to say, oh, well, the Ogre's miasma would depress the pilot. However, if I'm in a Barbarossa, I don't think I can be depressed. I think piloting a Barbarossa would fix me. Like, look at this. Look at my joy upon seeing a Barbarossa. Do you think if I get all in there, a miasma would affect me? No. And so I take 4 rounds, I charge up my Apocalypse Rail, I shoot the Ogre a whole bunch, the Ogre gets nearly dead, and then I blow it up. I think the Barbo's kind of messed up because it's technically mundane. Yes, however, the Apocalypse Rail is Cat 5. So boo. I win. Favorite severe attack from this supplement? It's gotta be Mob. It's gotta be Mob. Ban that user. Like it's gotta be Thrash. It's just gonna be like, whoa, be free, my children, and then they jump you. I also really like Fairy from the river, just like straight drowning it. I think the Nest Plummet one is cool. I don't know how I feel about it because like the Psychic Fissure made me go whoa, but like when I think about it, I just kind of think like, oh, it's a big giant slam. The Worm draining your memories, I hate that, so that's awesome. The Cherub body swapping you is very funny. The Cherub body swapping you is very funny. And then the Sister absorbing your knowledge. Again, I think that the Sister's very subtle. I think the Sister could be one of the most dangerous and cool sins that you could do, because if you have a hive mind where its advancement is like, I don't know, like modern military equipment, you could have it like arm its Nameless, and all of its Nameless would have like state-of-the-art weaponry, and like it could take over like a military facility, and you could do really cool things with it. It just has the least like oomph to it. I feel like the Sister requires the most creativity. And so by extension of that, it gives me the less immediate visceral reaction of like, ooh, yeah, that's good. Whereas all of the others have something on their face that like hits me harder. Horse frames can probably hurt sins. Listen, horse frames are sins. Let's just make that clear. And I don't care if they're psychic manifestations from the Psychic Sea. I care that they're sins against God. I failed to consider that the old standby of nuke it from orbit still works on sins. Yeah. Is deep dish pizza real pizza? We're not getting on that. I'm going to start making a mule if you start bringing up deep dish pizza. Deep dish pizza ain't pizza. It is closer to a casserole or a quiche, if anything. It is more so a lasagna that has a crust than anything else. A stromboli, a stromboli, a calzone, those are not considered pizza, despite having all the constituent parts of being the pizza, because it's an alternate form. A pizza can be flatbread, that's fine. A pizza can be thin crust, that's fine. A pizza can be New York style pizza. That is the acceptable, that is the best. Did I say lasagna? Yes, I said lasagna. I said a deep dish Chicago style pizza is closer to a lasagna than it is an actual pizza. It is a soup in a bread bowl. It is a casserole that is swimming with all of the constituent parts of a pizza thrown in there like a stew. Errol gets just a little bit New York when talking about pizza. It just kind of comes out. I don't know what, like, I don't, something overtakes me. The median horse frame is a forklift with a cold core power crucible. Ain't nothing paracausal about it. Ushabti Omnigun always deals 1/2 with execution talisman. Doodooed you something? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you, Snarf. You're going in the ferry. You're going in the river. Oh my goodness gracious. I had so much fun with this. I'm always so happy to talk, not deep dish pizza, to talk homebrew. This was a fantastic supplement. Please, please, please check it out. I dropped the timestamp earlier. Let me drop it again. Let me drop it one more time just in case you didn't check it out before. Throw Snarf some cash money because Snarf deserves it. Snarf put in a lot of effort. And keep CAIN homebrew, pay what you want. For my end, now that the Q&A is over, I'm going to wrap up. This is a great watch. Awesome. I'm going to wrap up. We're going to do the buy wave, what do we call it? The Sayonara. We're going to sign off. Tomorrow on stream should be Rory and me playing Stellaris and wrapping up a game of Stellaris for the first time. Crazy, I know. Like going in endgame. Or if he can't make it because he had some stuff happen at his house, which he said in chat earlier seemed to be fine, so it should be good. If that doesn't happen, I'll continue Crab Yuri. My goal going forward is if Harpo DOS gets dropped next week, I can do Harpo DOS on next Friday. And on Twitch, after Stellaris, I will either do 1000x resist or I will do freaking unbeatable. Thank you so much for covering it. Thank you so much for making it, Snarf. This was awesome. If you have any burning notes, feel free to toss them in the Google form. Of course, I said most of my stuff, and as you saw, most of my critiques were minor spelling error, minor formatting error. I had a couple of things where like, I think this is worded awkwardly. I personally would change this from permanently reduce sin over cap to reduce sin overflow cap for the rest of the hunt. Like minor stuff like that. The ethos of it was solid. It fires my neurons. It makes me want to run CAIN again, which is one of the best things you can have from homebrew. And I didn't see anything in here that was like wildly unbalanced, make the game unfun. I would have to like do major overhauls. So like round of applause for Snarf. You did absolutely fantastic work. Arrow Streamer, they just talked about deep dish pizza. I have a 12-minute clip on my channel that I have ready to be edited. It's footage. Like it's prepared raw footage that I can make into a short where it's just me ranting about deep dish pizza. It's not the first time I talked about it. It's not the second time I talked about it. I don't even think it's the third or the fourth time I talked about it. That's like the fifth time I talked about it. And this now is like the sixth or the seventh time I've talked about it. I did not realize I was willing to die on the hill of Chicago deep dish pizza not being pizza, but I sure as heck am willing to kill for it. Wait, did I say unbeatable? So unbeatable will not be tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be Stellaris. And then I'm going to move away from Stellaris. One, because it's been a couple weeks, and two, because they added Arrow inspired content to the game. I.e. they added AI, like generative AI, like actually like end product release, like player facing stuff is generative AI. And even though I've been enjoying Stellaris, I don't want to support that. So I'm going to stop streaming it once I wrap up this game with Rory. I might play it privately because ultimately it's not that much in the game, but I don't want to support it on the channel at the very least. Deep Dishes Pizza. Okay, you can be wrong, some dude. Was it me who initiated the deep dish rant last time as well? Probably. Please do 1000x resist. Yeah, I have a couple games now. I have a couple games that like y'all have paid for that I need to play now. Thank you so much for swinging by. Goodbye, some dude and Daniel and B and Moth and Snarf and Bean and Selene and Luca and Can with N and just little old me
and everyone else who is, or this disguise, everyone else who is watching or lurking or chatting or watching the VOD. Yeah, so I wouldn't say Stellaris is slop media now. I would say it has slop in it. And we are at the inflection point where Paradox could say, sorry, my bad, slime, and like take it out. And I would be willing to like give them the benefit of the doubt and like give them grace and like continue playing their games. But as it stands, knowing Paradox, I am concerned that adding AI into Stellaris is all DLC going forward for Stellaris and probably CK3 and probably EU5 is going to have Gen AI in it. And that's my concern. I'm worried about that. And I don't want to support that. I want to make it clear that I don't want that. So thank you so much. And Echo as well. Have a lovely day, night, evening, afternoon, morning, whenever. And take care of yourselves. Bye-bye. I was making noises and then my throat gave out because I'm stumbling over myself after 6 hours of talking. Okay, bye.